JJK is not done. We got the spinoff right here.
I got 100 on my dash, got 200.
What's up, y'all? We back at it with another video, and we're going to be talking about the spinoff series to JJK. And I gotta say, after reading the first chapter, I actually enjoyed what I read. I'm curious to see what else they're going to add. I know we're going to be getting only a few amount of chapters. I think it's a total of 6 chapters, if I'm not mistaken, over the next few months. And I'm just really curious to see how this story is going to go, and if it's received well, will they make the story go on and like become something permanent in Weekly Shonen Jump. I'm curious if that'll happen as well. Now, I've seen some people online saying it's kind of like Naruto when it went to Boruto, as far as with aliens being involved. I don't think that. I mean, it's similarities as far as aliens are involved, but who knows, man? Gege might explain it more and more as the series goes on. Now, my only gripe about this spinoff is I would have loved to have gotten more information about Yuji, Megami, as well as Nabara, and we might at some point, but as of right now, we didn't get any information about them, no more than just they were mentioned, like Gojo as well as Yuji. They were mentioned as the people who stopped the incident that took place 68 years ago in Japan, the battle against Sukuna. So that's pretty much the only mention we get of those 3 characters from the original days, outside of Maki and Yuta, because it's their grandkids. Maki and Yuta, they get married and they have kids, and their kids have kids. And this series is based around their grandkids. So we do get a little bit about them. We do find out about Maki and Yuta and how their lives were until the very end. But outside of them, we really don't see too much of the other JJK, characters. But that might change as the series goes on, like I was just saying. So yeah, this series takes place in 2086, 68 years since JJK ended, and we're gonna dive right into it. Matter of fact, before we even get into it, let me know what y'all thought of this so far. Like rate it 1 out of 10 for those who have read it. Those who have not, I'm going to let you know what happens in the chapter. So it starts off in space. There's 3 people on a spaceship. One guy leaning with his, sitting there in the chair like Sukuna. I ain't gonna lie, it looks dope. It looks like he has horns on his head as well. And you have it where they're talking about Earth and how Earth has people that use powers similar to theirs, especially in the area of Japan. And you have it where it seems as if they're going to go investigate. Now, keep in mind, this main character guy, he said his name was, what was his name? Maru. Maru has a twin brother. I believe I think he said it was an older twin brother, if I'm not mistaken. And he said him and his twin brothers don't really see things eye to eye. They see things differently. And I imagine Maru is going to be the one who fights on the side of humans. And his brother is probably going to be a little bit like Sukuna, where he wants to destroy the world or conquer the world, or just have bad plans for Earth. But anyway, you got it where they're talking and they're saying, pretty much saying they're going to investigate Earth and see what Earth has to offer. So then it jumps to, the granddaughter of Yuta and Maki. Her name is Yuka. At this point in time, she's age 6, and you see her running around playing in the field, just doing the great stuff, the stuff that a little kid would do. And you see that your boy Yuta is always walking with her, just being around his grandchild. And he's older right now, but you see that he actually reaches out to his grandchild and gives her his ring. We already know what ring that is. That's the ring of Rika. And I imagine at some point in this series, we will see Rika return. But eventually, we have it where Yuta actually passes away from old age. They say after Maki passed away, which she died first, which everyone was surprised. They figured she would live longer than Yuta. And I'm imagining they thought that way because how, in shape her body was. But you have it where after Maki passed away, you had it where Yuta's body just seemed to get weaker and weaker by the day until eventually he passed away as well. And after that happens, you have it where your girl Yuka, her mother comes to her and says yo, we're taking that ring from you and giving it to your brother. Now, the mother doesn't explain to Yuka, the reason why they took the ring from her and gave it to the brother. But after what I've seen in this series, it's obvious. Yuka can use curse energy. She can do everything that, she's like a younger version of Yuta. You know what I'm saying? The brother, her brother, which I believe his name is Tsurugi. Hopefully I'm saying it correctly. Tsurugi is more so like Maki, where he can't use cursed energy, so he has to rely on cursed tools. Eventually he probably will become a monster. But they take the ring from the sister Yuka and give it to Tsurugi, and they make him wear it. Then you have it where she's mad because of this, and she's upset with her brother because that was an heirloom that her father, well, her grandfather gave her, and to her it's precious, you know. And I already know the reason why. The fact that she had it as a young girl was to watch over her because she was a girl as opposed to the brother being a boy. So that was Yuta's reason for giving it to her. Like, yo, here, you take this, you know what I'm saying, so that it can watch over you. You're still young. You don't really know how to use your cursed energy, but it's a chance that curses may sense it and try to come after you. So if you got this ring on you, it will protect you. Rika, I'm just assuming Rika is there, and Yuta probably made some type of vow with Rika before he passed away, where Rika will watch over his grandchildren, despite the circumstances, you know, and they probably made some type of binding vow, maybe even cost him his life. But it might be the real reason he died. But you have it where she's upset about it, and since the boy, he doesn't have cursed energy of his own, and you know the sister's old enough to use her curse ability at this point in time, you know, they gave it to the boy so that he could have some protection if he ever got in a situation where his regular skills just isn't enough. Rika will probably come out and try to protect him. At least that's what I'm assuming. I could be wrong, but you guys let me know. I'm imagining that's the real reason the mom did that. And you had it where, you know, Yuta, he probably gave it to the grandchild because she is a girl, and at this point in time, you know, they were too young to really know if they would have cursed abilities or cursed powers. But you see where she had a tough bond with her with her grandfather, and that's why she's mad. She kind of resents her brother because he has the ring. But next thing you know, it jumps, you know, a little more into the future. You have it where the brother is 17, the sister is 16. They're 1 year apart, and they're pretty much sorcerers, and they're trying to locate, trying to solve this crime where kids are disappearing and they're being abducted. Any kid that seems to have a little bit of cursed energy are being taken away. You have it where they're assigned this inspector from America. His name is really long. His name is really wrong, but we're going to just call him Maru for right now. And you have it where he's joining them on this mission. He's not to interfere. He's just trying to see how they're doing things in Japan. And so you have it where they're on this mission trying to locate what's going on with the missing kids. And it's kind of hilarious because he says like, yo, I don't know too much about, curse energy and all of that. He's just pretty much saying he's a novice. And because of that, Yuta grandkids is like, yo, he's in the way. We'll leave him behind. And you have it where both of them take off in the opposite direction. And you have this guy, Moru, who's just sitting there crying because they left him. And I'm like, this can't be the same guy we seen on the ship talking to, other aliens. Like, this can't be the alien. But you have it where Yuka, she comes back and she says like, yo, you really about to start crying over something like that, man? Come on, man. Like, yo, stick with me. I'm gonna take you to a shop. And she takes him to get some food. He's saying how delicious the food is, and she's saying like, yo, this is a food that you could get anywhere around this area. And of course, that right there should have been hints that this guy's an alien. But at this point in time, not too many people, I guess, are aware of aliens in the JJK universe. But anyway, you got it where they're pretty much trying to locate these kids. You have it where I was about to call her Maki, but you have it where Yuka, she goes to explain her case on how her and her brother don't get along. She just want to become stronger so that she can acquire her, so that she can take that ring from her brother that he's constantly wearing. You have it where your boy Maru says like, well, I can help you locate the kids. That way you can prove that you're stronger than your brother, and you could probably get your ring back. And then that's when he goes to explain that he also has a brother, and him and his brother don't get along too well. They see things differently, yo. And as that's going on, you got it where they pretty much pick on like, yo, there's a pattern. If you can see this pattern, which is right, left, straight, right, left, if you're a kid and you take this path, they'll teleport you to another location. And they're saying like, yo, this is what's happening to the kids because they have a little bit of curse energy, and with them having curse energy, they're being teleported once they go down this path. And next thing you know, you have it where Sarugi says like, yo, well, I'm gonna allow myself to be captured so that we can, well, not be captured, but he's gonna put a barrier up on this area so kids will stop going. And then right among them saying that, you have it where a kid walks down this path, or runs down this path, managed to get right past all three of them, which is crazy. And the next thing you know, this hand comes out and grab the kid and teleport. I'm not gonna lie, the panel where the hand comes out and grab the kid, it's a little scary. It's like, yo, damn, the kid's gone. That's when I would have been like, hey, yo, hey, look, this ain't for me. I would have went back to Earth. That's what I would have did. But anyway, you have it where the kid is taken, and because of that, you have Sarugi. He says like, yo, he's going to allow himself to get taken. So he goes down the pathway as well, and he's teleported. But you see that he has, you know what I'm saying, a cursed tool in his hand, and the cursed tool remains there as he's teleported away, meaning that this person who's teleporting the kids and abducting them, he doesn't want to deal with cursed tools. And of course, you have it where, which is crazy, you have it where Yuka, she doesn't even care that her brother was taken. She's like, well, you know what, we'll just go back and report everything to I guess their head guy, whoever's in charge. I believe his name was Sasami. I can't remember his name. But anyway, you have it where, you know, she's not even pressed about going to save her brother. But you have Maru saying like, yo, that's your brother. Like, yo, we need to go save him. We need to help him. And of course, she's like, yo, no, we don't. You know what I'm saying? And we know that's because she resent her brother for actually taking the ring. But anyway, you got it where he says like, yo, if you don't save your brother, you know, and he actually happens to get killed, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. We can't let that happen. We've got to go save him. We've got to go find him. And of course, you got it where she's thinking to herself like, yo, don't try to put how you feel about your brother, project how you feel about your brother onto me. I don't care. And eventually he sways her saying like, yo, all right, cool, I'm gonna go find my brother so that I could punch him in the face. Next thing you know, it shows what's his name, Sarugi. He's actually talking to the person who's been capturing these kids, and you see he got like all these talisman surrounding him in this little warehouse where he's standing, and he's saying like, yo, sorcerers aren't as strong as they used to be. You know, 68 years ago when Sukuna showed up and you know, pretty much destroyed a big part of Japan, there were only powerful people such as Gojo and Yuji that was able to stop them. But when have we seen sorcerers as strong as them in this current time? Which means these guys are nowhere near as strong as their grandparents was, and they're nowhere near as strong as Yuji as well as Gojo, which I was thinking they might be, since they're the next generation, they might be even stronger. But it seems as if they're not, based off this statement that this guy is telling Sarugi. Like, yo, he's saying like, yo, sorcerers are getting weaker. They're not as strong as they once was, and eventually it will get to the point where Japan will lose its value among the world, where they won't be seen as valuable as they currently are, when people start to realize that, you know, they're not, you know, their cursed energy or cursed power is dwindling down. And he's like, before that happens, I'm going to take these kids, and he's pretty much trying to traffic them. You know, he's trying to, you know, sell them off and make as much money as he can, which is kind of crazy to think that they're doing that because of, you know, people with cursed energy, which is really insane. But anyway, you got it where you see behind him all these kids like sealed in like these bags, and he got like them some type of sedation at the same time. You know, they're frozen still. It's very crazy. But next thing you know, you have it where the sorcerer starts to beat up on Sarugi, saying like, yo, you know, shut up, you know, I must trade you as well. If you were able to go down that path, you do have some cursed energy, even though it's weak. So it seems as if he's not exactly like Maki, but at the same time, one can hardly tell the difference. All in all, man, I'm really liking this so far. But anyway, you have it where, you know, Yuka as well as Maru, they actually show up to the location to save their, you know, to save Sarugi. And you have it where the first thing, well, we pretty much get a flashback, and the flashback is showing your boy Maru use his curse ability, where he's able to transport a person to their other counterpart or their equal. In this case, it was able to transfer Yuka to her brother Sarugi, and because of that, they were able to get to his location. And the first thing that Yuka says is like, yo, brother, like amongst all this, they got the corporate in front of them. It's like, yo, brother, let's fight. And you got it where these two are throwing hands. And of course, you have it where Sarugi, he was able to beat his sister. He knocks her down to the ground. You see that she's sad about it. She's like, damn it, he's so strong. And then she has a flashback of how hard he trains, how much he works out. And this dude is holding a sword with plates on it. I wonder how much those plates was. But next thing you know, she instantly snaps back to it and she goes to try to fight the corporate that's been, kidnapping the kids. And she says like, yo, give it up, bad guy. This is, we're about to whoop your ass, pretty much. And she uses a technique called, I believe, Savage Jaw Strike, and her hands kind of glow and her nails get sharp. It looks dope as hell. But you got it where she's using that on the sorcerer, but the sorcerer has the ability to teleport between his these talismans that he has on the ground. So he's teleporting between those, and you got it where he's kind of getting the upper hand against Yuka. But while that's going on, you have it where Tsurugi asks for his katana from Maru, and once he gets his katana, you see that it's a curse tool. I believe it's called the Hono Yagi, and then you see where he draws it from his sheath and it starts making sparks, and he says new shadow style. He does a new shadow style, and I believe it's called Beto sword drawing. And once he unleashes the sword from his sheath, the katana is on fire and it starts to burn all the talisman within this area. And then you have it where the sister shows up again, Yuka, and she does another savage jaw strike, biting twist on this a sorcerer right here. And as she does that, you got it where the sorcerer is knocked on the ground. They were able to defeat this guy, and you got it where Tsurugi goes to tell his sister Yuka, like, yo, you've gotten stronger. I'll work harder too so I can give you back your ring. Meaning he doesn't even want to have this ring, but he knows the reason why they gave him this ring, because he doesn't have cursed energy of his own. He wanted to be just like Maki. They show flashbacks of him as well as a child and how he used to always hang out with Maki. He favored more to Maki, and you have it where the sister Yuka favored more to Yuta. But you have it where he's thinking about the times he spent with his grandma and how she says like, yo, you can get stronger. You can get a lot stronger, but it's a double-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be careful. Then you have it where he's there when grandpa gave the ring, Yuta gave the ring to his sister. And he goes to tell his grandma, Maki, like, yo, man, I want a ring too. And then Maki goes to tell him that ring is a protective charm to ward off danger. You don't need it, because right now he doesn't have, at that point in time, he doesn't have curse energy. So the odds of a curse trying to go after him is very unlikely. His little sister does. And you got it where she, Maki goes to tell her grandchild, it's because you're strong. And then he smiles. And then next thing you know, as he gets older, the ring gets to go to her, gets to go to him. And I believe the reason why is because now the sister has curse energy and knows how to wield it to protect herself. And you have the mom of Tsurugi and Yuka saying like, yo, because you need it most, and he says, I don't need something like that at all. And she says, it was the Gojo clan decision, and what you want is irrelevant. And of course they gave it to him, and he was upset about it. And he's thinking about what Granny said to him, what Maki said to him. Granny was the one who trained me. I don't need some charm. I'm going to get stronger and show them. I'm going to make them say you don't need that ring. You're Maki's grandson after all. And then you got it where he's saying, sorry, Yuka, just let me hang on to it let me hang on to it for right now. And then of course you have it where it jumps back to the present day, and Yuka is looking at her brother saying like, what do you mean by that? And it's obvious that she doesn't know the reason why the charm was given to her brother. I can't wait to see when she finds out. I think that's going to be an amazing moment. But you have it where the sorcerer that they apprehended is saying like, you are all idiots, and you idiots should just die. And you see he's using the ability to try to teleport all of the kids to the person who actually bought them in the auction that he was trying to create or have. And she was like, and you have it with the sorcerer saying, I've already secured a buyer. And as that's going on, you have the eye on the forehead of Maru open up, and he used some type of ability to knock unconscious this sorcerer. And then once that happens, you have it where Tsurugi says like, yo, Maru, wait a minute. are you an alien? And so his cover is blown at the end of this chapter, and I imagine with the next chapter we'll get more information on Maru and what exactly they're trying to accomplish on planet Earth. But all in all, man, very great first chapter. Really enjoyed it. Can't wait to see what's coming next, man. Like, yo, let me know your thoughts down below, man. And who's your favorite character right now? I would have to say I want to say the brother Sarugi, but then I love the outfit that Yuka has on. That outfit look dope as hell. But I don't know, man. I think all of them showed their skills. Besides Maru, I feel like he's still not using his true power. Very curious to see what he's capable of. And is his brother going to be a threat like I feel like he is? But let me know your thoughts down below, and I'll catch you in the next one, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? We back at it with chapter 2 of the JJK spinoff. Hey, look, man, I'm really rocking with this series, man. I'm curious to see where it goes, and hopefully it gets prolonged, because I know it's supposed to be a short run, but I don't know, man. I like the continuation, and not only that, I love the fact that there's a chance, and fingers crossed, there's a chance that we can get a lot of unanswered questions from the original JJK within this series right here, and I hope we get those answers. So that's why I want this series to go on a little bit longer than just short term. That's just my opinion on it. Yeah, hopefully you guys agree with me. If not, I mean, it is what it is. Now, in this series, we find out that these aliens are pretty much considered to be Sukuna level threats. Now, when they say that, I don't think they mean necessarily they're all as strong as Sukuna. I think they mean like they're just as strong or almost as strong. To say they're as strong as Sukuna, someone who took forever to beat, I think that's a bit far-fetched. So based on current times and how the sorcerers of this day and age isn't as strong as they were from back in Yuji day, you know what I'm saying, or Yuta's day, whichever person you want to go by, you know, these are considered to be just as powerful as Sukuna by that standard. You know, that's just my thought on the process. Hopefully you get where my mind is going. We're about to dive into this chapter right here, chapter 2. It's about what, 19 to 22 pages, if I'm not mistaken. We got this amazing color page where if you look at it closely, you would actually think that this was Maru in the background, but no, this isn't Maru. This is his brother. His brother name is Cross, and we're going to learn a little bit more about Cross. Seems a little more evil, you know. Not, I wouldn't say evil necessarily, but I see him as a person who doesn't believe in the good of humanity, and he thinks to himself like, yo, this is going to end in some type of conflict. This is just the way it's going to be. They're different, we're different, you know what I'm saying, creatures from them, so we cannot coexist. So keep in mind, you know, Maru is the one wearing the patch. The one without the patch is the brother named Cross, if these translations is correct. Now, we also got on this color page, you know, the kids or the grandkids of Maki and Yuta. We got Yuka as well as Sarugi, I believe his name is, and we're about to see what this chapter has entailed. So we have it where pretty much the government of Japan is trying to hide the fact that aliens are here, and then we have it where they see that the aliens actually broke the language barrier. They understand Japanese as well as English, and they're pretty much saying like these aliens have the upper hand because they understand our language and we don't understand their language, which means they can talk to one another and we not be aware of what they're saying, but at the same time, anything that we say, they know about it. So you have it where they're introducing themselves to one another, you know, the people, you know, from the government with Japan introducing themselves to the aliens and vice versa. But then if you look closely, you see the one alien that looks like Tengen a little bit, as well as Cross, which is Maru's brother. But if you look in the background, you know, they say they representative to step forward, and their representative walks up. You know, as he walks, you hear a rumbling sound because of his presence, and you see that, you know, the people from Japan, they're a little like startled and shocked. And this dude design looks crazy as hell. It was the same guy we seen sitting in the chair He also has an eye in the middle of his forehead. He got like the horns coming out of his head, and he's a giant, man. Now imagine he's the big guy that's in charge, and you know, you got it with Cross, Maru, as well as this Tengen looking guy, you know, probably working under him. And he's just acting like he's the representative when really he's the big guy, the big honcho. But you have it where, you know, the Japanese people, they pretty much, the government come up with this plan where we'll let them work alongside with, you know, Yuta, I mean, not Yuta, but the grandchildren of Yuta, because they feel like, yo, you know, being around kids would be the best way for these aliens to see the bright and good side of humanity, as opposed to being with adults who think a certain way and are stuck in their ways. You know, kids are more open-minded to accept new things. So that's their plan with putting them with Yuta grandkids, Yuta and Maki's grandkids. So I mean, it's not a bad plan. It's pretty smart, to be honest with you. But then it actually jumps to Yuka as well as Sharugi, and they're sitting there and they're discussing about the aliens, wondering if the aliens are really true and how the government is pretty much trying to consider them Sukuna level threats, and are they really that dangerous? So when they think about it, you have it where Sharugi says like, yo, I can't really trust Maru, you know, he's not a sorcerer from this planet. Of course, his sister Yuka saying like, do you really think he's an alien? He was like, yo, there isn't that many sorcerers out there in the world, and there definitely isn't many sorcerers with multiple eyes. So that's what leads me to believe they're aliens. Now, what we need to do is go talk to the person we captured, referring to the guy in the previous chapter that was trafficking kids, to find out where he got his information from, and to see how true it actually is. So they actually go on this mission where they actually run, you know, go to where this guy's being held. They lie to the people that are guarding him. The guards saying like, yo, there's a chance that someone could be using some type of explosion curse, so we need to check out this area. When they say that, they use that to actually speak to this criminal, this guy that was doing the trafficking, and ask him all about his knowledge and how he got the information that he has. He pretty much goes to say like, yo, it was a leak within the internet, you know, maybe they should go back to putting stuff on paper. It'll be less likely to be leaked to the public. Pretty soon everyone's gonna know about it. And he pretty much tell him everything that he knows about what the race are called. I believe they're called Cimmerians or something along those lines. And you know, you got it where he says it's about 50,000 of them hiding in a ship hovering above Earth. And you have it where they say like, yo, that's enough to fill a baseball stadium. There's no way it's that many of them. And how are they hiding it? How is no one noticing? He says they're either using some type of curse technique or something similar to like a curtain where no one can see it, or maybe it's just their modern technology that's able to hide these aliens. So you have it where the boy Sharugi says like, yo, he wants to see them for himself. He wants to see these aliens. So he goes out in the woods to try to find a location of where their ship would actually be. And as he's walking through the woods, you have his sister accompanying him, Yuka, and they're saying how human and hot it is, but they actually bear witness to the actual ship. They see the ship, and as they're walking and looking at the ship, you have it where they're thinking, you know, where they're talking to one another, and you have it where Sharugi says like, yo, you know, I can't give you this ring back, not yet, you know. And you have it where the sister's thinking like, yo, you know, she wants the ring, you know, that's all she really cares about is getting her grandfather's ring back. And then she thinks to herself like, yo, we both have our own reasons for about the ring, so I can't really fault my brother for wanting to keep the ring. But the truth is, she doesn't know her brother only has it because he has no cursed energy. It's pretty much like a last resort if his life was in danger. At least that's what I'm gathering from it. But anyway, as they see the ship, they're saying like, yo, we've got to become stronger. We've got to become, you know, that one of them saying they got to become the next Yuta, the other one saying they got to become the next Maki. And you have it where they're looking up at the ship, and next thing you know, it jumps to Maru, and he's having a conversation with his brother Cross, and you have it where Cross is pretty much saying like, yo, this is gonna come to a conflict. And then Maru's telling them like, yo, humans are good. There's some good humans, there's some bad humans just like us. You know, we can coexist together. Like, yo, I'm telling you, this can work. And then you have it where Cross is telling him, well, if that's what you believe, stay close to the humans, learn their ways, see what they're doing, see what they're up to, you know, and gather any information that you can. And then you got it where Maru was telling his brother like, yo, conflict cannot be an option, meaning he doesn't want the humans to be at odds. And notice their markings are different, in case you want to know, outside of the you know, sticker on old boy Maru's head, they do have different marks on their faces. So if you take the time to look out, but of course you have it where Cross goes off and says he has his own thing to do, but Maru's trying to convince him to come out before breakfast because humans have good food. Well, anyway, you have it where it jumps back to Yuka as well as Shirugi, and they're talking around amongst themselves, and Shirugi says he has something to attend to. And then you have it where Shirugi pops up on a rooftop next to Cross. But he assumes it's Maru. Maybe he forgot that Maru said he had a twin, or maybe he didn't. Maru didn't tell him he had a twin. I know Maru told the sister, but I can't recall if you know what I'm saying, Shirugi was actually there when he made that statement. But anyway, you have it where Shirugi is having this statement with Cross, assuming that it's Maru, and you know, he's asking him questions. And then you have it where Cross tells you know, Shirugi, like, yo, don't talk to me. And of course Shirugi is thinking like, yo, what the hell is up with this guy, as Cross disappears and leaves him, you know, leaves Shirugi on the rooftop. Now he disappeared because he doesn't want to be entertained with humans. Now, you know, I'm assuming in the next chapter Shirugi is going to find out that, you know, this is the brother of Maru, and once he finds that out, you know, he's going to be like, I don't like your brother. I trust your brother even less than I trust you. And I imagine that you know, you're going to have it where Maru says like, yeah, my brother doesn't believe this can be a peaceful exchange between two different races. He wants it to be he believes it's going to be a conflict, but we must avoid it at all costs. I imagine something like that is going to go down in the next chapter. But like I said, this chapter was a lot of information. The first chapter was as well, but we did get a little bit of action in the first chapter. This was just all dialogue heavy, and I'm down for it, man. If it can expand the JJK world, I'm all for dialogue heavy chapters. But let me know y'all thoughts on this one down below, and if you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, and I'll catch y'all in the next one. What's up, y'all? We back at it with another chapter of the JJK spinoff, chapter 3. Really enjoying this series so far. I will say this chapter felt a little lighthearted compared to the first two chapters we've gotten, but I feel like this is just a setup chapter just to show us more about the characters and get us more connected to each one of them. That's just my vibes on it. But at the same time, we do have this chapter where actually they showcase cursed spirits, or speak of cursed spirits. And when I saw that, I was like thinking to myself, there's a chance that we might see the return of some of the curses from the original JJK. And I would be so excited if that was to happen, because we were told that curses are reborn after they're dead. They might be slightly different. Their personalities might not be the same, but they can be reborn. And I'm just thinking to myself like, yo, who do I want to see the most? Do I want to see Jugo, Mahito? Like, who do I want to see the most? Like, let me know down below. If we do get the return of some of these cursed spirits, who would you like to see return? And when I think of Mahito with his curse ability, there's a chance that he could return and then potentially restore himself to how he was back when he was defeated by, you know what I'm saying, your boy Yuji, and I don't know, just run amok again. So I guess just so many possibilities they could go with the return of these cursed spirits. But anyway, yo, I'm still on vacation. Hopefully you guys respect the grind. Make sure you thumb it up and subscribe. Greatly appreciate it, man. But let's get into this chapter, man. So the chapter starts off where you got them finding out about their new mission, their latest mission, where they need to go to this forest where this shark-like curse is showing up and it's harming people, you know. And when you think about it, you have it where Shirugi asks, like, did this shark swim upstream? How did it get to the forest? They said it just appeared. It's actually floating and flying throughout the forest, which is unheard of. Sharks don't do stuff like that. You have it where Maru was hearing about it. He was like, damn, this shark sounds dangerous. This is a shark? Like, damn, that's crazy, you know. And then you have it where your boy Shirugi, he's kind of upset about what happened at the end of the first chapter, where he tried to speak to Maru. Maru said, yo, don't talk to me. You got it where he's pretty much thinking about that situation, and you see that he's still upset. Like, it seems like he's thinking to himself like, yo, I should throw this dude a fade right now, but I ain't trying to go against my mission directives, but I really want to hurt this guy. But of course, he doesn't know that that wasn't Maru. That was Maru's twin brother at the end of the last chapter. So he's unaware of it. But he still seems to be upset about it. He's soaking. And you got it where he goes to say cursed spirits haven't appeared, in quite some time. Like, they're very rare this day and age. Meaning that, spirits are afraid to show up because Maki, as well as Yuta, Yuji, Megami, they were around and they were wiping them out. After they fought Suguna, I guess they was like, no other curse should matter right now. So apparently curses are very rare this day and age. And you have it where your boy Tsurugi, he pretty much says like, how do we know the aliens aren't trying to, take over this planet, and they're trying to do it by, using the water, like coming from the seas and stuff like that. Of course, you have it where Maru says like, that's not something we would do. We don't even eat people. We're not trying to do stuff like that. That's not us. We're not that type of crowd, type of group to do something like that. And then you even have it where Yuka, she even takes up for Maru. And I like to see that she's actually starting to, trust him a little bit more, because she says like, it's obvious, bro. He's not a bad guy. You could look at him and tell, like, as of right now, from what I see, he's not bad, probably. So meaning that she does somewhat trust him, but at the same time, she hasn't thrown out the possibility that he could be hiding his true intentions. But you see that Maru's a little excited. He's a little happy to see that she does believe in him somewhat, somewhat. And then you have it where, they end up going to the forest, start speaking to the old man, like some of the people that stayed within the forest. And they asked the old man if he's sure about what he actually seen. And he said, yes, I'm very positive. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I've seen a shark devour one person, and then I've seen it actually injure 2 other people. You have it where he actually says that to him. And then it seems as if they split up. You have it where Tsurugi as well as Maru go to the forest, and Yuka actually decides to stay there, and do some investigation. So as they're walking through the forest, you have it where, Tsurugi says like, if you're really as good as you say, and, you have that power that you use, in chapter 1, why didn't you actually use it to try to save that kid sooner? And you have it where Maru, he doesn't really answer. He just says like, we were told not to use our powers. So I was trying to follow that order, not to use my powers. And then you have it where Tsurugi, he pretty much doesn't believe him. You see that he still has some distrust in him. And you have it where they're arguing amongst themselves. And while they're arguing, the shark actually happens to fly past them. And you have them with this dumb expression on their face. It was hilarious as hell. You have it where right off the bat, Tsurugi is about to use his sword to like try to wipe it out, his curse tool. But that's when you have Maru saying like, wouldn't your sword cause a forest fire? Which shows you that Tsurugi, he is pretty much an amateur, because he should have knew that right off the bat. Like, his sword makes fire, it makes sparks. You're in a forest, you can create a forest fire. And then you have an alien actually telling you that, which makes it even worse. But anyway, you have it where Maru jumps on the shark, grabs it, and you have it where he asks for help. But then that's when you realize it's a man wearing a actual shark costume, and we find out that this guy is actually a sorcerer. He's trying to find the creature that's behind it. He goes to explain like, it's not a shark monster out here. I'm just wearing this costume to locate it. He said it's actually a tiger. We had 2 tigers come up here not too long ago. They had some inbreeding, had a kid, and their kid right now is running amok. Their kid is actually the one who hurt the people and actually devoured the other person. And so they're asking, well, why the heck are you wearing this shark? And we find out that he actually did graduate from Jujutsu High. He's a sorcerer. And you have it where he says like his ability, he's able to use the power of any animal if he wears, if he dress up like him. And it kind of reminds me of the guy from the original JJK where, he could put on the mask and he gets stronger. So that's who it reminded me of. It might even be the same bloodline, who knows? But you have it where he says that, and he's dressed up like a shark because a shark can smell blood. If I'm not mistaken, just from what I remember from zoo books back in the day, 1 drop of blood can be smelled from a mile away when it comes to a shark sense of smell. Now, I could be messing that up, but I remember it being something along those lines. But anyway, you have it where they're investigating the area together. You have it where this guy says like, this tiger is only acting like that because of what's going on You find out that the only reason this tiger is acting up the way it is because they opened up a warehouse, a factory, not too far from where this lion was residing. And you see that they're pretty much interrupting where this, my apologies for that car driving past, but they're interrupting the, the home of where this tiger stays. So it's pretty much only acting up because the people chose to come to this place. And you have it where this sorcerer is pretty much pleading with Tsurugi like, yo, please give this lion a chance, don't slay it. And saying like, yo, this this tiger has already tasted the blood of man. It's going to be a lot harder for us to control it. We're going to have to put it down. So you have it where the tiger actually shows up, and due to old boy's sense of smell, while he's wearing this shark costume, he's able to find where the tiger is. And you got it where the tiger is going to attack him. The tiger actually does get him, and the tiger is actually about to finish him off. And of course, you have it where Tsurugi jumps in, he interferes, he saved the guy from being struck down by the tiger. But then you have it where the tiger itself goes to bear his fang towards Tsurugi. So Tsurugi himself is forced to cut it down. Now you have this sorcerer pleading, saying like, yo, don't cut it down. I remember this tiger when it was just a cub. Now that it's grown up, give it a chance. Like, I'll take that responsibility. I will watch over him. And of course, Tsurugi is pretty much saying like, yo, he tastes the blood of humans already. He's going to be hard to control. And you have it where Tsurugi goes to take down this tiger, and this guy starts to realize like he's no longer the cub that he once knew. And of course, Tsurugi ends up slashing down this tiger. And you have it where they're in the woods talking amongst themselves. And that's when Maru goes to tell Tsurugi like, yo, I have a twin brother. The reason I was hesitant about using my power is because my brother could sense whenever I use my power. And if I was to use my power, he would feel like I was using it because humans were too much, that they could not be trusted. So I was trying to resist using my powers so that my brother would be unaware of any actions that I actually take. And then you have it where Tsurugi's like, yo, well, why are you telling me this now? He says, because I want to be your friend. I want us to trust one another. I want us to be, best friends in a sense. Next thing you know, you hear some rattle in the bushes, and it turns out it's another cub. It's another tiger cub. And that's when they give it to the old man and tell him to watch over this cub because he can keep it from going down the same path of its mother. But when I think about it, I feel like that cub only acted like that because these people were getting too close to its den, and it didn't want anything to try to harm its child. And that's the only reason it was attacking these people, because it was being defensive, and at the same time, it was trying to provide food for its young. Now, that's my thoughts on the matter. I could be completely wrong, but all in all, it was a pretty great chapter. I enjoyed it from start to finish. But I'm curious to hear y'all thoughts on this one, man. Let me know down below, and I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace.
What's your name?
What's up, y'all? We back at it with another chapter of the JJK spinoff, man. Chapter 4. And I will say this is probably my most enjoyable chapter, man. I feel like the first chapter was very good, but it was just a lot of information to absorb. The second chapter was okay. Third chapter, But this chapter right here, I feel like it just, I don't know, it really just give me that old JJK vibes. Maybe it's just me. You guys can let me know how y'all feel about it. But when it comes down to Maru and the other aliens, I'm starting to think it's gonna be the humans that try to backstab the aliens. That's the vibes I'm getting from the series so far. Like, they're playing it off like they want to know as much about the aliens, which is probably true to a certain extent, but I feel like it's gonna be the higher ups that's gonna make a dumb decision that's gonna cause a war between the humans and the aliens. Mark my words. Think about all the dumb decisions the higher ups did in the original JJK series, to the point where Gojo himself was saying like, yo, maybe I should go out there and wipe them all out. I feel like a similar situation is going to happen where they're going to cause this war to happen, and you're going to have it where Maru doesn't want it to happen because of the relationship and bonds that he formed with Yuka as well as Tsurugi. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen in the future of this series. I could be wrong, but we'll just have to wait and see. But let's get into this chapter right here where we get a cursed spirit going crazy. I love to see it. So the chapter starts off where you got the teacher of, Yuka as well as Tsurugi pretty much telling them that Maru is an alien. They both look at their teacher and say like, yo, we already know. Now you have it where their teacher is pretty much telling them, and I want to see what their teacher is capable of, because the fact that he's always standing there all calm and collective, I'm not saying he on no Gojo level, but like, who's to say he might be on, like, I don't know, because all the characters towards the end of JJK became pretty damn powerful. He might be on the level of the guy who wore the trench coat with the sword, who used used the sword style. I can't think of his name right now, but you know who I'm talking about. The guy who was with Panda when Sukuna said no one can move. That guy. But anyway, you have it where he talks to Tsurugi on the side and tells Tsurugi, like, yo, you need to watch everything that Maru does. You need to observe it, gather as much information as possible, even if it's something small and little. Just try your best to grab all that information. They want Maru to go on more missions with these guys so that they could, have a more understanding of Maru and his race, and at the same time Maru can be around, humans and learn more about their sorcery abilities. So while you got the guy explaining that to Tsurugi is thinking about how Maru told him about his powers and the reason why he really don't want to use his powers. But you see that Tsurugi, he somewhat trusts Maru now after the last chapter. You see where he doesn't just straight tell this information to his teacher. He keeps it to himself. Now, maybe at some point he may reveal it, but for right now, he's keeping it a secret. And I kind of rock with his character, man. He really does remind me of Yuta. I don't know why. Even though he doesn't have any curse energy, or at least I don't think he does, he really does remind me of Yuta as far as his personality. How Yuta, despite how cold he felt, he always did whatever, he felt was best for his team. Like, remember how, Gojo trained me, but nah, if you guys want me to take down Yuji, yeah, I will do that. Hey, look, I can do that. He just, Tsurugi kind of reminds me of him. And I would say the sister Yuka, it reminds me more so of Maki far as like, she wants to be headstrong, rush into battle, prove her worth. But you have it where that's going on. You have it where Maru is happy that he gets to continue his missions with, Tsurugi as well as Yuka. And you have it where they find out their next mission where they're going to have to go after this kid. Now, they show this kid, he's in class, he's in school, and you have it where the kid name is being called on by the teacher. And you have this very eerie panel where the kid is speaking to the teacher as the teacher is writing on the chalkboard. And the teacher looks terrified. Right here, this panel alone, like, let's just say they did sneak peeks for this series. This panel alone would have me on some like, yo, damn, what the hell is going on? Like, this panel really gave me like real old school JJK vibes. Not saying this series doesn't remind me of JJK. I'm just saying like that spooky vibe, like that really scary early JJK vibe. But anyway, you really get that from this little kid. But you have it where they find out that it's a student that, keeps repeating the first grade. Apparently they passed 2 years in a row. This is going on the third year, but for whatever reason, that kid keeps going back to the first grade. You have it where they have to investigate this. Now, while this is going on, you got Maru playing with a frog. He's excited to see this little frog. He's like, oh man, we got a frog right here. And then you have it where, they start talking about how old Maru is. And Maru says, well, if you were to go by human years, I guess you would say I'm 19. And then you have this funny inner monologue between Yuka and your boy Tsurugi, where they're both thinking like, yo, they're going to pretend they didn't hear this. It's kind of too late to start treating him like someone who's older than us with respect. So we're going to just act like we don't know his age, because in case you don't remember, if I'm not mistaken, one of them is 17, one of them is 16. But anyway, you have it where they reached out to the parent of of this kid. They didn't really get to talk to the parent. Then you have it where they reach out to the school, and for whatever reason, the teacher kind of avoids giving them any information. So you have it where they decide to split up. And I noticed they constantly split up the same way in every chapter when they need to split up. It's where pretty much Maru sticks with Tsurugi, and Yuka goes by herself to do her own thing. It's the second chapter in a row where they split up and they did it this way. But anyway, you have it where she goes to investigate the house of the boy, and you have it where Maru and Tsurugi go to the school to try to find the boy. Now you have this other guy that's with him. I believe his name is Minno. He says like, yo, I'm not going to be able to aid y'all in battle. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be able to help y'all. I'm not fighting no curse user or anything like that. And you have it where they say, well, we weren't expecting anything from you, you know? Like, yo, it's cool. You know, if you don't want to fight, we already knew that was happening. And you have it where this guy says back to him, which was another hilarious moment. Like, look, man, it's one thing when I say it, but it's annoying when it comes from you too. So I wonder if this guy can even see curses or curse spirits, because right now they're thinking it's a curse user, not necessarily a curse spirit. Remember, cursed spirits are kind of rare this day and age for these guys' timeline. But you have it where they split up. You have it where Tsurugi goes to the school and he says that's him. And I'm not gonna lie, this panel looks scary as hell where he's like, yo, you're Masaki, right? And then next thing you know, the kid takes off running. And then Tsurugi's like, yo, it's the kid's running. So that proves that he's guilty. Then you have Maru again, another chapter making more sense than the actual human. And he's an alien. He says like, yo, he's running because he's a little kid. Like, yo, your face looks scary as hell, man. Like, he's not just gonna stand there and try to talk to a stranger. But as they're chasing the kid, you have it where this curse-like spirit comes out. And I'm not gonna lie, this spirit looks kind of crazy. But like within a quick instance, you have it where Maru as well as Tsurugi both attack this spirit very quickly. Now after they've done that, you have it where Tsurugi is trying to determine whether or not this is some type of Shikigami or if it's actually a guardian spirit. And then you have it where Maru calls it something else, Kylie Yan. That's what he calls it. I'm guessing that's what they call cursed spirits where he's from. But anyway, you have it where Tsurugi tells Maru to stay back, and Tsurugi's thinking to himself, Susami's attitude, it seems the aliens are the ones holding all the cards right now, and Maru is the test they're using to judge humanity. You have it where he says it. He seems worried about whether he should use his powers. We obviously can't let Maru fight, and we absolutely have to prevent him from coming to any harm. Right now, the real goal of our mission is to get through this evaluation period without any incidents and avoid a war with aliens. So pretty much you have it where Tsurugi's already aware of the situation, what he needs to do, and that he needs to make sure Maru stays safe no matter what. But you have it where the kid bows down and says that he's sorry. Then you have it where they go to the park and they're talking at the park. You have it where the kid says 3 years ago when he came home, his mother had collapsed to the floor. He didn't want to move up to the 2nd grade, so he kept begging his mother to let him stay in the 1st grade forever. And then his mother became a monster that keeps him in the 1st grade. And then you have it where, Maru asks like, yo, so what do you mean she keeps you in the 1st grade? He says it's okay. You don't have to push yourself. Just tell us what you know. And you have it where Maru says, we couldn't figure out the part about repeating the 1st grade, but with this, we can kind of get a gist of what's going on here. Because remember, earlier in the chapter, you had it where the Mino guy was saying like, yo, the steps that they're taking to keep this kid in the 1st grade seems pretty sloppy. Whoever's doing it isn't really worried about getting caught. And the fact that he's a kid kind of makes sense that, why they're so carelessness with the routes they went to keep him in the 1st grade. But anyway, you have it where they're talking to the kid. The kid, they asked the kid to take him to their house. The kid said, okay, I'll take you to where I am because Tsurugi wants to confirm something. Next thing you know, it jumps to Yuka and Mino as they get to the house of where the kid is, and they're looking at the residence. And as they're walking, you have it where Yuka, she feels an odd presence. She looks towards the garden and she says like, yo, let's start digging over here. My brother should be here soon. And you have it where they're digging. Next thing you know, you have both of them pretty much discovering something, and it seems as if they're in 2 different locations. But you have it where it's a skull with it's a skull with a tree growing out of his head. And I don't know, this panel look creepy as hell, but I'm not gonna lie, I really rock with it. And you have it where she says, just as I thought. Next thing you know, it jumps to Tsurugi and Maru and them, and you have it where Tsurugi says like, oh, so this is the body of your mother, just as I suspected. The only place you could have hidden it was near the house. There's no way a kid could transport a body that far. And you have it where, the kid is kind of sad. He's saying like, yo, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to go to jail? And you have it where Maru's trying to reassure the kid, saying like, nah, you're not going to go to jail, man. Like, yo, you'll probably go to a sorcery school where they can teach you how to use your powers. And of course you have it where he's like, yo, I know you're afraid. You're losing everything that you once had, And I'm the same way. I lost everything that I once cared about, but I'm hoping, I'm hoping I can find a neighbor, someone that can help me forget about the things that I've lost. And he says, I have the bright idea. Why don't we become neighbors? You know what I'm saying? That way we could help one another forget about the things that we lost. And as you have that going on, you have it where Sarugi phone is ringing. He answers, his sister yelling at him, and she's telling him like, yo, when you find the boy, make sure you do not let him escape your sight. You apprehend him right away. This kid is as guilty as they come, completely guilty. She says, there are 5 bodies buried in this garden, and I feel like there's even more if we were to keep digging. You have it where Sarugi says, we're at his house. She's like, nah, y'all not at his house. We're at his house right now. And then you have it where Sarugi turns around, and as he turns around, you see that this little kid knocks down Maru to the ground. And the next thing you know, he's peeling the skin off his face, and it looks like it's an old lady face. And she's saying, oh, so you have allies. And that's how the chapter ends, with this either cursed spirit or user is about to attack Sarugi. And that's how the chapter ends. Like, yo, this was a really great chapter from start to finish, man. I can't wait to get the next chapter to see what really is going on. And hopefully Maru don't get too involved in this battle, because if he does, it could potentially start a war between the humans and the aliens. But I'm curious to hear y'all thoughts on this chapter, man. Let me know down below. And if you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe. And I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace. Hey, yo, Maru about to be on demon time. Like, look at this dude. He is on demon time.
What's your name? I got 100 on my.
What's up, y'all? We back at it with the JJK spinoff, man. Chapter 5. Hey, yo, I'm rocking with the series. Each chapter has been better than the last, if you ask me, man. I'm really rocking with it. And hey, yo, I don't know who I like the best out of this trio. Is it Maru? Is it your girl Yuka? Or is it maybe even the brother Sarugi? Like, between these 3 characters, it's hard for me to pick a favorite. I don't know. Let me know down below, you know, who's your favorite character out of this trio, man. Let me know. I'm very curious to hear who you guys chose. Now, I want to say Maru just on how this chapter alone is starting off, because I feel like he about to show us something like his evil side. Up until this point, he's been a pretty cool and nice, kind-hearted character, but I feel like we about to see his darker side, where he's about to be on some demon time. You know, if you know, you know. I don't know, just based off the first page we get in this chapter and the final page we get in this chapter, I feel like he about to be on demon time. But we're going to have to find out, man. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications. Greatly appreciated, man. Show your boy some love by hitting that hype me up button. Hey, yo, if you want to send a super thanks too, man, you can do that as well. I'm not stopping you. But yo, let's get into this chapter. So it starts off where you got this lady, this mom. She's on the phone. Obviously, she's busy with work. And, you know, while she's talking to, you know, someone at her job, maybe her boss or a fellow co-worker, we're not exactly sure, you got her daughter screaming, mommy, mommy, mommy. And we all know shit like that could get annoying. You know what I'm saying? Well, I've seen people snap before because of similar situations. But anyway, you got it where she tells the mom tells the person she's on the phone with, like, hey, yo, give me a second. I got to go take care of some shit. The mom straight bust up in the room like, yo, be quiet. Yo, I told you I was on the phone handling business. Hey, yo, I don't even know why, but reading that part alone, it kind of took me back to my childhood. I was in the child's place, like, I was about to say, sorry, mama. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it was. But you have it where the mom's like, what are you even doing? And the daughter says, I don't even know. And you see that she has a cup in her hand, and the liquid from her cup is floating in the air. Now, seeing that already, you know some crazy shit about to go down. And then they show a panel of your boy Maru laying on the ground. His eye is kind of, you know, blacking out. Like the top of his face is kind of blacking out. And you already know he about to go on demon time. Now, my whole thing is, can his brother take control over his body? Because you know how they say, like, his brother's aware whenever he uses his power. So he's trying his best not to use his power to prevent his brother from knowing. So I wonder if it's even a part where maybe his brother can temporarily take control over his body and operate it. That way, you know, he can protect his brother. I wonder if something like that, like a different twist from what we're usually seeing, you know, when it's, you know, when it comes to super powerful characters. I wonder if they might do a twist like that. I think that would be very dope to see. But anyway, then it jumps to your boy Tsurugi as he's facing off against this old man. And you got the old man, you know, doing like tricks and spinning and doing crazy movements to avoid the slashes of Tsurugi's flame, like, curse tool weapon. And you got it where the old man says, like, yo, didn't your mama tell you shouldn't play with fire? And of course, Tsurugi's like, yo, I need to hurry up so that I could get back and check on Maru. Now, you know Tsurugi wants to check on Maru because it's his job to make sure nothing happens to him, that he's not forced to use his powers to prevent, you know, to help prevent a war between the humans and the aliens. So he really wants to go check on, especially given everything that, you know, Maru told him in the previous chapters. Now you got it where, you know, Tsurugi is saying everything they predicted is actually playing out, except for one thing, the fact that this old man is here. And you see that he's even got a curse, you know, he's able to use his curse energy to actually make like a Shimigami to a certain extent, where he has a curse behind him aiding in his battle, similar to like how Junpei had the little I guess it was like an octopus with him, as well as I guess you can't say Megami, because Megami used like a shadow style type of curse technique. But anyway, you got it where this guy pulls out like a hairpin or a thread, a pin for like needle and thread, and you got it where this old geezer starts attacking your boy Tsurugi. And Tsurugi says like, this man is strong. Like, yo, he would go as far as to say that he's grade 1 sorcerer level, or, you know what I'm saying, or higher, which shows you how powerful this guy is. And I'm curious to know if, you know, maybe this guy was someone that we knew from the old original JJK series, but we didn't like pay him any mind. And now that he's a lot older, you know, we might find out like, oh, this was this character, we seen him for a brief moment in such and such chapter. I wonder if that's the case. You know, I'm pretty sure like the hardcore JJK fans are probably like, yeah, you guys don't remember him from chapter 7. He had a brief moment in one panel. If you look at the very corner of this right here, you can see him standing there next to another lady in the park. I imagine someone's gonna do that. But anyway, you got it where, you know, Tsurugi's facing off against this old geezer, and at the same time he still has to be worried of the curse that's helping the old geezer. You have it where this curse comes to attack Tsurugi whenever he's distracted, and Tsurugi's holding his own. He's doing his own thing against him. And you have it where the old man goes to talk to Tsurugi, and he says like, yo, well, you have it where Tsurugi tells the old man like, yo, the power that you have, why don't you use it to help people, to make the world a better place? And then the old man replies by saying like, yo, there was a time where I might have thought like that, but that's your youth talking. Age strips away that softness, you know. In time, even you'll see that saving a life feels no different from taking a life. It won't move you at all. And I was like, yo, damn, that's a powerful ass line. And it really makes me wonder. If at some point, you know, maybe we'll see a character that was from the original JJK group where they've kind of turned bad because they feel the same way as this old man right here. I wonder if this is just like Gege trying to give us a little bit of foreshadowing that we may see a character original group that feels this way, where, you know, taking a life feels no different from saving a life. You'll see as you get older. But you have it where the old man says that, and he also goes to say there's certain things though, no matter how old you get, that feeling will never change. Like, you know, walking down the street looking at cherry blossom trees, you know, carrying an oversized backpack to school, you know, realizing the world, you know what I'm saying, the world out there. It's just certain things that you will always remember. He says he loved being a first grader, so he wants to be a first grader over and over again, as his curse that he has starts like stitching his face up so that he can look like a young kid. Of course, Tsurugi's like, yo, I don't care about all of that, just give me more time. So, you know, just talk all you want, so it'll give me a bigger excuse to finish you off. And then you have it where the old man starts to repeat himself all over again. And that's when Tsurugi realized like, yo, wait, the cause of this whole incident is an elder curse user who is senile and lost control, meaning this man doesn't really remember who he is, and because of that, because he's gone senile, he's running amok. And of course, you got it where this old man himself starts to realize that he's repeating himself as well. And at this time, you have it where your boy Tsurugi does a new shadow style simple domain, and it looks so amazing. It looks like he has many domains all over the ground. I'm imagining that he's able to jump freely among these circles, and each of these circles represent his simple domain. He got multiple simple domains all around him, and it looks amazing as hell. But you see where the old man ain't so senile, because as soon as he sees this guy perform this, as soon as he sees Tsurugi perform this, he says like, yo, hang on, this is a brat from one of the big 3 clans. So he's got a heavenly restriction that trades his curse energy for incredible physical abilities, and he uses the curse energy channel into his curse tool to perform shadow style. Pretty damn impressive. So he's able to use curse techniques by utilizing the curse energy within his curse tool. Now I'm very curious, what grade is this curse tool that he's currently holding right now? Like, yo, is it a special grade tool? Like, what level is this tool? And if that's the case, like, yo, couldn't he just get different type of curse tools and use multiple curse techniques at the same time? I don't know, this guy just seems pretty impressive. I imagine this is something that Maki herself probably learned and passed down to this guy. This is amazing right here. I think this is a dope technique. But you have it where Tsurugi starts to face off against the old man, as well as his curse that he's able to control as well, and he's doing a good job against both of them. You have it where this old man says like, yo, that was a fully automatic attack that attacks anything that invades his simple domain. Oh man, this shit just, I really like that. Next thing you know, you hear the words come from out of nowhere. Emerge from the darkest, blacker than darkness, purify which is impure. And you see that someone does a veil. Oh man, I don't know, I just really like this. And as you see that's going on, next thing you know, you got it where Yuka shows up and she does a biting twist attack on the old man, which sends him flying. Of course, you have it where Tsurugi gives his sister the breakdown on what's going on and this guy's abilities that he's seen so far, and how she also needs to watch out for that curse, who is kind of slow but will attack you when your back is turned. Next thing you know, you got it where sister and brother are fighting together to take down these two, and these panels just look so damn clean. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. And then you have it where this old man realized that their partnership, their teamwork isn't just addition, it's multiplication, meaning that these guys get even stronger when they fight together, or at least that's the way I'm taking it. These guys get stronger by fighting with one another. Now I'm very curious if they're aware of this themselves, or if it's just something that happens, you know what I'm saying, and they already are, they already know about it. I'm really curious about that. But anyway, as they're standing there after they defeat this two, you hear the old man say like, yo, you out of stamina already? And then you got it where the old man pierces Yuka in her shoulder. Next thing you know, he pierces Tsurugi as well in 2 spots, and they both fall to the ground. They're wounded. And you got it where this old man says that he's able to transform human skin for his fabric. So everything that he's making and creating is from human skin, and I'm imagining he's been collecting it over the years. And he's like, yo, the whole time you guys were just attacking one of his puppets. You see that the needle he's holding in his hand is different from the needle that the other older man had earlier. But anyway, you got it where the old man said, yo, this is getting boring. He's just gonna kill them and get them out. And yeah, he may have lost a few marbles, but look at him now, he's winning the battle. And as he says that, you hear the word Maru, and I'm imagining this was spoken by Tsurugi, and everything in this area is seemingly floating in the air. And you got it where the eye on the forehead of Maru opens up, and that's how the chapter ends. Hey yo, some crazy shit about to happen. Some crazy shit is about to happen in this next chapter. But I'm curious to hear y'all thoughts on this one, man. This shit is crazy. Let me know your thoughts down below, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. All right, y'all, we just got the latest chapter of JJK spinoff. Hey, look, man, I know I said it before, but this is the best chapter that we have gotten for this series. Every chapter is better than the last. We get to see what Maru is actually capable of, and I feel like in this chapter we got a guest appearance from your boy Yuji. Now I could be wrong, maybe that wasn't Yuji, maybe it was someone else. It might even be the old man, but I feel like we got a guest surprise from Yuji. Hey look, we about to dive into this shit, man. Hey yo, this shit, like, I know we about to get season 3 of JJK, and I'm excited for that. I'm really am. But I kind of want to be like, yo, hurry up and get past season 3. I don't know if season 3 going to be the last season or if season 4. I don't know. But we need to get to the season where we get to see this shit, because what Maru just did right here, hey, look, man, it kind of gave me vibes of like Rock Lee, as far as being unconscious but conscious at the same time. Hey, look, I'm not going to dive too much into it right now. We're going to get to it as we go throughout these pages of the chapters, man. Hopefully you like the video, and if you do, make sure you subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications, man. Hey, look. This shit go down. But anyway, the chapter start off where you got the old man standing there with his spirit that he, his sorcery spirit that he created. And you got it where the old man's just standing there looking. I don't know why, but the way the old man dresses really makes me think of Killua from Hunter x Hunter. I don't know why. I just, that's what I see. That's what I see. But anyway, you got it where this sorcerer is looking, this old man is looking at Maru like, yo, that eye that he has is the real deal. Then you have it where calling out to Maru, but Maru isn't listening. Maru is on a whole nother level. He is on straight demon time right now. But you have it where he's approaching the old man, and the old man saying like, yo, damn, you the guy I knocked out earlier. I guess you still got a little bit of life in you. I thought I hurted you. And this old man potentially could have wiped out Maru and started a whole war. He could have started a whole war. But then you have the eye on Maru's forehead. It looks in the direction of Tsurugi, it looks like. And then you have it where it just stares at the old man. And I'm not gonna lie, this panel right here, with him just staring at the old man, hey yo, it looked like some shit is about to go down, man. I was getting like, oh man, what's about to happen? What's about to happen? Let me tell you something. Yo, I was getting straight excited, man. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was amped. And I was like, yo, whoop his old ass. Whoop, ain't no telling how many guys this guy killed over time. But anyway, you have it where the eye like opens up even wider, and it like kind of like shoots out this bright light. You have it where the old man is like, yo, what's going on? This thing is making everything run amok. He's not in control of his guardian spirit. So it seems as if this eye, once it opened up, he lost control over the spirit that he has around him, that guardian spirit, that curse. And the fact that Maru could do that alone was something amazing. But you have it where Maru starts moving at an amazing speed, where he pops up on the side of this guy after he made this guy, pretty much freeze. It looked like the guy stabbed himself. I'm just assuming. I could be wrong. And Maru could have made him do it, but it looked as if the guy stabbed himself so he could gain control over his body again, like pain freed him from the prison or the shackles of Maru's ability. But anyway, you have it where the old man is like catching his bearings after stabbing his hand, and you have it where Maru moves on the side of him and throws a rock at him. Then the old man goes to parry this rock to stab it with this little needle and thread that he's holding in his hand. But you have it where this rock zips around the needle and goes and smacks the old man and sends him flying. And the old man is like, yo, what the hell was this old attack? What the hell was this attack that just hit me? And then as he says that, you have it where Maru pops up above him with the leg extended high up to kick this old man. The old man looks back like, holy shit. And then he manages to jump out the way from this kick. But I'm telling you, if this kick would have landed, that old man was done. Like the destruction that this kick causes is insane right now. Like, this is crazy. Maru is playing for keeps. And you have it where Tsurugi, he's looking at it, he's like, yo, was Maru always this strong? Was he always this powerful? Yo, and I imagine that this right here has Tsurugi evaluating everything he's ever done around Maru. Because seeing what he's displaying right here, I don't think Tsurugi would stand a chance against him. Now, maybe if Rika came out, who knows? But I don't think he would stand a chance with just, with the pack that he has. But anyway, you have it where the old man gets knocked into the school building. You see basketballs and stuff falling around. Maru is still walking towards him. And you have it where the old man is thinking to himself like, yo, I messed up big time.
I should have killed this guy when I had the chance. The fact that I allowed him to live, that's my fault. But I'm gonna have to correct that. So the old man still hasn't given up. He's still thinking like, yo, I got the hands. I could throw the hands at this guy. You know what I'm saying? We're about to see what go down. So you have it where that's going on. Next thing you notice Maru's brother is watching from afar. He's watching from a rooftop, and you have it where he seems quite pleased with what's going on. And he actually goes to say like, pitiful, you lost your composure, Maru, referring to his brother, like his brother should have never lost control over his body. So it seems as if it's not even his brother's doing. It's not even Maru's doing. It seems as if he's lost consciousness, and the eye itself is an entity of its own. Like maybe he made some type of pact with a curse, and maybe the same thing happened with Maru's brother. We're not exactly sure what's up with this eye, if the eye is separate or the same. But you got it where, Maru's brother says that excuse for an older brother, which means Maru's the oldest one. I don't know why I was thinking the other one was the oldest. Even though they're twins, I was just thinking this guy was the oldest. But you got it where he's watching from afar, and he says like, yo, there's a good chance that this may lead to a war. But even if that comes, we got Deborah on our side, referring to that big guy that we seen sitting in the chair, sitting on the throne in the very first chapter, who's rumored to be just as strong as Sukuna. Now, as that's going on, as the brother is saying that, it jumps back to Maru as he's facing off against this old man. And the old man is trying to figure out Maru's curse technique. He's thinking it may be some type of gravity manipulation. He's trying to figure it out. The next thing you know, you got it where all the basketballs within this, within this court start floating in the air, and you got it where the old man is thinking to himself like, man, this reminds me of that one time that I almost croaked in a fight. And you have it where he's thinking of a figure, a person who's kind of like shaded out where we really can't see him. And I don't know why. For me, I think that might be Yuji. I think it might actually be either Yuji, Megami, someone from the original game. Because you got to think, it's been 68 years since the battle against Sukuna. And this man is an old man, which means he's older. He definitely looks older than 68, which means he definitely was around when, when the events that took place and against Sukuna 68 years ago. I imagine this guy might be in the 70s, maybe even 80s. So this guy could have been like a young teenager back in that day, and then as he got older, maybe in his 30s or 40s, he could have faced off against one of the JJK members, and they probably would have only been in their 50s or 60s. So that's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong, but you have it where it jumps back to them facing off. Matter of fact, let me know down below, who do you think that figure was, that person was, that he said almost made him croak that one time, the one time he almost lost the fight. And you have it where it jumps back to present day, and you got Maru's body attacking him. The old man is doing everything he can to parry and dodge, but he's constantly getting hit by Maru's attacks, and Maru isn't letting up. He's going in. Next thing you know, you have it where the balls, the soccer balls that Maru throws, because at first he started off with basketballs, then you got it where he's throwing soccer balls, and as these soccer balls are passing past this old guy, they start to explode. And with the explosion of these soccer balls, you have it where Maru sneaks up behind this guy, hits him in the face with one of the soccer balls, and then just throw like a 100-hit combo, straight punches to the face, dogging this guy, walking the dog on him. And then next thing you know, he punches him so fast that he sends him flying out to school and into the pool. This shit looks amazing. As he's in the pool, you still got Maru walking towards the old man. And the old man is underwater in the pool. He jumps out the water saying that it's hot, it's burning him. And then you have it where Maru like lifts up his hand, closes his fist, and the water from the pool end up freezing into ice, imprisoning this guy. And you got it where Maru is about to strike this guy and finish him off. And then the old man says like, oh, this chump's technique is to completely destroy any and all logic, meaning he can do whatever he wants, meaning he's a reality warper or something like from X-Men or Marvel or DC. Like, he can manipulate anything. But as Maru goes to do this final strike against this old man, you have it where Tsurugi jumps in and Tsurugi blocks the attack. But even though Tsurugi blocks it, the attack is still strong enough to send him flying as well as the old man. Now, the old man is on the ground, unconscious. Oh, I don't know if he's unconscious, but he's on the ground. And you have it where Tsurugi tells Maru like, yo, that's enough, man. And you got it where Tsurugi notices. He's like, just as I thought, he's unconscious right now. Despite his despite his injuries, he moves he says he's unconscious right now. Right then it jumps to Maru's brother. And his brother says like, yo, despite his injuries, he moves well. You know, this whole ordeal isn't half bad. Meaning like, yo, he's surprised that Sarugi could still move despite the injury he took from the old man earlier. Then you got it where, you know, the brother of Maru goes to say like, yo, it doesn't matter if Sarugi attacks or protects Maru. Either way, it benefits the aliens. He says the sorcerers and Jujutsu HQ aren't unified. He said even among the Earthlings, certain people would want to make use of the aliens without accepting them. You know, and you got it where Sarugi is thinking that, as well as Maru's brother. And he says like, yo, we can't let a war start. I can't allow a war to start. And even if he is a sorcerer, they won't sit idly if Maru kills an Earthling. Meaning like, yo, they will use that as an excuse to start a war. And I could definitely see that happening in the real world, which is crazy to think, but I could definitely see it. But next thing you know, you got it with Maru brothers thinking like, yo, an old fart who isn't blameless enough to support the narrative wouldn't grant them their wishes, as well as a young innocent man. And then you have it where Sarugi is thinking about the times that he spent with Maru, where Maru says like, yo, he just want to get along. You have it where Sarugi says, I don't want this guy to be the catalyst of a war. And then he screams out to Maru to wake up, but of course Maru still goes in to attack. Sarugi is screaming out to him more and more like, yo, come on, wake up, wake up. We're supposed to be neighbors. And as he says that, I don't know why, but these words resonated with the brother of Maru. And Maru's brother actually teleports from the roof in front of Maru and tells him to calm down. And as he tells him to calm down, Maru passes out. You have it where Maru's brother looks at Sarugi and says, damn it. And I'm imagining those words touched home. He must feel somewhat similar to how his brother does about wanting to have neighbors. And maybe they had some close neighbors on the planet they was before, and maybe those neighbors got taken out, and that may have resonated with the older or the younger brother. Chapter ends with it saying the heart awakens, and you hear someone say, what am I? So is that Sarugi saying that, or is that Maru saying it? Like, who is saying those words? But I can't wait to see the next chapter. And actually, we're supposed to get a color page with the next chapter due to the success of this, this spinoff. But let me know your thoughts down below, and let me know, who do you think that mysterious guy was that we seen earlier in this chapter that had the old man on the path of death? Let me know down below, and if you like this video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll definitely catch y'all in the next one, man. Peace.
We got the latest chapter, and all I gotta say is, Gege, stop doing this to us, man. Don't keep doing this to us. Hey, look, this is the second chapter we got where we get to see someone from the original JJK, and it's just this one little part of a whole page, like this little part, and then that character isn't mentioned no more throughout the whole chapter. Now I could see like maybe a whole page of that character, but just a little cube, a little image of that character, and they may say one or two words and that's it. Like, come on, man, this is the second time. I don't know if they trolling us or what, but we only got this one little small panel of Mahito. Now, granted, it was enough to get me amped and excited and looking forward to the chapter, but I would have liked to have gotten more. And I wonder if we're going to get more about that flashback. Are we going to see more of Mahito? Every time I look at that page or that little part of the page and think about it, just really makes me think of that scene where Yuji tells him like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you come back, I'll take you out. If you come back again, I'll take you out again. Over and over, how many times it takes. I'm okay with my part in this world. So I don't know, man. I just wanted a little bit more with that. But overall, this chapter was pretty good, man. It made me actually feel sad for Yuka. But we about to get right into it, man. Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell, man. Again, I'm returning from out of town, so I am basing this video off the fan translations. But make sure you check out the official to show your love and support. I know I am as soon as I get back in town, so make sure you do the same. But we get this amazing color page with Yuko on the cover as well as Cross. You know what I'm saying? Some people may assume that it's Maru, but I think it's Cross just based off what this chapter entails. Now, this is a dope color page. Now, of course, you got it where the chapter actually starts off with the old man that Maru just beat the hell out of in the last chapter. This dude is still going, man. Hey, despite how you feel about him And the fact that his design looked like saggy skin, hey, the dude kind of doing this thing. Like this dude is still fighting. I think it's been like what, 3 chapters straight. But of course, you have where the teacher of Yuka as well as Sarugi, he shows up and you look at his hand, and his hand has the snake and the snake eyes and the fang curse seal on it. I'm not gonna lie, the joint look pretty dope on the hand, man. The joint kind of make the dude look goated. And you have it where he says, "Don't speak." So yes, this man has cursed speech. Now, the crazy thing about his cursed speech, when he covered his mouth to talk through the tattoo, through the seal, it doesn't look like he's in pain like our boy Salmon from back in the day, from the original JJK. And I wonder if that was a way they developed to get around that pain, to get away from that weakness of that curse technique. And if that's the case, I want to see more of this, because once he says don't move, the old man can't move. And then he proceeds to beat the hell out the old man. Like, I mean, this dude just kicked him straight in the face. And then you have it where he tells Mino, like, yo, hey, look, wrap him up, man. Let's take him into custody. Let's get out of here. Then it jumps to Sarugi, and you have it where Cross is holding him by the neck. And, Sarugi's like, yo, what's the matter? What's going on? Why do you have to act like this? And you have Sarugi saying like, yo, wake up. Why the hell did you say that? Why are you talking about, we can be neighbors? What do you mean by that? Answer me. And of course, Sarugi ends up passing out, and you have it where Cross, he's pissed by that statement. He's pissed. He's just thinking about all the stuff that humans been scheming and been up to. And he says, like, being neighbors with your kind, effing chance, like big effing chance. I don't know if I can say the F word. It felt weird to say it. And I doubt that's what they're going to say in the officials. I mean, they might. And if they do, I'm going to be like, yo, damn, that's crazy. But anyway, you got it where, the teacher of Sarugi and Yuka, he says, like, we could take Maru to our medics and have them take a look at him. Of course, Cross is saying, like, no, our medics to look at him. And he looks at, Cross looks at their teacher like, y'all just want to study our biology so that you can have a better understanding of us and how we use our curse abilities. And you have it where, their teacher's thinking like, damn, he figured me out. But while, Maru's laying there unconscious, you have it where Cross takes the, that little sticker or Band-Aid off his forehead, as well as the little rope to tie the hair, and he says, I'm a bard for a while. And this is where we get to the panel that had me upset that I was speaking about earlier. We see a panel of Mahito. He's upside down, and he says, what's all this? I thought you were him. And then in that moment, you have it where Sarugi wakes up and he looks frightened. Now, I did a spoiler video a couple days on this chapter, and someone said something that had me intrigued in the comment section. Shout out to you. You have it where they say they believe that at some point in time, Mahito returned and he ran into Sarugi, thinking Sarugi was Yuji, but it turned out to be, Sarugi. So Mahito was about to finish him off. He was a young child at this point in time. And then that's when Yuji showed up and saved him. Yuji saved Sarugi from Mahito and, finished him off once again. Now, if that's the case, that sounds cold as hell, and I would like to see more of it. But I could have, if I remember correctly, when, not Gojo, I was about to say Gojo, but when, what was his name? Jogo. When Jogo got defeated by Sukuna, he said, we will be reborn, but we won't really be like our previous selves. So do they have just a little bit of their memories, or are they completely different? The fact that he makes this statement, Mahito makes this statement, leads me to believe that they're not completely different. They do have some past memories of their past selves. Now, that could just be me, but all in all, man, this is probably the most intriguing part out of this whole chapter, or at least it's in the top 2, because what we find out later on in this chapter may be number 1, depending on which character you like the most. But anyway, as Sarugi wakes up from that nightmare, we don't really get anything else about it. And you have it where Maru is standing there right in front of him. Now, of course, we can look and tell that that's not Maru, that's Cross. But your boy Sarugi, he cannot tell the difference. And their tattoo markings are completely different. Now, it makes me wonder if Gege does that so that we, as the reader, know who the two people are, who the individuals are, or is it really different markings on their faces? Because if that's the case, hey, yo, Sarugi, you need to tighten up. But of course, you got it where Sarugi is asking Maru about Cross, which he's really asking Cross, like I was just saying. And you got it where he says, like, yo, why is your brother so offended and so angry by us? What is the deal with that? And the next thing you know, you have it where Yuka shows up. She's pretty much praising Maru for what he did in the battle against the old man, saying like, yo, I heard what happened while I was unconscious, yo. Congratulations to you. You did your damn thing. And you got it where Sarugi saying, yeah, man, he's on the level of a grade 1 sorcerer, first grade sorcerer. And of course you got it where, Yuka says, well, let's get going. Maru says, which is actually Cross, says like, where to, and of course Yuka says the place you wanted to go. And they end up going to a fair. I think it's hilarious the face they actually show of Cross, like, yo, Maru, I can't believe you really wanted to do this. Like, this was on your to-do list. Of course, there's this little kid. He's lost from his mom, which is a pretty small part of the chapter. But you got it where he's looking for his mother. And Yuka, as well as Cross, helps this guy, helps this little kid find his mom because, Sarugi and Mino, they take off running in the opposite direction. Of course, once they run off, you have it where Yuka says like, yo, Cross, I know it's you. My brother may not be able to figure it out, but I can. And I imagine because she can see the difference in their curse energy. That's just my thoughts on how she was able to tell so quickly. But anyway, you have it where they find the mother of this little kid. The little kid goes off with his mom, and as he walks off, he gives his balloon to Cross and says, thank you for your help. And then you have it where, Cross as well as Yuka, they have this talk about how the world is and how, certain religions are banned now because what took place, a few years ago in Japan. And you have where they have this very deep conversation. Then Yuka goes to reveal something that's very crazy, something we did not know. But it turns out, she's got something going on with her brain. One would say brain cancer, but it's not quite as serious as brain cancer. And she only has a year and a half to live. And you got it where, she's not really saying that she's upset and mad about it. It's just the way things are. Now, I'm very curious if her brother is aware of that. I'm very curious, but I feel like it may be a situation where Maru and Cross may be able to heal her and erase that, that disease that she happens. But you got it where she's trying to pretty much tell him like, yo, even though I don't have much time left to live, I'm not taking my hatred and anger against everybody. Of course, you got it where Cross says like, yo, you don't know what we've been through. So it's up to us to be aware of the situation so that what happened in the past doesn't happen again. And I imagine, just my guess, that people they seen as neighbors in the past turned out to be not their neighbors and actually wipe most of their kind out. That's just where I'm going at. But you got these two just having a heart-to-heart talk about the situation where Cross is pretty much standing on what he believes and Yuka is standing on what she believes. Now, will she be able to actually get him to, change? Only time will change. I feel like that little kid giving him a balloon was the first step. But like I said, I want to know more about the disease that she actually got since she doesn't have much time. And it might be one of those situations where Cross is the only one she told outside of her actual doctor. But let me know your thoughts on this chapter down below. And if you like this video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace.
What's up, y'all? We back at it, and we got the latest chapter of JJK, man. Fan translations. Make sure you read the official, though, because there may be some differences between the two. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to be at work tomorrow, so that's more so why I'm doing a video right now. But I posting it at the time of the official release, so no one's really spoiled. But after reading this, I think I got an idea what happened to Cross as well as Maru. Their backstory is actually pretty sad, and like I said, I know where it's going, or at least I have an idea of where it's going, and I can understand why Cross is the way he is. But we about to dive right into it, man. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell for all notifications. Greatly appreciate it, man. But we have it where the government wipes out, Cross and Maru's hometown. And his parents, they actually fought back to the bitter end. Sounds like some noble people. They fought back to the bitter end, and then they were buried with everything they fought for. And it's crazy, man. It says like, yo, the stone that his father considered to be a treasure was more than his life itself. And because of that, you know, his father lost his life. And you have it where, I don't know if it's necessarily Cross or Maru who's saying this, I believe it's Cross, but he says like, yo, to him, it was just another rock. And it really makes me wonder, what was so special about this rock? Like, what was it? Like, what made this rock so powerful or so worthy that his father would risk everything for it? I don't know, maybe it was a family heirloom, or is that just to tell us that they were just so poor where their family treasure was a rock, a simple rock, no special attributes or nothing about this rock other than if you throw it hard enough, it can hurt somebody. I don't know. I really don't know. I hope we find out more about this special rock. And it's just crazy how we just have this panel of a rock surrounded by darkness. I don't know why. But you have it where it jumps a little bit into the future after the passing of their parents. You have it where this old guy is talking to this man. I believe the dude name is, I'm trying to find, his name is Dula. He's talking to this guy named Dula who's really big. He got very long hair, kind of like Super Saiyan 3 type hair. Love the hair design. I don't know, Super Saiyan 3 made me like all long hair characters. I don't know why, it just did. But anyway, you have it where this old man is talking to the Dula and asking him if he can take these two kids and, you know, these boys. And you have it where he's like, nah, man, leave them to the system. And you have the old man saying like, yo, you know, if you leave them to the system, they're just going to end up like all the other kids, you know, who steal. And obviously it seems as if Maru and Cross were stealing to survive. And you can't be mad at a kid doing it. I know I wouldn't be, and you know what I'm saying? As long as they ain't hurt nobody and they were just like stealing to survive, I wouldn't be mad given the circumstance. If anything, I would try to help the kids. And it seems like that's what this old man is trying to do. And he says like, oh, if I take them back to the town, they're gonna, you know, these aren't no ordinary kids. The people from the town are gonna want more, so I'm gonna have to take one of their limbs, you know, take their limbs. And I'm like, yo, man, people can be ruthless. Like, yo, it'd be one thing if a kid was just, you know, was rich and was just stealing just to be stealing. But if these kids are stealing to survive, and you're gonna think like, yo, man, these aren't ordinary kids, we gonna have to take their limbs. That's insane to me. That's very insane. But you got it where this Dula guy says like, fine, I'll handle it. And you got this amazing panel. I'm not gonna lie, the outfits that Cross and Maru wear as kids looks dope as hell. So of course you have it where Cross is the one with his hair tied up, Maru is the one with his hair all wild and hanging free. But the way they're just standing there looking at this Dula guy just looks dope as hell. Like these guys, I don't know why, man, they're really just giving me like, it just feels like a Dragon Ball Z type stance, like some Goten and Trunks standing there in front of Majin Buu before they're about to do a fusion. I don't know why, I just really rock with their outfit, man. It just looks goated. And I'm curious, like the color of it. Is it solid black, which I think would be really dope. Is it like a green? I don't know. You know what? The outfits kind of look like a Soy Fawn outfit from Bleach, if you guys remember that character. But you have it where Dula's looking at him like, yo, I'm seeing doubles. They're twins. Of course, the old man's like, yo, I said kids, remember? Meaning more than one. And within a blink of an eye, you have it where Maru disappears, which shows us in the past, Maru was more so the aggressive one, as opposed to, you know, Cross, who seems to be observant, unless that's just how they strike people together and they use one person to draw out an opening in their opponent, because that could very well be the case. But you have it where Maru is attacking this Dula guy right off the bat. Of course, Dula is blocking all of his attacks with one hand. Like I said in the spoiler video, it does kind of look very similar to how Goku was when he was blocking Trunks' sword slashes with one finger, except this guy's using his whole hand. And while Dula is distracted blocking all of the attacks of Maru, you have it where Cross grabs some type of stick and tries to sneak him from behind and smack him, which is kind of a cowardly thing to do, but given their age and how big this guy is, I give him a pass at it. But you have it where this Dula guy grabs Maru and swings him to Cross, swinging both of them into the wall, kind of having them dizzy and seeing stars. And you got it where this man is like, yo, you know, both of you guys are very energetic. Nice. I'll put you guys to work. You could help me build this canal. And you have it where, of course, Cross and Maru, they're helping this man build this canal day in and day out, you know, across a long distance, because they want to pretty much create a trading, you know, between two different races. They want to build this, like, you know, river, and people could trade. And I mean, we see it in these days, you know, we do it as well. And so that's what they're trying to do. And of course, you have it where any chance they get, Maru as well as Cross try to sneak attack this, you know what I'm saying, Dola guy, and attack him and beat him up. But each time he manages to beat him up and says like, yo, you know, we need to focus on building this canal. You guys are supposed to be helping me. Then you have it where they stumble across this big boulder, and you have it where Dola is able to smash this boulder within an instant. And I'm not gonna lie, he demolished this, and I'm curious to see how much powerful this guy is. Now, we're not told whether or not if this guy's just using pure strength or if he's using some type of curse energy. But you have it where Maru as well as Cross both witnessed this, and after that, they're just so mesmerized about how strong this guy is. They start doing whatever this guy is asking them to do, like they're putting rocks in cages. And you have it where Dola explains what he plans on doing and how he wants to carry goods from one destination to another. You know, it's quite a long way, but he's trying to make this canal so that it can be easier, as well as a way to, you know, kind of unite these two different races that are at odds with one another. And of course, you got it where you have it where they say his people kind of see, well, one of these races see this one creature as a divine creature, and you have it where all the other races want this creature to be extinct because it cost them their homes and families. And so that's one of the main reasons that this Dola guy is trying to build this canal. And eventually he's like, yo, you know, we gotta have it where we could communicate with our neighbors, where we can be on a common ground and understand one another. So it seems like that's where Maru as well as your boy Cross get this neighbor's line from. They get it from this Dola guy. He's saying like, yo, you know, we'll be able to communicate with one another once this canal is built. At least that's what he believes in, you know, despite what everyone says. You know, you got some people who are just like, pretty much no one's helping him build this canal, because the people who started it got attacked, so they abandoned it. And you got it where Dola took it upon himself to try to finish building this canal. And then you have it where some people are even going as far as trying to sabotage them and, you know, stop them from building this canal. And you have it where there's one moment where Maru thought Cross did it, and of course Dula's been around him long enough to know that Cross wouldn't do something like this. You have it with Cross and the people that are responsible for it, and you have these people actually talking about Dola, saying that he's too dumb to do anything. And of course Cross walks in the room like a straight gangster, saying like, yo, you're right, he is too dumb to do something about it, but I'm not. And he starts fighting these grown men. But then eventually you have it where, as they progress with building this canal, more and more people start coming to their aid, starting to see the benefits, and it starts to unite the people. They're all working together to make this canal work. You even have it where those same people who try to prevent them from making it, that Cross ended up fighting, they begin to help as well. And you got it where they're all just uniting. You have Cross walking up to these people, apologizing for fighting them. Those same people talking back to him, apologizing for fighting him. You have it where it's starting to unite and bring the people together. You know, and you can see that this is what Dola wanted. And you got it where Cross is finally understanding, as well as Maru, they're understanding what Dola meant about what this bridge or what this canal will actually do for the people. And then you even have it where one man, I believe his name is, dang, I can't even think what his name is, Pula or something like that, but it kind of looks like Tengen. But you have it where this guy, he's lost his family, his daughters, you know, the same way Maru and Cross lost their parents, he's lost his daughters. You have it where he's not even sad, he's focusing on helping with this canal as well. And you have it where one of the other races are asking them to, you know, just help transport goods, and they'll provide everything they need, you know, for Dola and them if they do so. And in the midst of doing all that, you have it where the daughters were devoured of one of the other races. And that's pretty much all we get at the end of this chapter. And it says doom looms over, you know what I'm saying, over the people once again. And I imagine it's going to be a situation where this doula guy, he's going to get taken out, and it's going to cause Cross to become the person he is today, where he doesn't really believe that, the people, and that he doesn't really believe he can trust other people such as the humans. And that's why he's the way he is. But you're going to have it with Maru. He's going to want to be friends with, any other race that he meets, just to live up to the memory that this doula guy had, just to live up to the memories of what doula had in store for what his vision of what the future should be. That's just my take on how it would turn out. I could be completely wrong, but you guys can let me know your thoughts down below. If you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace.
Bodies! We're all dead.
What's up, y'all? We back at it with another chapter of JJK, man. Hey, look, chapter 9. I really felt sorry for Cross as well as Maru after reading this chapter, man. Their backstory is really kind of sad, man. And I can understand why Cross is the way he is. Like, I'm not even mad at him now. At first, I thought he was a butthole, a prick, just someone I didn't want to be around. But after seeing everything they went through, I kind of get where he's coming from, yo. And I'm not saying it makes me like him more. I just understand him more. He's my neighbor, so to speak. So in this chapter 9, we get this amazing color page where it has Cross and Maru on the cover, as well as Dora. You got him on the cover as well. And like I said, man, I think his design is dope as hell, man. He's one of those characters I don't want to see get wiped out. But we about to get into the chapter. And then if you look at the bottom of this color page, you see Deborah eyes, open up at the bottom. And Deborah design is just sick as hell. Like, his design, it's up there with Sukuna, like far as like characters design that I love the most in JJK. I don't know. Let me know which design you think is better, his or Sukuna. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on it. But the first panel of this chapter, we get kind of like I guess like I wouldn't say a chibi little comedy thing, but we get like a young version of Yuka as well as Tsurugi, how they were growing up. And you see that Tsurugi had a crush on a certain girl. Yuka found out about it. But what I really took away from this little I guess little portion of the chapter was the fact that Panda was there, and Panda is still alive and kicking, and Panda was actually talking to Tsurugi, having a conversation with him, asking him what makes him like the girl that he likes. So I thought that was pretty dope to know that Panda's still around. But at the same time, Panda is still small. So one or two things could have happened. Panda never grew from the last time we seen him. He's just stuck at this size. Or maybe he got in another battle. Like, maybe he did grow back up to being a bigger size, got in a battle, and had to be forced to shrinking back down like he did in the previous, in our normal JJK time era. I'm not sure which one. You guys can break it down for me in the comment section if you want to. Greatly appreciate it. But we find out more information about Cross as well as Maru's race, and how these guys only shed tears 2 times throughout their life. Once during birth and once during death. It's said that, when they shed a tear, it can be so dangerous to their body that, like, the strain to it can be fatal. It can lead to them to their death. So they don't cry out of that third eye, which is insane, man. I really like how that was explained. But you have it where they're saying because the daughter of the chief was killed by these beasts, these like horse-like beasts that we seen in the previous chapter, the people, the chief and his people, they want, Dora and them to give up the canal that they worked so hard to build. And pretty much they using the daughter's death as an excuse to get to what they want, which is sad. I mean, that's just how it would be in real life. They're trying to take advantage of the situation. I wouldn't even be surprised if the daughter death was calculated from the very beginning. Maybe the daughter was a good girl. She didn't want to go down this path. The father's like, yo, execute her. Her death would, lead to a great war or something like that. Very similar to the Troy, was it called Troy? I think it was called Troy, movie where, old boy cousin got killed because he wore the armor of Achilles, and because of that, it started a war. It started the war, which the people wanted from the very beginning. So they were glad that the cousin snuck off in the armor and got killed. And you had that part where the guy was walking around saying, Hector! If you remember the movie, you remember the movie. But I imagine something like that probably went down in this situation right here. But of course, you got it where they say they could settle all things in a battle, where both sides pick their own warrior to fight. If you pick your warrior and your warrior wins, things go the way that you want. And pretty much they want Dora to be their warrior because he won before in a previous tournament that they had, which actually led to the, deaths of Cross and Maru's parents. So they want Dora to do it. Of course, Dora said he'll partake in it. But he says one of the main reasons he won that last battle was because a lot of fighters didn't participate in it, people that he considered to be stronger. Well, anyway, you have it where this battle takes place, and you have it where Dora has to face off against Dabura, which is messed up. Like Dabura, you can see him standing there. He looks sad. We don't really know why at this point in time, why he looks so sad. He doesn't even really want to fight, but you have it where Dabura tells Dora, like, yo, they have my sister. They want me to fight to the death against you. And if I don't, they're going to off his sister, which is really messed up. Like, he didn't even want to be a warrior. He didn't even want to fight on their behalf. We find out that Dora is one of those people who are very shy. So he never really stepped up, to showcase his strength because he really didn't like all the attention. But somehow these people found out about it and they grabbed him to fight in this battle against Dora so that he can be the person that, fight on their behalf. And you got it where, of course, once Maru and Cross see it, they're like, yo, you need to run away from this guy. This guy will kill you. You got it where they're saying like, yo, no one will blame you for running. Like, everyone's grateful for all that you've done. Like, yo, that will never change. So go ahead and run. You have Cross saying this to Dora. And Dora's like, yo, please, Cross. Please, man, I got this. And you got it where he walks up to Dabura and says like, yo, it's been a while since we actually spoke. And you have it where Dora is asking, how is your little sister? And then that's when he says like, yeah, she was taken hostage. Dora, I don't want to do this, but they told me I have to fight you to the death. You have it with Dora. He's just such a kind person. He says, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The outcome here isn't what is important. I do have one request, though, that you allow me to speak. And that's when he goes to speak, because there's more tribes than just his tribe and the tribe he's facing off against. There's several other tribes there as well. So he goes to speak and tell him like, yo, how these guys are just trying to manipulate this situation so that they could get what they want. They want the canal so that they can gain profit and make their people flourish even more, as opposed to sharing it with all the people around, because this is supposed to be something that brings everyone together. Or at least that's what Dora is hoping that will happen. But of course, you have it after he starts to speak, you have it where they say like, yo, the time is for talking is over. Dabura begin the battle. And you have it where the battle takes place between Dora as well as Dabura. And the battle is so gruesome, they don't even really show us what's going on. That's how brutal this battle is. All we see is the facial expression of all those that are close to Dora as they look at their friend being destroyed, being demolished in this battle, to the point where it looks as if Maru himself was about to get involved in this battle. Maru was about to step in and try to take on Dabura, but you have it where Cross knew what this guy was truly capable of, and so he ends up smashing his brother face into the wall to knock him unconscious. And you have it where Maru is screaming like, yo, we need to get this guy. He took out our family member, our father-like figure. And of course, Cross is saying like, yo, don't be stupid. What the hell are you thinking? And then you have it with Maru screaming, you Dabura, it was you. You did this to him. And then they just show the panel of Dora, and Dora is in a bloody mess, man. Like this, the way his body looks, I imagine this battle was something brutal. And you have it where Dabura says like, yo, you held back, didn't you? You didn't fight with your full power. Meaning that, at least I'm assuming Dora didn't go all out because he knew that Dabura's sister was being held captive. And had Dabura lost, his sister would have also lost as well. Not only that, Dabura is a friend of Dora. Like, these guys are friends. They train together. They help one another improve their techniques. So he just couldn't harm his friend. And of course, Deborah probably didn't want to do that as well. It's just that his sister was being held captive. And you have it where, you have it with Deborah saying like, yo, and you call yourself a warrior. How dare you disrespect me? You know what I'm saying? And of course, you got him saying to Cross as well as Maru that he didn't harm his face. He wanted his face to remain intact. We see the burial of Dora. You see that he's actually crying, tears running from his third eye, which is very sad, man. It's sad as hell. But of course, you got to where at the funeral, they all are sad because they lost someone who meant so much to them. And they have it where they're like, yo, well, now we have to do what the other tribe wants because they won. And then you have it where like, yo, we might as well still fight them because either way, we're going to die. Either we're going to suffer from not having the supplies and stuff we need to live and die, or we can fight and die. So he says, either way we're dead, we might as well fight. And then you have it where it's like, nah, man, we can't do that. A warrior duty is to protect the women and children of their tribe. So that's the first thing they should do. And as they're speaking amongst themselves about what they should do in this situation, you have it where Deborah shows up and he shows them an area that, Dora was telling him about before they engaged in battle, where they have this material that's very valuable. It seems as if while they were digging, Dora was putting this to the side, and because of that, the other tribes didn't know about it. But apparently they used this to make, to form their ship, to create their ship. And you have it where Cross and Maru are saying like, yo, let's go out there and find a new place that we can call home as opposed to staying here. Let's go find a new place where we can find new neighbors and live in peace and don't have to live under this harsh environment. Then you have Deborah saying like, yo, I'll go with you. I promised Dora that I would protect all of your tribe. And then you have it where they say, let's go beyond the sky to find our neighbors. And that's how the chapter ends. Very good chapter. Loved it from start to finish. The only thing I would say is the fact that Dora died, but I guess Dora's death is what was needed to get this journey to take place. But let me know your thoughts down below on this one. If you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell. And I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? We back at it, and it seems like we got the fan translations for the latest chapter of JJK. But still, I gotta remind you, make sure you take the time out to read the official chapter to show your love and support. I'm gonna read these as well as read the officials. I'm just that type of dude. So it's crazy to think that it's been 68 years since the battle against Sukuna, and you still have it where these higher-ups, these new higher-ups, are just as vicious as the ones back from Yuji Day. Like, I don't know if y'all guys remember how they took advantage of Gojo being out on a mission and they set Yuji up to die. Like, these guys are just coming off the same way, at least one of the people. And then it feels like the same way with the people that Cross works with as well, Cross and Maru. Some of their people feel shady as well. But hey, yo, I'm really rocking with Deborah, yo. I really feel like, he might actually be a good guy. At the beginning of the series when this started, I just got the vibes like he was going to turn out to be a villain. But as of right now, he truly feels like a good person. Now, maybe that might change at some point, but he truly feels good. And now that we have these fan translations, we know what's really going on with Yuji. And like, it's so many questions I need answered. Like, honestly, I hope before this, this series ends that we get at least a whole chapter dedicated to talking about Yuji. Like, there's questions I want to know. Like, did he show up to the funeral of Maki and Yuta? Like, granted, they died at different points in their lives, but did he show up to any one of their funerals? What happened to the rest of his gang? Like, there's so many questions I have for Yuji. Why they always drawing him as a shadowed out figure? Why they making him look so mysterious? When it came to Mahito, when they showed us him, they showed his whole face. You know what I'm saying? But with Yuji, they're making him seem mysterious. And how powerful is he? Like, it's been 68 years, and I don't know how old he would be because I don't know the math. But I feel like he would be too old to be of any help right now. But we about to dive into this chapter. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell. Greatly appreciate it. But you got it where it starts off. They're watching the video of Maru face off against that old man sorcerer. I believe they said he was like on grade 1 level. And anyway, You got it where the higher ups are saying like, yo, he's fighting, he's using sorcery abilities on the planet. Like, yo, this is a violation. Like, yo, this guy should be dealt with as well as his people. And you have it where they're saying like, yeah, man, this is crazy that this is actually going on, that he's using his ability. But we have it where the leader of of Sarugi as well as Yuka group, he's smart. He was pretty smart. He did some sneaky stuff, and a shout out to him. You have it where he says like, yo, you guys can't touch Maru because he signed a contract. And so apparently they have contracts when it comes to sorcerers using their abilities, like they're not supposed to, but if they sign a contract, they got some leeways. And in fact, if they're not even aware that they're using a cursed ability, which we've seen that happen in the original JJK series, if they're not even aware that they're using a cursed ability or sorcery, it won't be held against them in most situations. And since, he's not from this planet and he's not really aware of our terms, he is unaware that he's using curse abilities. So I like the way he played that so it could work in their favor, so they can't really harm or charge Maru with any type of crime. Very smart. And then you find out, like, after the calling game, there was some people that were trying to use sorcery as a way to gamble, as a way to make money. People are always going to try to find a way to make their pockets fatter. But you have it where that was outlawed, that didn't stick, it didn't last long. But it's just like, yo, damn, really? Like, you guys are really that greedy that you'll try to do all this to make money? But of course you have it where they say we need to find Yuji. We need to find Ichidori. And I just thought it was crazy that they show him walking among the people and they saying like, yo, we need to find him. And I'm curious why they want to find him. Is it more so because they want his help? Is it more so that they feel like he could be a potential threat? Do they feel like he could help out with the aliens in case things go bad? You have it where they're saying they're on a search for him. They need to use all their sources into locating him. So apparently he went into hiding, or maybe he just went to do his own thing and ain't tell nobody where he was. Maybe he's not even hiding, but at the same time, they don't know where he is. And if that's the case, like, I wonder if they may potentially bring another JJK member back, or show them in a future chapter and show this person to have this person try to locate Yuji. But we don't really know the reason why. We have theories, we have ideas, on why they could want them, but we're not 100% sure because they don't come out and say it. But anyway, you got it where then it jumps to the ship of the people, of Cross people as well as Maru people. And you see the guy, I can't remember his name, but you see the guy who actually got in the fight, the tussle with Cross when Cross was a little bit younger. And you see that he's impatient. He's no different than the higher ups of the humans, where, he doesn't want to be he doesn't want to coexist with humans. He wants to just take over. And the crazy thing is, he wants to do the same thing that was done to him, which is insane. Like, you understand how that felt. You went through that. You lost your home. You got bullied. You lost, and you had to flee your planet. And now you're pretty much trying to do the same thing to the people of Japan. Like, you would think you would learn. Like, you wouldn't want to treat others the way you were treated. I mean, what's wrong with this guy? And it's crazy because I thought he came a long way, but it seems as if he didn't change. I mean, he might have joined them, in the past, but maybe he did it for his own selfish reasons. Maybe he just did it because he felt like it would benefit him more. Because now in this chapter, he just comes off more and more like a butthole. But you got it where he doesn't want to coexist. He feels like they should take out the humans. They should fight. And you got it where they're going to vote. The people are going to vote amongst themselves. You got Loomer about to vote, as well as, Cross. Because at this point in time, Maru is still, recovering from his battle against that old man. But you have it where you could see Cross is conflicted, because part of him feels like he wants to fight with the humans, and then another part of him feels like, yo, he should try to coexist. And you have him having a flashback of the conversation he had with Yuka, where she says like, yo, you're curious about us too. That's why you disguise yourself as Maru, to learn as much as you could about us. And we all know about her situation where she doesn't have much longer to live due to the disease she got. And I'm very curious if her family know about it. I'm very curious how many other people know about it. I mean, granted, we know Cross know because she told Cross, and that's when we got revealed to the information. But I'm very curious how many others know about her situation. But anyway, you got it where Cross and the guy who looks like Tengen, they come to a decision, and they both say that they want to coexist with humans. You have it where the guy from their ship, he's pissed and upset about it. But you could tell this decision made by Cross was due to his relationship with the guy he considered to be a father, the guy who raised him. You could tell that's why Cross made this decision. And he wants things to change. He's thinking for a standpoint like, yo, he doesn't want to do to humans what was done to him and his people. He wants to coexist. He's thinking about how they learn about what a neighbor is and how they need to be friends with their neighbors. And he wants that to happen. But of course, you have it where they make this decision to coexist. You have it where the guy, he's pissed off and he's asking Deborah, like, yo, how do you feel about this? Is this how you feel? You know what I'm saying, Deborah? And of course, Deborah says, like, yo, it suits me fine. I'm okay with it. I don't see a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we can chill and we can coexist. And you have it where this guy's upset. And I feel like at some point in time, he's going to start this war between him and then that one person within the higher ups. Those two are somehow going to start this war among these two different races. And then you have it where, you know, they're walking off and they're saying they need to make a big meal, have a big meal where we can share information with one another, where the aliens can share information about how they live with the humans, and where the humans could share information with the aliens about how they live. You have it where the rest of the chapter is pretty much them preparing for this feast that everyone's about to partake in. You have it where, Yuka as well as Sarugi are trying to figure out what foods that Maru and Cross could eat without being sick or, poisoned by it or being, just trying to find out what type of foods they eat. And we find out that they have similar food that we have, like similar livestock like we have on Earth, and you got it where they're preparing the food. And the chapter pretty much ends with them setting up for this great feast that's going to take place in the upcoming chapter. Like I said, this chapter gave us a lot of good information, like the calling games and how they tried to use, sorcery battles as a way to gamble. The rules as far as like people using abilities without being aware of it. We learned a lot in this chapter, and the fact that it's a hunt, it's a mission to find your boy Yuji. But I'm curious to hear y'all take on this chapter down below. And if you like this video, thumb it up, please subscribe, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. Yo, based off everything we got in this chapter, we might actually get to see an older version of Miguel from Africa. In case you don't remember, he's the black guy in JJK who took that beating from your boy Gojo. It was a brutal one too. But let's get into the world shall know pain. What's up, y'all? We back at it, and we got another chapter of JJK, chapter 11 to be exact, and it looks like stuff is about to blow up. It looks like we're about to see an all-out war just based off of what we get in this chapter. Now, there's a couple things I need to point out to you guys. Keep in mind, like that horse-like creature from Maru's planet, that's like a cursed spirit, or at least that's what I'm assuming it to be. And we know that his people see those cursed spirits as deities, so to speak, like gods or whatever the case. They worship them. So imagine how they would react if something was to happen to one of them in front of Maru and his people. Imagine how they would react. Now we about to get into these, fan translations, but I got to remind you guys, make sure you take the time out to read the official chapter when it drops. Again, this series is supposed to be a mini series, so I don't know how much longer we're going to get, but I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end. I believe it's a total of 3 volumes worth, but I don't want it to end. But make sure you show your love and support by reading the official, and also take the time out on Black Friday to actually go buy you a few volumes of JJK to show your support to the series. I don't know when these are actually going to be available, but as far as like the original JJK series, show your support, show some love. But we have it where the chapter starts off where you have the higher ups, Yuka and Sarugi's teacher, talking about what they plan on doing and how everything is going on. Far as they learned that Maru and Cross ship
actually is ran by cursed energy. So they're able to use cursed energy as an energy source to actually make their machines work. And you have it where they're afraid if that gets out to the public, they would try to utilize that. They would try to make it where anyone who has cursed energy will be potentially used as an energy source. You know damn well that shit would really go down in the real world. That's exactly what that would be. You would have it where people would be black market selling one another just to get cursed energy. That's exactly how it would go down. And you have it where they're saying we can't allow this information to get out to the public, because if it happens, that will likely be the outcome. So we got to stay on, you know what I'm saying, stay on the aliens' good side. We got to try to do whatever we can to keep them from exposing that secret to the rest of the world. And you have it where it's like, we're going to get them to sign an NDA. Now, that would be smart if you were dealing with other humans. But the fact that you're dealing with aliens, they don't really know all the laws that we actually have, you know, that like, and even if they do know them, does it really apply to them? Because I feel like a talented lawyer would say this document doesn't say, you know, aliens too. It just says humans. So they wouldn't be bound by the laws of man. That's just how I look at it. But I could be wrong. I'm no lawyer, but that's just my take on the matter. You guys can let me know how y'all feel about it. But of course, you have it where they come out with the idea like, yo, why don't we have one of the aliens marry a human? And that right there would kind of, you know, solidify our trust in one another. Of course, the person who said that was joking, but that's not a bad idea. You know, I'm gonna be honest, that's not a bad idea. But you have it where that's played off as just a joke. And then you have it where it jumps to, you know, them preparing for the festival for the rest of the aliens. You know, you got, of course, Yuka, you got Tsurugi, Crossed, as well as Maru. They're all preparing food for this event. And as that is going on, you know, you have it where they're sent to this area to get, you know, a special treat for this dinner, an octopus. Now, I don't know if this is a real thing, but apparently it's this octopus with one tentacle. It's born with 8 tentacles like the rest of, you know, like other octopus. But, you know, the 7 of them begin to deteriorate over time, and all of the flavor goes to that one tentacle that's left. Now, I don't know if there's a such thing as an octopus like that. I was going to research it before making the video, but then I was like, man, I ain't doing all that shit. You know what I'm saying? For an octopus, you know? So I don't think it's true, but you never know. It could be true. If someone knows right off the bat, let me know in the comment section. Ain't no need for you to go search for it. It's no biggie, you know? But you got it where, of course, Maru as well as Tsurugi, they go out to look for this octopus. They actually find the area where it hides, but it's surrounded by jellyfish. Now, me personally, I hate being stung by jellyfish. So that would have been the end of it. I would have got them a piece and call it a day. But of course, they want this meeting to go well, so they both dive in. You have it where Tsurugi goes in first. He gets stung up. Then you got it where Maru's looking like, yo, I ain't no punk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't scared of no jellyfish. I don't need no armor or nothing like that. I'm going to go in just like you went in. And they both get stung up. And, you know, you got to stand in there where they're both, you know what I'm saying, bruised up pretty badly. But then we get to a moment where we see Yuka eating the medicine or taking the medicine for her disease. Now, we actually find out one of the questions that I really wanted to know when it comes to this series. It seems as if your boy Tsurugi is unaware of the disease that his sister have. And you have it where Cross even says to her, like, are you going to tell your brother about your sickness? She says, I don't want to. And then, you know, Cross asks, why is that? She says, I just want my last days to feel normal. No special treatment. And I get where she's coming from. If she was to tell her brother that she doesn't have much long to live, he would treat her more delicately. He would try to, you know what I'm saying, make her last few days happy, but at the same time, it would be as if, you know, he was pitying her. That's how she would perceive it as, not necessarily how he would be actually, what he'd be actually be trying to do, but that's just how she would take it. And she doesn't want to be pitied. She just want to be treated normal. She doesn't want, you know, him to try to cater to her in her last days. She just wanted to live. She just wanted to feel like a normal average day. So I get why she wants to, you know, keep it a secret, but at the same time, I feel like she should tell her brother. And maybe he already knows, but he's choosing to act like he doesn't know for her benefit. Who knows? That might be the case. But anyway, you have it where, Cross says, I see. And I'm assuming Cross completely understands where she's coming from. But I wonder if Cross maybe might try to intervene or maybe even have a way to save her that we're unaware of. But anyway, it jumps back to the beach where you see Maru and Tsurugi both bruised up from the octopus. They're trying to measure out who has the bigger octopus. They're trying to measure it out, but at the same time, you have it where they're having a discussion. We find out that women from, Cross and Maru's planet, they can't use curse energy the way that men can. So it's the men's duty to protect the women. Which is crazy to find out something like that. Tsurugi is thinking about the same thing where he's like, well, I get where you're coming from because of that. We often try to protect people, keep them from going in harm's way, not because we don't think they're capable of doing it, but just because we don't want them to be harmed. And you have him having a flashback and thinking about his sister, and I'm guessing a situation that they encountered in the past. And so, I kind of makes sense why she wouldn't want to tell her brother about her situation, just given this little flashback panel that we get from Tsurugi as well as, from Tsurugi as he's talking to Maru. But anyway, you got it where they get the food, they return back, and all the women from Maru's ship, this is their first time being off the ship. And you have it where they're all feasting on this food. You got the chef who's a little upset because she didn't know she would have to prepare this special dish, this one tentacle octopus. But as everyone's eating the food, you have it where they're saying Deborah's sister is cursed, which we already knew. If he betrays the people he's working for, or if he die, his sister would be killed by the curse. She would be affected by that curse. And they're asking the humans if there's any way that they can actually stop this. And you have it where the humans say, well, there's a curse a curse tool called the black rope in Africa. And it's said to have the ability to erase curses that's placed on people. So maybe we could get that and use that on your sister. You have it where Deborah's relieved over it, and they're saying, we're not giving you any guarantees, we're just letting you know. So that means there's a chance we could actually see an older version of, of Miguel, or even, a descendant of Miguel in the next few chapters of JJK. But the fact that Miguel's coming back, I think is pretty dope, man. But we also have it where Deborah says he's going to get up and he's going to, go for a walk for whatever reason. And as he's walking, you have it where he bumps into Yuka as well as the chef that's preparing the meal. Now, from the chef point of view, it looks like she's in love. She's smitten by Deborah. She thinks he looks beautiful. You see flowers and stuff in the background, but then they also show the same stuff from Deborah's point of view. So I wonder if he thinks she's beautiful as well. I'm obviously you could tell she thinks he's beautiful just based off the next panels we get, but I'm curious how he felt about her. But you have it where she instantly looks at Yuka and says like, yo, there's something wrong with me. I'm not wearing any makeup, and it's pretty obvious since you're standing here next to me. Next thing you know, you have it where their sensei says, we have a shot. And I imagine he's speaking about the marriage thing, because either your boy Deborah makes an accident and does something clumsy, or his horn just happens to hit the top of the ceiling as he's walking through the room. I'm not exactly sure what happened. But anyway, as that goes on, it jumps back to the ship up Cross and Maru's, and you see the guy, I can't think of his name. I gotta memorize these names. But the guy who fought Cross as a child, you see that they're actually looking at this guy, this old man named Boro, that's also a part of their ship. And you see that Boro is crying. He has a tear coming from his eyes. And you know that means he's about to die, because they only shed tears twice, during birth and then during their death. And they say, what's going on? And the Baru guy says like, yo, I seen the humans murder, that horse-like creature, which is like a cursed spirit. And then you see cursed spirits flying in the air, and that's the way the chapter ends. Now, I imagine that this might be what happens, what takes place, and what causes the war to actually take place in the series. I'm very curious how this is going to happen. Now, I've seen some people out there saying they think Mahito might be behind it. Mahito might be the one out there taking out those Cayennes or whatever they call them. I'm not really sure on how to pronounce the name, but they're saying they think Mahito might be out there and he might be trying to start a war. Now, I think that's possible, but I don't even know if Mahito himself is aware of these aliens. So we'll just have to wait and see. But all in all, good chapter, enjoyed it, and I'm curious to see where Gege takes the series from here. But let me know your thoughts down below, and if you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? We back at it, and it seems like we got the fan translations of the latest chapter of JJK, chapter 12. And I'm not gonna lie, after reading this chapter, ayo, shit about to go down. It's about to get crazy towards the end. Like, yo, this is crazy, man. Like, cross? Ayo, Maru about to turn into a whole different type of monster. Remember how Maru was when he was facing off against the old man? We about to see that times 10. But anyway, let's get into it. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications. Also, make sure you remember to read the official chapter when it drops to show your love and support. With that being said, let's get into it. So you have it where, Joba, he's pretty much talking to Usami about how, they've heard rumors that, us humans were killing the people they worship as gods, the Cayennes, I believe that's the name of them. And you find out that, they're referring to the cursed spirits, but they don't know that they're not exactly the same thing, because cursed spirits fade away and disappear when they die. The creature they're speaking of, the aliens they're speaking of, they remain, their body remains, but they are similar to cursed spirits. And I wonder, like, what makes them so similar? Like, do they use cursed energy as well? Like, what is it that makes them so similar that you have it where these aliens are seeing them as their gods, as their deities? Well, anyway, you got it where they say it's going down in Tokyo right now. That's where they seen all this happen. You have it where Usami is saying, like, yo, we made the mistake by withholding information from these guys. Us holding information from these guys is what led to this event right here. Now, I like the fact that Usami is, pretty much acknowledging that they made a mistake, that they were the ones who caused all this because they were trying to hide, intel from the aliens so that they could gain the upper hand, as I could imagine they would really do in the real world if something like this was to take place. But you have it where Usami is pretty much saying, like, yo, there's no way that we would actually wipe out what you consider to be a god. There's got to be some mistake. There's been none of them on Earth as far as we know. So you got it where they're heading off to this location. But then it jumps to, Tsurugi as well as Maru, and you got Yuka there as well. And you got it where you find out every so often they do this like purge where they try to rid the world or Tokyo of cursed spirits. After the calling games in the original JJK series, you had it where they kind of told the world, they lied to the world and said, cursed spirits only come from Tokyo, Japan. And you have it where pretty much they got these charms and stuff all around Japan to kind of ward off cursed spirits from awakening or forming. And pretty much that's what they're doing. Although a cursed spirit can form anywhere, they just feel like it's more likely to happen in Japan, Tokyo, or Tokyo, Japan, which is why they told the world that. So they pretty much lied. That's pretty much what they would do in real life. They wouldn't want us to have all the intel. But you have it where, but Maru as well as Tsurugi and Yuka, they're walking around and they're saying, like, yo, they got these protective wards, all around this area within Tokyo to kind of keep these curses from actually running amok, going crazy, going wild. It seems as if Tokyo is pretty much an abandoned area after what happened in the calling games. And you have it where they pretty much replace these wards every so often, to keep the cursed spirits from, traveling outside of Tokyo and running amok, which makes sense. And you got it where it says a lot of work, it takes a long time to do. A lot of sorcerers are pretty much busy doing this. And then we actually see Tokyo and we see all the cursed spirits within Tokyo. And I'm not going to lie, it looks like a place you don't want to be. Like, yo, how a lot of people say nowadays, I want to go to Tokyo, Japan before I die. That's a place on my bucket list. I got to see it. They wouldn't be saying that
if they were seeing Japan like this, they'd be like, nah, you know what, Japan, it ain't really on my list. I think I'm gonna go this way because this thing looks scary. But anyway, it jumps to two sorcerers, and they're going around purging this area, pretty much taking out any cursed spirits they see. And you got it where they kind of made it into a game where, you know, that person that kills someone, oh, they get 10 points. This person kills someone, oh, they got 10 points, until they could see who get the highest points. I don't know exactly where they're going, but shout out to everybody within my spoiler video who let me know the name of the girl I was referring to. But you got a girl who's actually carrying a katana, and it reminds me of Maiwa from the original JKK. For whatever reason, I could not remember her name during that spoiler video. And then you got another guy. He kind of reminds me of what's the guy? Damn, here we go again. Same scenario, different character. But like far as his appearance, he looks like Usami mixed with Nagami. Now, don't get me wrong, he ain't like Nagami, but Nanami. He's not like him, but he just reminds me of him, so to speak. Just maybe his demeanor and the fact that he's wearing like a suit and stuff like that. But this guy kind of rubs me the wrong way, and you guys are going to see why in just a little bit. But you know, you have it where they're pretty much going around taking out these cursed spirits with this competition, and then they say all the curses are being drawn to this one particular area. So you got it where they walk into this area, they open up the door, and you see it's one of the aliens, and this alien is saying to the cursed spirit like, yo, I see you've had a rough time, haven't you? I see this. And you see where he's allowing this cursed spirit to lick on him. Now, I'm curious if this cursed spirit was going to devour him, or if it really was seeing him as a plaything, as a pet, or as a friend even. I'm very curious, like, what was this cursed spirit doing? Because it looks like it's about to devour him. That's what it looks like to me. But at the same time, I guess I could be wrong. You guys can let me know in the comments section. Do you think he was about to be devoured? And you have it where these two sorcerers, they see what's going on. They're like, yo, what's going on? This is crazy right here. And at the same time, you have it where Usami and them are rushing to the area, as well as Jabba. He actually says he wants to go. Now I want to say Jabba the Hutt. At first it was Janemba. Now I want to say Jabba the Hutt. But you have it with Jabba. He goes to accompany them as well as Cross, so they could stop what's happening. So then you have it where it jumps back to the two sorcerers, and one of them looked like he's been wounded by the aliens, and you have it where he's telling them to stop, not to proceed any further, or here shoot whatever type of cursed tool he got that looks similar to a pistol. But anyway, you have it where Usami shows up as well as Cross, and Jabba as well. He shows up as well, and you have it where they're saying like, yo, we've had a misunderstanding. You know, the purification is canceled this time. Like, yo, we're not doing it anymore. And you have it where Usami goes to explain himself how he made a mistake by withholding information, which led to this whole situation. And he's saying like, yo, the hunt is off. But of course you got it where this social guy is kind of like, yo, why are we bowing down to these guys? Why are we stopping our hunt? They attacked me first. Like, yo, what's going on? Then you have it where Cross is doing the same thing as Usami with his people, where he's trying to de-escalate the situation as well, saying like, yo, that is not a cayenne. You know, that's a cursed spirit. That's what the humans call a cursed spirit. It's completely different. And of course, you have it where this guy isn't seeing it that way. He's like, yo, look, man, my eyes are shedding tears. That is one of our sacred beasts. And of course, you have it where Cross tells him like, yo, if that was really one of the things we worship, the strain would be too much for your brain to bear, and you would die. The tears falling from your eye isn't that severe. So I guess it is possible for them to shed tears more than twice, like we've been told. And you have it where, you know, Cross goes to tell him like, yo, look at the corpse. It's starting to vanish. It's starting to disappear. This is cursed spirits known in Japan. This is not a cayenne. And of course you have it where this guy still doesn't really even want to accept. He says like, yo, you heard it in your voices, didn't you? And then you have it where Cross tells him, you know what I'm saying, Osuki, or I believe his name is Osuki. But he's like, yo, please, man, calm down, relax, get it together, hold it together, please, for me. And you see that they're trying to find a way where both parties can actually stop the bickering and come to a mutual understanding. You have it where both sides are apologizing to each other. And of course, you have it where
this guy, what's his name, Sky Guy, he's pretty much annoyed by it, and you have it where this other sorcerer, he's annoyed by it. Like I said, both of these guys rubbed me the wrong way. Never was a fan of either one of these characters. But anyway, you have a situation where he's just constantly looking at what's going on. You see that the sorcerer guy, he's kind of itchy, kind of like a cop in today's time. You see his hand, he's kind of itchy, he's trigger happy. And of course, you have it where Cross is reaching in his pocket to grab something. We don't actually know what he's reaching to grab, but then it jumps back to Maru, Sarugi, and Yuka as they're finishing up on replacing these tags for the barrier. And you got it where they said, man, this is a lot of work. We sure could use a lot of help, some more help. Of course, Maru's like, well, you know what? I could ask some of my people to come help, and we could work together at doing it. And they said that would be great. And then you got where they part ways, and they said, yo, we'll see you tomorrow. Everyone's in good spirit. And then next thing you know, you hear bang, bang. It jumps to, Cross being shot. It looked as if he took one to the heart and one to the belly. And you have it where they're screaming out his name, Cross. And you have it where the sorcerer says, yo, he was reaching for a weapon, so I had to make the first move. And you got it where Usami is pissed. He's like, yo, why did you do this? Why did you shoot? Of course, the other guy, he's like, yo, I'll kill every last one of you. I believe his name is Oskai or something like that. And he was like, yo, don't stop him. Like people saying, telling Jabba not to stop him. But of course, Jabba's trying to keep the peace, and you have it where everyone's about to face off, getting ready for battle. You got it where Usami is putting his hand to his mouth because he's about to use his speech curse technique. And then you even have it with the girl. She grabs her sword, saying like, yo, I'm about to start defending myself from here on out if they make a stance. And then you got it where everyone's pretty much at a standoff, and then you have your boy Deborah walking up. Now, we don't know what stance Deborah is going to actually make, but he is walking up like he about that business. But I'm curious to know y'all thoughts on this chapter, man. Like, yo, Cross may actually be dead. And if that's the case, Maru is about to turn to an absolute monster. But let me know y'all thoughts down below. If you like this video, thumb it up. Please subscribe. Remember to read the official chapter when it drops, and I will catch you in the next one, man. Peace.
You don't know how to use your power. Let me show you.
What's up, y'all? We back at it with another video for JJK spinoff, man. Chapter 13 to be exact. I'm currently out of town, man. Hopefully you guys respect the grind because I got to get this video to you guys. Again, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for all the happy Thanksgiving wishes and all of that. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you guys had an amazing Thanksgiving as well. But we got to talk about this JJK. Now, of course, I'm using the fan translations. It's hot as a bitch in here. I don't know why my family keep this house burning up. But yo, we got to talk about the latest chapters, man. We got to, man. This chapter is insane. We actually get to see some old people from JJK. We learn some more information about Yuji. We got to talk about it. Cross, I think he might be donezo. I think he might actually be gone. But we got to get into it, man. Again, subscribe, hit the bell. So it looks as if the chapter, and I got, I'm going to put the pictures on the screen as I edit it, but I got to hold my phone because I ain't got no computer to kind of look at shit. But it seems as if the chapter starts off. You got Cross. He's been shot. He's in the hospital bed. They're trying to tend to his wounds. Again, you got Maru there he's just frozen. He's just looking at what happened to his brother, and he's just thinking to himself like, yo, I want blood. That's the look he has on his face. He doesn't actually say it, but he just has that look like, yo, you guys took out my family. There's no more trying to be neighbors and stuff. I want all of y'all bodied up. That's just the look that Maru has on his face. Now, maybe I'm the only one who's seeing it that way, but the dude just he doesn't look like his normal self. And to be expected, his brother just took two to the chest. But anyway, you got it where they're saying like, yo, why did this happen? How did this happen? They assumed that Cross was going to pull out a blade. And so, the sorcerer reacted and put two in him. Now, I think that's kind of messed up. Again, it's hot as hell. But I think it's messed up that this sorcerer did this. And I honestly was like, yo, they should take that sorcerer out, blood for blood. But you got it where it's like, were the sorcerers that capable? And of course, the guy that was there who had the tears in the previous chapter, I really got to learn this dude's name. But you have it where he's like, there's no way these guys, any of those guys, couldn't handle Cross. The only reason they got to Cross and was able to hit him is because he truly wasn't grabbing a weapon. He was trying to grab something, you know what I'm saying, far as to help peace come about. And they assumed it was a weapon. And because of that, they were able to strike him down. So then you have it where it jumps to, I guess, like the office of the sorcerers. And you got this one particular sorcerer. She's apologizing, saying like, yo, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to help Usami. And you find out that Usami got hurt in that altercation between the aliens and the humans when Cross got, you know, shot up. And you have it where she's apologizing, saying like, yo, I wasn't able to heal him. And so it turns out that that's Usami that's actually in the hospital bed. That happened due to him using his curse technique. The speech ability did this to him. This man looks like he's on death's door. Yo, in fact, you know who he looks like in this panel? He looks like the guy that was in the tub, Mekamaru, the dude who, Palace Mekamaru. He looks like that dude when he was like in the tub, all bandaged up. That's exactly how Usami looks. But you got to where it seems as if this girl, she's some type of healer like sorcery. So I wonder how strong her ability is, because she's saying she wasn't able to heal Usami because his wounds was just too great. The effects of his speech technique was just, it did too much to his body, too much damage. And I remember when they said it's nearly impossible for someone to use reverse healing technique on someone else. It's hard enough doing it on themselves, but to do it on someone else is nearly impossible. So I wonder if that means that this particular sorcerer, this woman, she's cut from a different cloth. I'm very curious about that. You have it where Tsurugi, he's kind of like in disbelief, like he can't believe something like this actually happened, something like this actually took place. And you get a little bit of a flashback of what happened in the previous chapter when Dabura showed up to the battlefield, or to Tokyo, where the humans were taking out these curses, which they view as Kaiyans. And you have it where as Dabura is walking up, the sorcerers, they're just pretty much frozen. You have it where Usami says like, yo, don't move. Then one of the sorcerers like, yo, as if we needed to be told, like, look at the presence of this guy. And they got it where Dabura is walking, and it was like, yo, no one can move in front of a monster like that. So I'm really curious how strong Dabura is in terms to, like, if we were to compare him to Sukuna or Yuji or Gojo, I wonder how strong is this guy actually, you know what I'm saying, really is. And if they did tell us in some point in time, and maybe I'm just not remembering, let me know, because I don't know if they actually said like he's on par with such and such. Oh, he's even stronger than such and such. I'm not sure if they actually said that. But anyway, you got it where Dabura is walking up. Everyone on both sides, humans and aliens, just pretty much freeze in their tracks. And you have it where Dabura walks up to the guy. He says like, yo, are you the one who shot Cross? That right there, man, as soon as I would have heard that line, if I was that sorcerer, I would have straight been running. I would have been hauling ass. There's no way I would still be standing there just like, it was me. There's no way I would have did that. But you have it where Usami instantly, like, he starts to move. He's like, yo, this dude is about to get butchered. I got to do what I can to save him. And of course, you have it where he pulls up his hand and he does his speech technique and he says, don't move. Do not move. But by the time he could get those words out of his mouth, Dabura has already taken the arm of the guy who shot Cross. And you have it where, you know, Usami is saying like, yo, this dude is too fast. Like, yo. And then you got everyone saying like, Dabura, please calm yourself. Calm yourself. And then the fact that Usami told Dabura, don't move. That was his speech curse technique in effect. But the fact that Dabura can still move so quickly, so effortlessly, it shows how strong he is. And because of that, you have it where Usami was starting to feel the drawback, the effects of his curse technique because of how strong Dabura is. And you have it where he kind of like feeling the pain. He falls down to his knees. And you got it where Dabura looks at him and says like, yo, oh, so this is what it looks like when a human uses their curse abilities. He says, man, it looks as if you're suffering. And you see Usami on the ground. He's coughing up blood. And he's like, yo, we deeply apologize for what happened, for this incident. Like, yo, please forgive us, man. Let's not let things get any worse. And then you got it where, you know, Dabura is just looking. And he was like, man, you guys took out Cross. he starts to count the sorcerers that's in the area. It seems to be, I think he said, what, 12? He was like, 12, 13 of y'all. Nah, yeah, it's about 13. But that's not enough. That's not enough of a payment for Cross's life, because they're saying pretty much they don't think Cross is going to make it. They don't think Cross is going to survive. And even in this whole chapter, they don't ever let us know whether or not Cross died or survived. We still don't have information on that. But you have it where he was like, you have it where Usami saying, please don't harm them. Only take me. I'm the one responsible. I was the one in charge, so I'm the one who should bear responsibility. I love the fact that Usami did that, but me, on the other hand, I would have been like, yo, take the dude who did it. Even exchange, blood, body for body. Take that guy. He attacked Cross. Take him, and we should be dead. We should be even. We should be dead even. But of course, you have it where, you know what I'm saying, DeBoer is asking what happened. They're letting him know, like, yo, they were butchering Cayennes. You know, they were slaughtering them, but they're calling them curse spirits. And then you have it where DeBoer looks over at Usami and sees his friend in Usami, because he was willing to sacrifice his life for his people. So you have it where DeBoer himself kind of like walks off from the situation, saying like, yo, we may have to do battle, similar to like what happened in the past with you know, the father like figure of Maru and Cross, where they did that battle to the death, and whatever side wins get their way. And you have it where it jumps back to the higher ups. They're having discussions, and you have it where this sorcerer that has this healing like ability, she wants to try to heal Cross, but they're trying to explain to her what would go wrong if that was the, you know, if you were to try to do that. Like, suppose we bring Cross in, you try to heal him, and as a result, he dies. That could make the war, you know what I'm saying, come even faster than it would if he was to die, you know, on their plane, on their ship, you know. So they're pretty much trying to break that down. Next thing you know, you have it where it's like, yo, he wants to do a tournament. It does a time skip about a month, not a tournament. They want to do a battle. They want to do a match, just like they did on their planet, where one of our warriors will face off against the boar. And you have it where a month jumps by, and then within that month, they don't really tell us whether or not Cross died. You know what I'm saying? They show a hospital bed, they show feet on it, they show one blanket wrapped over someone, but we don't know who that person is. I imagine that could be the sorcerer who got his arm taken by DeBoer, and it could also be Usami, because we don't see him no more in this chapter, and maybe he was taken out from his injuries. But we have it where a war's about to take place a battle's about to take place between one of ours and one of theirs. And you have it where they're trying to get in contact with Yuji. They say they haven't seen him. They haven't had any leads onto where Yuji actually is. And then that's when we actually get to see Nabara. Yes, Nabara makes her return in this chapter. And they ask her, they're like, yo, you know, when's the last time you seen Yuji? And she says the last time she said seeing Yuji was at the funeral of Hana. Now, we don't know if Hana died due to a curse, if she died of natural causes. We're not even 100% sure how Hana actually passed away. But we have it where she says Yuji told her, like, yo, this is the last funeral I will be attending. I don't want to actually see my friends, you know, in this manner. I don't want to bear with the fact of losing my family, losing my close ones, my families. And you have it where she says that's the last time I seen them. Now, she says every time she does see Yuji, it reminds her that she's getting old. Now, I don't know if she mean that on the strength that, you know, seeing him old makes her realize that she's old, or if she means like he's not aging in the normal way and he looks really young. So it makes her realize that, you know, she's old. I'm not really sure what she means by that term. I mean, maybe one of y'all can enlighten me or at least tell me what you think she meant in that term. But she pretty much saying, like, you know, he's probably upset on the fact that he's not living the way his grandfather told him before he died. And remember, his grandfather said, like, yo, help those in need. So when you die, you'll have a bunch of friends surrounding you. And it seems as if he's outliving all of his friends. And I wonder if that's due because he does have reverse healing. He does have reverse healing. So we don't know 100% sure. But anyway, you have it where time goes by and the match is about to begin, where one of our own are going to face off against the boar. And it seems as if your girl Yuka, she's the one who decided to face off. Well, she was asked and she did not deny the challenge. So she's going to be facing off against the boar. And it looks like it's going to take place in the next chapter. I can't wait to see what happened. We do know she's about to die. So it might be a situation where she's about to die from her disease. So it could be a situation where she may win, but still die in the end due to her disease, or she could die in the battle against the boar, and she tells her brother, don't worry, I only had this amount of time to live. I wonder what Tsurugi actually has to say about his sister accepting this challenge. Does he even know about it? I don't know. There's a lot of questions we need answers for. But this chapter was amazing, man. But make sure you check out the official chapter when it drops to show your love and respect for the series, man. But hopefully you like this video. Thumb it up, subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? We back at it, and we got the fan translations for chapter 14 of JJK, man. Hey, look, make sure you read the official. That's the first thing I'm going to say, because it drops tomorrow. I just got to work tomorrow, so I'm not going to have a whole lot of free time available. That's why, you know what I'm saying, I'm doing this video now. But, oh, man, I feel sorry for Yuka. I feel sorry for Maru. Like, I don't know, man. I just hope this is a peaceful ending, man. Also, I still kind of want to see the boar face off against Yuji. I want to see how that go down and how the top honchos from both planets actually do in a battle against one another, in a bout against one another. I really want to see that. And hopefully we get it. Hopefully we do get that. But at the same time, I want this series to end nicely. I don't know how many more chapters we got left. I'm hearing we're supposed to be getting a volume cover for the first volume pretty soon. So stay tuned for that video. But let's get into this chapter, man. Subscribe, hit the bell. So it starts off pretty much where you got some people who are against Yuka fighting, and then you got people who are like, yo, it's okay if she fights because she's sick. So it seems as if the word is out about her disease, and, they're okay with her fighting because she's going to die anyway from her disease. Now, what's really messed up about that, what if the aliens find out about this? Because the information seems to be getting leaked out to everyone. What if the aliens find out about it and they're like, yo, nah, that shit don't count? Because she went into battle without fear of death, knowing she would die anyway. So I don't know. I think they should be a little more secretive when it comes to leaking that information. But you got it where they show Yuka, she's splashing water on her face. It looked like she's near death door. I really don't want to see her go out, man. Like, yo, because she just seems like a likable character. Even though we've only been with her for 14 chapters, you know what I'm saying? She seems very likable from what I've gathered. Let me know how y'all feel about her as a character. Like, do you care if she died? Was 14 chapters enough for you to get attached? Let me know all that down below. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on that. And I do read my messages. I try to respond to all of them as well. You got it where they're saying like, yo, why not just use nuclear weapons against, these aliens? Like, I'm surprised none of the other nations are trying to do this. And you got it where the lady says like, yo, no one wants to be the person to attack Japan for a second time with nuclear weapons. Plus we got all this power. I don't think that's a wise decision. So no one else will act on this. And I'm surprised, man. I could picture other places in the world being like, yo, fuck that. Send everything we got at them. I could picture it going down like that. But anyway, you got it where it jumps to Maru, and he's thinking about the past and when it comes to their father and how, his father died for this particular rock. We find out more about the rock. The rock itself is called Muru. I believe that's how you pronounce it. I could be completely wrong. I apologize if that's the case. But this particular rock is the energy source which powers their ship, and it's worth a lot of money on their planet. Like, if you get that, hey, look, man, you reign supreme. And you got it where their father was obsessed with gathering these rocks so that he can, I guess, make money and live a great life. So much so that that's what he sacrificed his life on. Remember, we were told it was a rock in the earlier chapters. Now we find out that what his father died for and what he left them was just nothing more than an ordinary rock. He thought it was one of those special rocks, but no, it was just a regular rock. And you have it where Maru himself, he's pissed about it. He's like, yo, he abandoned his duties over a stupid rock. And I imagine he didn't know that this was just a plain rock unless he was trying to trick someone. And that's what ultimately led to his life being taken. We don't know for sure. But you have it where Maru's upset. He crushes the stone in his hand, which shows he was pretty strong as a little kid. He breaking rocks that size as a kid. That's some strength right there. But you got it where he breaks the rock and then he starts stomping on it in front of Cross. And you got Cross trying to calm him down. And, you know, he's like telling Cross like, yo, nah, man, like our father, he abandoned his duty. He's worthless. I can't believe he did this. And you got it where then time fast forward and it jumps to the battle where, you know, Deborah is facing off against his friend, which is also the man who raised Cross and Maru. And you got it where it goes to the part where Deborah is apologizing. That's crazy. Like someone apologizing for killing your father figure. Might as well say your father. And he's saying like, yo, I didn't want to hurt his face. I apologize. Obviously, he did hurt the face. And you got it where Maru was thinking that Cross and Deborah, they were so kind. Really? I can see you saying Cross was kind, but Deborah, and, you know, you got it where Cross, you know, he kind of puts Maru down on the ground to keep him from running towards Deborah. I imagine he's probably saying Deborah is kind because Deborah could have finished him at any moment while he was running towards him, even if Cross didn't interfere, but he chose not to for whatever reason. And then I guess he's saying his brother Cross is, you know what I'm saying, kind because he stopped him from wasting his life. And then you got it where Maru is starting to realize, he's like, yo, I'm just like my father, you know, stubborn as a goat. He said, my dad died because of his obsession with those special rocks. And I kept hurting Cross because of my obsession with my duties. And then you got it where Maru's saying, I want to talk to him again. I want to apologize to him. I want to apologize to Cross. Now, this right here it leads you to believe that Cross himself may actually be gone. Now, I don't believe that's the case. I believe they're trying to psych us out. They're trying to trick us into thinking Cross is gone. But the way he says this statement, it does give the impression that Cross will not be returning. And I hope that's not the case. But anyway, you got it where Tsurugi, he's walking in a direction and he's thinking to himself, it's like, yo, things aren't adding up. You know, the stuff with the ship, the stuff with the aliens and the fact that they're not leaving, stuff aren't adding up. And Tsurugi kind of shows his intelligence right here. The fact that he was able to figure this out. And you have it where he walks up to Cross. I mean, not Cross, but Maru. My bad. They're twins. I'm going to mix up the names. And he was like, yo, you know, this didn't happen by chance. He says the ship arriving here, that was due to someone curse technique. He says, I know this ship, you know, runs off of curse energy, but it still doesn't explain how it got all the way to Earth. He says that ship was intact and was able to run off of someone curse techniques. And then you have it with Maru. He's standing there, well, he's sitting there with a sword on the side. And he says like, yo, yeah, we managed to travel through the stars thanks to the technique of of a sorcerer. You got it where he says, not just me, but my brother as well. Cross and Maru worked together with their curse technique in order to move the ship. I guess it's similar to how they were manipulating things in the battle. Well, Maru was in that battle where he was facing off against the old man. And it makes sense now when you think about what happened in the previous chapter where they said like, yo, were the sorcerers strong enough to take down Cross? And he's like, no, they caught Cross off guard. He would have been able to handle all of those sorcerers easily. So that makes more sense because him and his brother was able to move this ship such a long distance. And you got it where, you know, him and Tsurugi, they begin to talk. And he was like, yo, why can't you leave Japan? And Maru says like, yo, now that his kind has found out about the Kaiyans, the cursed spirits, that would be impossible. They're not going to leave. And then he was like, yo, I'm sure you heard about the duel that's about to take place with Deborah and Yuka. And you have it where Maru tells him like, yo, Yuka cannot win. You should forfeit. Like, he already knows what Deborah is capable of. He's like, yo, she can't win. It's a wrap. Like, yo, y'all need to forfeit. Like, victory, you know what I'm saying? Like, victory will come no matter what. You know, pretty much the aliens will get their way no matter what. So you might as well forfeit. And then you got it where Tsurugi says, yeah, try telling her that her sickness is advancing much faster than her doctor anticipated. And he was like, and on top of that, it was so obvious, but I didn't even notice. So this still doesn't, clear up whether or not he knew ahead of time. It clears up that he knows now, obviously, but it doesn't let us know how long he was aware of his sister's condition. And like I said, I want to say in a previous chapter, they said that he was unaware. So maybe he just found out with this duel being presented. He says, sorcerers on Earth don't hesitate to use binding vows when they're pushed against a wall. And, you know, pretty much he's saying his sister is probably using some type of binding vow, and that's what's speeding up her disease. That vow, we don't know what it is, but maybe it's something like, give me enough strength to beat this guy, and you can have my life after the battle, which is maybe increasing the speed of her disease. I'm not 100% sure, but that's just what I'm going with. And you got it where Maru says, oh, amplifying your curse energy and techniques, I presume. And he says that still won't be enough to beat the boar. The boar is just this strong. Then it cuts to a scene where Yuka is walking towards a plane, I'm assuming to go to the battle. And you got it where your boy Tsurugi is talking. He says Yuka was already looking for a reason to sacrifice herself. If she was to die, she wanted it to be for something greater. He says, but I want to do something to stop this duel. She won't die today. If she has 3 months to live, I want her to live those 3 months, not a day less. Even if she had 1 week or just a day, that's an older brother's duty, isn't it? And you have it where he looks at Maru as he grabs his sword. He says, please take your kind and leave Earth. And then you got it where Maru goes to say it's 50,000 passengers inside his ship, mostly women and children. He said it took 2 years for them to reach Earth. He says everyone was so scared. They were afraid that they would be lost in the dark void of space and become dust. And I can understand that. Like, yo, they didn't see any planets in sight. They probably thought that they were going to die. They put all their faith into, you know, these people. And this is what it came to. So he's like, yo, we have nowhere to go, nowhere else to go. He says, there's no guarantee anywhere else will be suitable for life. So it would be too risky to try to leave this planet. And then he says like, yo, I'm sorry, Tsurugi. We're not leaving Earth. It's not an option. If you're afraid of losing Yuka, you know what I'm saying, it's no different than what happens to Cross. So that right there leads me to believe Cross may still be alive. And then you got Tsurugi saying, my bad, I guess I wasn't clear enough, as he draws his sword from his sheath saying, get the hell out of here, Maru. And of course you got Maru saying, that won't happen. I am a warrior. And that's how the chapter ends, with these two about to face off against one another. Despite who wins this battle right here, this isn't going to make the aliens leave, and it's also not going to make the battle stop between Yuka and the boar. But I'm really curious to see what Yuka actually can do against the boar, and what type of binding vow has she made. And also, is there a chance that Rika, the Queen of Curses, may actually make some type of appearance in this spinoff? And also, Yuji, where the hell is he at? Will he show up and stop the duel and interfere? That would be something amazing to see as well. We don't really know the lifespans of these aliens, and maybe they could live long enough where they could become friends with Yuji, and Yuji would be able to fulfill his grandfather's wishes. Who knows? Like, yo, I don't know, man. I'm just really looking forward to the next chapter. I'm loving this spinoff, and I don't want it to end, man. But let me know y'all thoughts on this chapter down below, man. If you liked the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Damn, man, why everybody disrespecting your boy Megami online, man?
What the hell is happening in Shibuya?
They saying like Yuka did it the right way. They saying Sukuna did it the right way, but Megami, he just effed up. Hey man, look, he did his thing, man. He was an injured guy, man. We got to talk about this latest chapter. Let's get into it.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my curse technique!
What's up, y'all? We back at it with another chapter of JJK, man. Chapter 15A. Despite all the epic shit that happened in this chapter, it was still a sad one, man. Just reading everything Yuka was saying, it hurts, man. It hurts. I don't want her end to be crazy. I really hope your boy Yuji shows up and maybe even do some crazy stuff where, you know, he takes out Maharaga, wipes him out, and then go to face the boar while the boar is somewhat weakened, and then shows him mercy, and we can have a nice ending for the series. I hope that happens, man. I just really hope something like that go down because I'm really liking her character. I know it's only been 15 chapters, but she doesn't deserve to go out like this, man. She does not deserve to go out like this. Sorry for the camera shaking. I was trying to get it perfect. But yeah, she doesn't deserve to go out like this. So hopefully your boy Yuji can show up and he can do some amazing stuff because, damn, that brother and sister talk we got in this one, man. Hey, look, man, that shit had me about to call my family up and be like, hey, look, sis, we ain't always get along. I'm sorry. That shit had me like that. But yo, this chapter was amazing. Again, this is the fan translations that I'm going by. So make sure you check out the official chapter when it drops to show your love and respect. Greatly appreciate it, man. Just make sure you do that. And also subscribe and hit that bell. But of course, on this issue of Weekly Shonen Jump, we got the color page for, JJK, and this shit looks amazing. In the front, you have Yuta and Tsurugi, and then behind them, holding the sword, you got Maru, that shit just look epic as hell. And then if you pay attention, in the far background, you got Dabur just looking all sinister, just looking with the eye in the middle, and then the other two eyes like, yo, this dude just looked like, yo, I don't want to fight, but I think it's time I kill. That's the look he got. Yo, this shit looks dope as hell. Hey, look, this one of those copies of Weekly Shonen Jump, like, I can understand why someone would go out their way to buy it. Even if you can't read the language, it's just like, yo, I gotta have it in my collection because this shit look clean. And then we got it where the actual chapter, starts off with a few color pages. It starts off where you got, Yuka, she's walking towards the plane. You see her sweating. She's huffing and puffing due to her disease. You know what I'm saying? And it looks like she could collapse at any moment. Her sight is bleary. It really makes you feel sorry for her. But you got it while she's walking to the plane, you got your boy Mino. He's like, yo, hey, are you sure about using this? And you see him holding a wheelchair. You have it where she tells him thank you, and she kind of like flips her hair back. And at this moment, she looks like she's okay. But you have it where that happens, and then it jumps to another amazing color page where you got in the forefront. You got Tsurugi and Maru looking like they're about to clash blades. And then in the background, you got, Yuka and Dabur, and it says, I shall fight as an older brother. And you for Tsurugi, and then as your boy Maru, it has as a warrior with my life on the line. So these two are about to face off against one another. But it's crazy we don't get to see that in this chapter because of all the epicness that takes place. But anyway, we have it where the chapter starts off, and you have it where Yuka, she's pretty much reflecting. She's reflecting on her life. And she said, if I were to be born again, I would want to be the older sister, as she's flying in the sky above an infested Tokyo. You know what I'm saying? And you got it where she says, since I spent the last 16 years as a younger one, I know exactly what a younger sibling might want.
You don't know shit. You don't know shit. You gotta Google shit that I lived through.
She goes to think about her, her situation, her life with her brother. She says, I always hold back with him. I'll always let him eat all the snacks. I'll teach him every trick I know. And sometimes I'll help out with studies. And you know what I'm saying? You have her brother, Tsurugi, doing the complete opposite as they were growing up. And that's why she's asking for these things. Well, saying she would do these things differently because they were things that irritated her. And you have it where she says, my dear brother, you suck at being an older sibling. And I mean, hey, look, man, it ain't like we got a manual for this shit. Yeah, we all mess up. I mean, I had my sister tell you now, like, yeah, my brother was an asshole growing up. I mean, but we cool now. We cool now. We had time to get older, and, but as she's sitting there reflecting on all of that, you have it where Mino calls out to her, and, she's whispering brother, and then she goes to look up at Mino, and you could see her vision is completely like blacking out in some areas, like where she can barely make out who's in front of her. But she's doing a good job of hiding that. She's doing a great job at hiding how she's actually feeling right now, how bad she's suffering. But if you were to look at her, you wouldn't even know, or at least that's how I'm taking it. But you got it where she's talking and she says, like, didn't I tell you not to come? I'm not trying to look strong or anything. I just don't want anyone to see me in this state. Now, I'm looking at this in one or two ways. Now, she could be really, truly talking to Mino that way, or because her vision is kind of blurry and cloggy, you know what I'm saying, and fuzzy because of her disease, I think she may actually be thinking she's talking to her brother Tsurugi. And these are the words that she's saying to Tsurugi. Now, I could be wrong, but that's just the way I'm taking it. And then you have it where she goes to say, I bet you're the kind of guy that tell the girls they look better without makeup, you know. And then she goes to say, what would you know about a woman's pure heart or an, you know what I'm saying, or excitable sister's desire? You're useless. So that's why I kind of think she's, you know what I'm saying, she believes she's talking to Tsurugi. Yuka says, this is it. And then you have it where Mina says, I'm sorry. He squeezes her hand and says, I'm really sorry. And then when he does that, you have it where she thinks about another moment from her past where she's walking down the field with Tsurugi holding her hand. And, you know, Tsurugi's telling Yuka, like, not to cry. They're both kids at this point. And you got it where he says, it's not that bad. And then she goes to explain that she just wanted to save her friend that has been abducted by an ungraded cursed spirit. Says, I thought I could handle it by myself. I probably would have been fine had he not come, but my friend would have died. So that means Tsurugi showed up and managed to save the friend. This must have been a really weak, cursed spirit, considering how young these guys are in this flashback. But you got it where she goes to say, the only thing I could do was hold the hand of my brother who didn't blame me for anything. And you got it as they approach closer and closer to Tokyo, where she's supposed to face off against the boar. And as that happens, you got it where another person shows up in front of the boar. And you have it where the boar says, are you the chosen warrior? And of course, this person says, no, not at all. I'm just an old man. And you have it where this old man turns out to be Yui. Yeah, Yui, the younger brother of Mai. You see that he has some siblings with him. I'm imagining those are his grandkids. But you have it where he says, no, I'm not the warrior who has came here to fight you. I merely wish to personally greet you in the name of all our sorcerers before the duel. He says, my name is Yui, head of the new shadow style. You know, I salute you, O mighty king of the far world. And then you got it where the boar looks at him like, salute me? Like, he want to join me. He wants to join. He's riding. He's a rider. But you got it where Yui goes to say about, 70 years ago, an extraordinary wave of power shook this country to its very core. Of course, we know he's talking about Sukuna. He says, peace and quiet stood proud for months in its wait. What is strength? What is true power? Everyone has suddenly forgotten these things. And you got it where, Yui is standing there in front of 3 kids. Like I said, I believe they're his grandkids. Or it could be maybe his sister grandkids. We just don't know. One of them looked like Mai, one of them looked like Yui, and the other one just looks like, I don't know, I guess a combination of both. And you got it where Yui goes to say, these children are oblivious to the extreme brutality living beings are capable of. However, as I do not doubt you can unveil the true dread of this curse bursting from deep within our very entrails. Entrails is a crazy word. You have it where the boar replies, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I cannot unveil anything to someone who can't stand tall before me. You got it where he says, against a rookie, it'll be over before it even gets started. And then, of course, you got it where Yui says, oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Now, I imagine Yui knows what's about to happen. He knows what Yuka is about to do, which I wonder where he got that information from. You do see owls floating around him. So maybe Yui was able to use Mai's ability somehow, because then again, it could be Mai, but he says it's a man, and the hair definitely looks like the hairstyle of Mai. Now, maybe Yui made his hair look like Mai on the strength that he respects his sister so much. That could be the case. I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. Again, that might be a situation where the officials may be actually different from, the fan translations. But again, you got it where he says you'll be satisfied and your loneliness shall be satisfied as well. So You have it where it jumps back to Yuka as they're on the plane heading towards Tokyo. You got it where the plane back door begins to open, and you have it where Yuka falls out of the plane. You got it with Mino. He's crying. He's sad to see this happen. And then you got Yuka thinking to herself right before she falls, if I were to be born again, I want to be a younger sister once more. And I don't know why, but this moment right here made me think of Inuyasha. And I know some of y'all might be like, what are you talking about? So in Inuyasha, I believe that, yeah, their names were the Thunder Brothers. And you had one brother who had a head full of hair. You had the other brother who didn't have much hair. And he, at the beginning of the battle against Inuyasha, he kept saying he wanted to be, if he was to come back in life, he would want to be a caterpillar covered from head to toe with hair, fur. And then he said, like right before his final moments, he said, oh, hell, what am I saying? If I could come back, I'll come back as your brother, even if I'm bald. So it kind of reminds me of that moment. I don't know how many of y'all actually seen Inuyasha, but that's what it reminded me of. But you got this amazing scene as she's falling, her wheelchair breaks apart, and you just got Yuka falling down to Tokyo. And I don't know, man. Some people might look at this as crazy, but this panel looks dope as hell. One of my favorite panels out this whole chapter. And you got it where she also goes to say, and I want my brother to be, as she thinks of, Tsurugi once again, meaning that she understands that Tsurugi did the things that he did because he was a great big brother, not a bad big brother, like she was saying earlier. And I really like this, like the fact that she's realizing that her brother was really good to her, really just looking out for her in the long run, because we as adults, kids, when we're growing up, we often don't see what our parents and loved ones are doing to protect us. It's only when we get older that we realize, like, they were only looking out for us this whole time. And sometimes we don't even have enough time to apologize for the way we may have behaved due to the way they act towards us. And I just like how, this chapter kind of showcased that, like, she didn't realize how much her brother was really trying to protect her and, keep her safe until, she was on death's door. But you have it where she lands here right before Dabur, and if you look, you already see like the frogs, the wolves, the shadows, they're already there. Beginning a ritual, and she says, forgive me, Dabur. Now, this is crazy right here. The fact that she says that, Dabur is looking like, what is she talking about? This was just an epic moment. And I see a lot of people online, they dogging the hell out of Megami because of this. But you have it where she says, with this treasure, I summon the 8-handed sword, Maharaga. You see her slipping into the shadows, which I didn't even know she could use that ability. You see her slipping into the shadows. It makes sense, though. She is the grandchild of Maki, and Maki is a Zenin, which I completely forgot, due to her not having curse abilities. But, it's a chance that her offspring could inherit the shadow style like Megami because they're part of the same clan. But anyway, she slips into the shadow. You got it where Maharaga shows up there. And a lot of people online are joking Megami because they're saying Sukuna was able to tame it. You have it where Yuka here, she slipped in the shadow so she wouldn't be smacked around by Maharaga like Megami was. You just got a lot of people laughing at it. You have it where the divine general Maharaga shows up, standing there with a smile on his face, man, with a smile on his face. And Dabura doesn't waste any time. He instantly starts shooting Maharaga with these light attacks. And then to the point where Maharaga is stabbed up by all these light rods, and then you got Dabura standing on the top of the rods, the light rods, looking down at Maharaga like, this is it? This is all you got? Now, we know what Maharaga is capable of. We know Maharaga has the ability to heal and adapt, and I wonder how long it's going to take for him to adapt to this attack. Since Dabura doesn't know, he might be in trouble because he needs to finish off Maharaga as fast as possible before he adapts. Once he adapts, this is going to be crazy. But we don't know if Dabura has any other moves at his disposal. Man, this is going to be a crazy chapter. But you got to where Dabura technique It's an ancient technique that was passed down within his clan, within his family for generations. And it says the name of this technique is impossible for earthlings to pronounce. The wording is just so complex that someone like us could never say the word. Like our tongue wouldn't move that way. I think it's crazy as hell. But you got it where he's facing off against the sacred treasure of the Zenin clan.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my cast technique!
Clan. And this is, oh man, this is crazy. And you have it where it says on the final panel, for the first time in history, Maharaga adaptation begins against a, against an alien, against a alien being. And then you have it where that's where the chapter ends. And then I like how they say humans can't even pronounce Deborah's technique, and they have the word there, but they have it like kind of smeared out because like, yo, we can't even look at it like it's taboo or something. I don't know, man. This chapter was amazing from start to finish. But again, I just don't want Yuta to be taken out. I just don't want Yuka to be taken out. I hope she survived in some type of way. But let me know y'all thoughts on this chapter. Do you think Deborah's in trouble? Do you think Maharaga is going to be destroyed? Do you think Yuji's going to show up?
What's your name?
Let me know your thoughts down below, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my cast technique!
What's up, y'all? We back at it. We got the fan translations for JJK Chapter 16. We also got the volume cover for Volume 1. I ain't gonna lie, the volume cover looks sick as hell. You got Yuka up there as well as Tsurugi, both of them the siblings or the grandkids of Maki / Yuta. And I really love this volume cover. I imagine the Volume 2 would probably have Cross and Maru on it. I'm just imagining that's how it's going to go down. I could be completely wrong though, but I really rock with this volume cover. Let me know how y'all feel about the volume cover down below. Also, man, make sure you take the time out to read the official chapter, man. I'm only doing this because you got Jump Festa this weekend, so it's probably going to be a lot of videos for me to do, so I'm trying to get stuff out the way early. Also, I got to work, so you know how it is. You know how it is. But yo, let's get into this battle where we got Deborah versus Maharaga. We also got, Maru versus Tsurugi. Don't get me wrong, I think that battle is amazing as well, but I feel like they should have been separate chapters. I feel like we should have got the cross, well, not the cross, but the Maru versus, Tsurugi first, and then got this battle right here between Deborah and Maharaga. That's just how I feel like it should have been done. But, they chose to do this way where they got two battles going on at the same time. And it does make sense for both of them to be going on at the same time, considering what both people or all opponents are fighting for. But let's get right into the chapter, man. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell. So you got it where they're explaining, Yuka's ability and how she's inherited the shadow technique and how she's able to use the abilities of her shadows without summoning them. And I'm surprised to hear that, considering we only seen her use one of the abilities, and I believe that's the ability of the wolf. So I'm surprised she has all these other abilities at her disposal from her different shadows, yet she only chose to use the wolf ability. Maybe she used some other ones and I just didn't realize, but I know I've seen a lot of people point out the fact that she was using the wolf abilities. But let me know down below if there were any other shadow techniques that she used, abilities from these creatures that she used that maybe I missed. Let me know down below. But you got it where she uses that to actually summon, Maharaga. We know how it goes down. And the fact that, the Gojo clan considers this technique to be forbidden. I just think that's dope as hell. And, they deemed this technique as, being able to summon an untamable, creature, Maharaga. And they says no one has ever been successful at trying to tame it other than Sukuna.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my curse technique.
They put in parentheses like, yo, we're excluding Sukuna from this. He's on a different level. Granted, it was a Megami body. We're not going to give that to Megami though. That's exclusive to Sukuna. He did it. He tamed it, but no one else has ever done it. I just think it's hilarious that they actually put it down that way. But anyway, you got it where they show the bell, you know, the wheel, and then you got it where Yuka, she's already in like a, you know, a death-like state, waiting for the outcome of the battle. We all know, like, yo, if Maharaga manages to defeat Dabur, she dies. And then if Dabur manages to defeat Maharaga, you know, you might as well say she's dead as well. Not only will she probably die from her, you know, die by his hands, but also the disease that she's suffering from. But I love how you got this panel of Maharaga standing on his laser beams as he looks down at Maharaga with a smirk on his face like, oh, this is what you summoned for me? You summoned this? And you got it where the lasers that he's standing on begin to shatter. Now, I don't know if they're shattering because of Maharaga or if he chooses to make his attack become undone. But you got it where he's slowly falling down to the ground as he lands. Maharaga and wastes no time. He's instantly attacking your boy Dabur. And yo, this shit just looks so epic. The way he does the double fist slam on top of Dabur and how big he is compared to Dabur. And Dabur is a giant. Don't get me wrong. This man got to be at least, I'm going to say he about 9 foot, maybe 7. I'm going to be more realistic. He might be 7 foot tall. But the fact that this guy is so much, Maharaga is so much bigger than Dabur is insane. But you got it where Dabur manages to stop his fist, the blow. And you got it where, you know, Maharaga after that instantly follows up with a kick that sends Dabur flying. But the way Dabur stops himself by grabbing the building and using the building to slow down his momentum, yo, that shit just looks so damn goated. And something I didn't even notice in the spoiler, because the spoiler pages are a little fuzzy, you know what I mean, that if you look in the corner, you see Maharaga running past your boy Dabur and like pretty much setting him up. And as he's running past him, you got it where Dabur shoots a blast. He's smiling with a grin on his face, shooting another one of his light attacks. Of course, Maharaga is smiling as well. And this light attack that he shoots is so big that it actually pierces through a giant building and hits Maharaga, ripping off his arm and half of his stomach, you know, or torso, you know, whichever one you want to say. But as that go on, you see the wheel turn once again, and then you got it where your boy, and I didn't even notice this, Dabur grabs a piece of the building, he chunks it, like he throws it at Maharaga. Of course, Maharaga grabs it in front of him, and then he crushes it, and you just see all this debris flying towards Dabur. Now, I'm not sure if Dabur is saying this stuff out loud or if he's thinking it. I want to say he's thinking it, but he's just looking at everything that's going down. And he was like, oh man, I'm in this spiritual organism. Given the nature of cursed spirits, it would seem that spiritual organisms are an Earth-exclusive cursed energy life form. It isn't merely an unbreakable puppet fighting in a sorcerer's stead. There's something more, some kind of ability. And I like the way that you got it with Dabur's breaking down what's going on in this battle. It kind of shows that he is very intelligent. He's not just brute muscles. He may be on the level of Sukuna, because remember, Sukuna, despite how powerful he was, the man had amazing intellect as well. He was smart and powerful. But you have it where Dabur makes these mini light beams, and they all manage to shoot Maharaga from in his face, ripping off his whole, from the shoulder up, ripping the whole body. Like, this battle is brutal right here. Next thing you know, you got it while he's regenerating. You see the ring click again. Next thing you know, Dabur is kicking, Maharaga in the face as his face is regenerated, and then he blasts him with a blast from both of his feet, which sends Maharaga flying. And also, you just see light from afar, just pretty much scattering throughout all the buildings of Tokyo. Like, yo, this battle is intense. Buildings are being destroyed, ripping apart. You got it where Dabur is thinking like, yo, this thing is getting accustomed to my technique. The repeating spins of the wheel on his back and the recovery that follows. And then you got it where a narrator pops up and it says, the Zenin clan's sacred treasure, Maharaga, the general, and its ability. The ability to adapt to any and all phenomena. ultimate counter move. And I'm like, yo, this battle is getting intense. I need to see more. I want more. I need more. And then that's when it jumps to Tsurugi versus Maru. Now, don't get me wrong. I like this battle as well, but it's just like, yo, you can't give us some shit like Maharaga facing the board and then jump to, you know what I'm saying, Maru and Tsurugi and expect us to be like, oh man, this is epic. This is just all around fire. And I mean, it is all around fire, but it's just like, yo, damn, man, you should have started a chapter with these guys first. And then jump to the board and Maharaga, man. Like, yo, when Maharaga shows up, yo, it just gives that presence, man. It's just that vibe, that feel. You know, maybe it's just me. Let me know down below. Are you okay with them showcasing both fights in this battle, or would you prefer the whole chapter of just one, you know, of two individuals facing off against one another? Let me know down below. I mean, shit, some of y'all might even feel like, yo, I would have just liked to see, you know, Tsurugi versus, Maru for a whole chapter as opposed to it jumping back and forth. This jumping back and forth, man, that shit is a tease, man. That shit is a tease. But anyway, you got it where Tsurugi and Maru, they're clashing swords. And of course, Tsurugi says like, yo, I didn't know you can use a sword. And he says like, yo, this is Cross sword, which we still don't know how Cross is doing. Is he still alive? Has he survived? Is he recovering? Is he dead? Is he gone? We don't know any of this. And I hope we find out soon because I'm getting tired of trying to guess what's going on. But you got it where these two guys are clashing swords. And then you got it where Maru is thinking to himself like, yo, so this is what it's like to fight someone who has no curse energy, someone who discarded their curse energy and curse technique. He has gained immense physical ability through a heavenly restriction. I see now that I'm fighting him. He says it clears up the questions I had after hearing about it from Yuka. So he was very curious about how strong, you know what I'm saying, Tsurugi was and how his abilities work now that he has no curse energy. So as that's going on, you have it where he's thinking like, how does curse energy enhancement different from physical gifted heavenly restriction? Due to the absence of curse energy, their movements cannot be predicted through the flow of curse energy. So a person can sense someone curse energy and pretty much predict what their opponent is going to do. But since Tsurugi has no curse energy, it's hard to predict his movements. And you got it where Maru is saying how troublesome. Until I get used to it, every strike is pretty much a surprise attack coming from him. He says, furthermore, Tsurugi manipulates the curse energy within his weapons to perform techniques. I had thought that curse tools merely compensate for Tsurugi's lack of curse energy. I see that explains that curse tools don't run out of curse energy. Of course, this is most likely dependent on its grade. Tsurugi's fundamental approach to Jujutsu combat is vastly different from that of other sorcerers. So I'm very curious how he would fare against someone like Deborah. I mean, I don't think he would win, but I'm just curious how he would fare against him. But of course, you got it where they're still clashing. And of course, Maru seems to be losing. Tsurugi is getting the upper hand. And he says like, yo, it's fine if Deborah is the only one to leave. If Deborah leaves, the pact between, you know what I'm saying, Yuka and Maharaga would never be finished, which means she won't lose her life. You know, you have it where Tsurugi believes that Maharaga range would not extend past Earth. So if Deborah was to leave Earth, the battle would be undone, meaning your girl Yuka wouldn't lose her life. But of course, you got it where Maru says like, yo, you know, Deborah can't leave this planet. You know, he can't go back to our home world because if he does, the curse that's been placed on his sister would take effect as well and take his sister out. So there's no option for Deborah to actually leave. And of course, you got it where, you know, you got it where Tsurugi says like, yo, we're going to fight. And let's make a rule. If I win, you leave this planet. That's the rule of this duel. He says, you're a warrior, aren't you? And then you got it where your boy Tsurugi begins to use his simple domain. Of course, you got Maru. He's actually thinking about the battle that took place against, you know what I'm saying, the guy he's seen as a father when he faced off against Deborah. And he sees that Deborah held back in that fight. He didn't use his full power. And now he understands why. He says, I'm sorry, Deborah. I understand how you felt now. He got it where he begins to realize, he says, after what happened to our siblings, I'm terrified of losing our friends as well. Meaning he cares about, you know what I'm saying, Yuka as well as Tsurugi. And he doesn't want to lose them. He considers them to be friends and he doesn't want to lose them. But if he feels like he has no choice, he has to have a place for his people to stay. And that place is Earth. They don't know how long they will how long it would take to find another planet that his people can live on. So he doesn't want to risk their lives. But you got it where Maru is thinking to himself, I don't want to hurt. He says, I don't want to be hurt or killed anymore. Where he says, and you call yourself a warrior. You dare disrespect me, Tsurugi. You got it where he stands up. He's getting up. And you got it where Tsurugi is about to use his, simple domain. And then Maru says, very well, I won't be holding back. I'm fighting to kill. Don't go dying on me, Tsurugi. Next thing you know, you see him open his middle eye. You see that he's using his ability. You got it where Tsurugi, he's pretty much he's pretty much falling to the ground because it seems as if the world itself is being shifted by the power of Maru. And you find out Maru and Cross's technique, and it just looks so damn epic. Chaos and Order is the name of it. Now, it may be a different name in the official, which I said you should definitely go check out the official, but this shit look crazy, man. I got to get this next chapter. I got to see the next chapter. I got to see what's happening, man. But let me know y'all thoughts down below, man. And if you like this video, thumb it up, please subscribe, hit the bell, and I'll catch y'all in the next one, man. Peace.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my curse technique!
What's up, y'all? We back at it with the latest chapter of JJK, man. Chapter 17, and actually these are the fan translations, but I will say, this may be my favorite chapter out the entire series. I don't know, the Maharaga stuff been dope that we got over the past few chapters, but this latest one is on a whole nother level, man. But we about to talk about it because the queen has returned. Even though the king has fallen, Sukuna, we have it where the queen returns, and we're about to talk about it right here, right now. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit the bell for all notifications. Also, remember to check out the the official release when it drops, which I think is like a week from now, if I'm not mistaken. It's crazy that we got the spoilers this early. It's insane. But let's get right into it, man. So you have it where the chapter starts off where you got Tsurugi's past, him as a child, knowing that his father disappeared shortly after his sister was born. And he wasn't upset or anything about it, but for whatever reason, he wanted to know more about his father. He wanted to ask more questions about his father. And he said his mother, as well as his grandparents, didn't speak or mention his father often. So whatever the case may be, I don't know if they had a disagreement or argument, they didn't bring up the father. And you had it where they said his father looked a lot like Yuta. You know what I'm saying? It looked a lot like Yuta. We even get a picture of him. And I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was Yuta. I mean, it looks just like him, just a little more mature, so to speak. And just, I don't know, he looks a little more suave, I guess. That's the word I'm looking for. But anyway, you got it where, he started asking around. He started asking some of the people that worked for his family, like the maids and stuff, about his father. And you had it where, he couldn't gather too much information, but he did gather information about he had a conversation with a man wearing a hood, this man being Yuji. And some of you guys said it in my spoiler video, and damn if you ain't right. Yo, the little bits of Yuji that they're giving us is enough to make me go crazy. Like, yo, give us more. I want more. Like, why are you giving us these little like raindrops when you could give us a whole flood out this bitch, man? Like, we wouldn't be mad if you talked about Yuji for a whole chapter, but just giving us a panel here and there, it's just crazy. But it seems as if Yuji and, Tsurugi's father were having a bit of an argument, and that's about how sorcerers in this day and age aren't holding up to what they were back in Yuji day. And you have it where the only thing they remember Yuji saying back to the father was, it doesn't matter. Now, it's a couple ways you can look at that conversation. I'm looking at it more so like Yuji is saying it doesn't matter because I am here. Because I'm here. Like, bitch, you don't need nobody else. I'm that nigga. I'm here. So that could be one way you could look at it. Or it could be more so that the world isn't as dangerous as it once was. Sukuna, the greatest curse to ever live, it's no longer here. So there's no reason for you to be afraid. There's no reason for you to think we need more, sorcerers or a higher caliber of sorcerers. At least that's the way I'm taking it. You guys can let me know which way you're taking what Yuji said to him. But you have it where Tsurugi starts to think to himself like, he was born without curse energy. His sister was. And after his sister was born, the father said, okay, we're good. And he disappeared. So you have it where Tsurugi is questioning things. He's thinking to himself, had he been born with curse energy, would his sister ever been born? Or if she was born without curse energy, would their father had remained? He's thinking all of these things, but he's like, at the same time, I don't want to tell my sister about this, but she probably is smart enough to figure it out on her own. So then you have it where it jumps back to present day, where you got Tsurugi facing off against Maru. And remember, Maru just started using his his curse technique, which I believe is called Gift and a Curse or something along those lines. I'm probably messing up the name because it's been so long since I looked at the last chapter. But anyway, you got it where Tsurugi is kind of thrown off balance by Maru's attack or ability. And then he's like, I still can't figure it out. And you have it where he's hanging from the side of a building. Then Maru comes piercing out the building with his blade. So it seems like the laws of gravity aren't affecting Maru, but it is affecting Tsurugi in whichever way Maru chooses it to do, or chooses the gravity to flow. And you got it where he's still managing to hold his own. But I ain't gonna lie, some of these panels is crazy. Like you got a panel where Tsurugi is goddamn about to slash Maru. Maru's holding the sword in one hand and then manipulating the area with another hand. The shit looked clean as hell. But anyway, you got it where he ends up flipping Tsurugi to the ground, slamming him. Then he goes in for the sword, and you have it where Maru's sword has like a little opening in it. And you got it where your boy Tsurugi goes to slash at Maru, and Maru manages to pierce the sword or get the sword stuck in between his blade where the opening is. And then you got it where, Tsurugi is thinking like, if I keep doing this, they'll both be broken. He's saying his sword will be broken from its original state. So you got it where he does some type of spin move, which looked dope as hell, where he flips both swords in the opposite direction. They begin to fall due to the way that Maru is manipulating the gravity. And then as that's going on, you have it where Maru doesn't waste any time. He kicks the shit out of Tsurugi, sending him flying into a building. And the next thing you know, you got it where he flies through the building and he's floating in the air. And you got Maru right in front of him, and he does the one finger punch. Like, when a person extend their hand like this and then do that, the Bruce Lee jump. And he sends your boy Tsurugi flying, and he says like, I might have won with this one. And Tsurugi says like, perhaps you might have. Then next thing you know, you have it where he sends him flying into another building. And after flying into a building, he picks up multiple like trains and trucks, buses and stuff. And he throws them all in Tsurugi's path in his direction. And I ain't gonna lie, it looked like he might not survive this battle. It kind of reminds me of what Maharaga did to Sukuna in that battle, but just a little more extreme. And then you have it where Tsurugi is laying there on the ground. He's thinking to himself like, even if he can just save his sister by a little bit, he'll do it. You have the ring around his neck glowing, is emanating this cursed energy. And he says, but I can't accept this. Even if it was an ordinary life, I can't accept this. As long as his life and his everyday existence is here, somewhere out there, that would have been enough for me. And then you got it where he says, Grandpa. He says his grandpa name, meaning he was thinking about his grandpa when he's saying that, like, maybe if his grandpa existed, this wouldn't have to happen. And then you hear someone say, this is the worst. And he says, you really took after that woman, saying that Tsurugi himself looks more so like Maki and is kind of upsetting to this person that's speaking. And you have it where you just see the teeth, and we already know who it is. It's your girl, Rika. He said, Rika goes to say, but since Yuta requests, I'll help you. So that means, as Yuta was passing away, he talked to Rika and he said like, I have a request of you. Watch over my grandchild. Should they ever need your help, please help them. And you know how Rika feels about Yuta. She'll do anything for him because that's the person she loves. And so she accepted that knowing that she couldn't go with your boy Yuta in the afterlife. And maybe she's even seeking death so that she can be reunited with your boy Yuta. We just don't know. But I can imagine she wants to be dead so she can be with him, the person she loves, more than anything, more than life itself. She doesn't really care about the grandkids because the grandkids was created through Yuta being with another woman. She's just doing this because of her love for Yuta, to make him happy. But anyway, and they probably made some type of binding vow or pact or something like along the lines. But anyway, you got it where Rika says, "Say I accept," and then you have it where Tsurugi says, "And you think you can win like that?" And Rika replies back by saying, "Foolish question." And then you hear your boy Tsurugi say, "I accept." But right in that moment, you see Maru's face, and the boy Maru look like he just seen a ghost. He's like, yo, I don't know what the hell's about to go on. And then you just see all this curse energy just exploding from Tsurugi's body. Like it's an immense amount of curse energy. And you have it where your boy Maru is looking down like, yo, curse energy, this can't be true. Who are you? What are you? And as he says that, you see a fist right in front of his face, the fist of Tsurugi's body, and he gets punched and sent flying. And then you just got like this hybrid form of Tsurugi and, you know what I'm saying, Rika, like kind of merged together. And it just looks insane. It looks insane. And then you got it where she goes to say, "And who are you supposed to be? The queen of curses has returned." And then you got it where Tsurugi, he's still there, like he's still aware, he's still conscious of what's going on. And he says, "I accept you helping, but don't talk so freely." And then you got you got Rika saying like, "Geez, how cheeky. I'll tell Yuta in heaven," meaning like she is planning on dying so that she can see Yuta. Now I wonder if accepting this ability, if this is like a one-time thing, like she will come and help you in exchange, the rest of her curse energy will burn up and she will fade away. I'm very curious if that's how it goes down. I mean, you guys can let me know your thoughts. But then you have it where after she says, you know, she'll tell Yuta in heaven, you have it where Tsurugi says, "Are you even the type who gets to go to heaven?" Which is a good question. Do curse spirits go to heaven? We don't know. And then you got it where she replies back to Tsurugi saying like, "Yo, you're really pissing me off." She's, you know, saying she's getting upset with the stuff that your boy is saying. And then after that, that's where the chapter ends, man. So this was a hell of a chapter, man. I was enjoying it from start to finish. Very curious how this battle is going to go off, if anybody else is going to show up and try to stop this battle. And now I don't know which battle I want more, the battle with Rika or the battle with Maharaga. You guys can let me know down below which one do y'all prefer, man. But all in all, great chapter. And I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my curse technique!
What's up, y'all? We back at it, man. We got the early fan translations of JJK chapter 18. We about to dive straight into it, man. Hey, look, I see people online making jokes on the board saying like, "Oh, he didn't live up to the hype. He's not as strong as Sukuna 10 Fingers." I've seen all the jokes, but I feel like it's more so like this dude never fought anyone as strong as him. He really ain't know how to handle what was going on. This is all a new experience for him. And I feel like he about to get in his bag and he about to do some shit where all of us are going to be looking like, yeah, I don't know if he's Sukuna level, but don't fuck with this guy. I guarantee you this is how it's about to go down. And not only that, Rika, she's just a whole nother type of breed. Man, like she is the queen of curses, man. We about to get into the chapter. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell. Also, make sure you take the time out to read the official chapter when it drops tomorrow to show your love and support. I'm going to read this as well as the official, man. Be like me. But let's get right into it. So you got it where the chapter starts off where you got Rika. She's fused with, you know what I'm saying, Tsurugi. And you got it where it says a curse tool registered to the Gojo clan storehouse. You contains the vast reserves of curse energy belonging to Yuta along with the will of Rika. Now, with that being said, it seems like your boy Yuta has been pouring his, you know what I'm saying, his curse energy into this object.
Don't be rude. Our love is pure.
Into this ring his whole life. That's just the way it's coming off to me. He's been pouring his energy into this ring, and it's a mass amount. Now, my question is, can it run dry? Can it run out? Or is this something where it remains forever? Like the amount of curse energy he put in it will stay there forever? Or is it something that will eventually fade over time? And, you know what I'm saying, maybe another bearer would, you know, of their family, of their bloodline would have to put more curse energy into it over their lifespan. I'm very curious if that's how it works. You guys can let me know your thoughts on that down below. But you got it where it says the power of the Queen of Curses is in the blood. Oh man, I love that. Then you got it where your boy Maru's looking like, man, I ain't never ran from a fade. You about to catch these hands. And you got it where it looks as if he does some type of spin move where he's kind of trying to control the gravity around him or surrounding him. And it looks as if it's kind of like trying to spin Rika. And then you got it where Rika's like, yo, come on, man. This shit ain't gonna work on me. And you got it where she starts jumping around. She starts grabbing boulders with her hand, with her claws. And she started using those boulders to smash your boy Maru. Like, yo, straight like just an animal. Like, if someone fight me with that type of style, knowing this a world where people use curse techniques, that shit right there is going to have me a little skeptical. Like, yo, I don't know if I should be doing this with my life, yo. Maybe I could have been a doctor. But you got it where she's picking up boulders and stuff and using it to crush it against the body of Maru. And you got it where she starts talking. And I feel like that's probably the scariest part, especially if they give her the same voice she had in the original anime and also the movie. She starts laughing. She says, this is so much fun. It's like a roller coaster. You know what I'm saying? But I hate amusement parks. All of those kids running around, meaning like she loves amusement parks, but she hates the fact that there's kids there. And if she could go without there being any kids, that's something she would probably do in her spare time. That's a little scary, you know what I'm saying? It kind of sounds like she will wipe the kids out. That's how it sounds to me. But you see where she actually manages to wound Maru. He got blood coming across his face. And he's like, yo, what is this? Why does he look like that? What happened to him? He's trying to understand. He was like, yo, the source of this power is in his grandfather's ring. So Maru's already able to pinpoint where this curse energy is actually coming from. He's like, yo, his curse energy is off the charts. It's beyond the capacity of any normal person. And then they just show a shadow figure of your boy Yuta as an adult. And I ain't gonna lie to you, that shit look cold as hell. Like, just the line itself, I hope the officials say this, or if not, something even better. His curse energy is off the charts. It's beyond the capacity of any normal person. This is the work of a sorcerer with extraordinary curse energy accumulated over years, no, decades. I don't know why. That line alone, just if they have the right narrator when this gets animated and they do it like some Hunter x Hunter type shit, man, I can picture that part alone just making people like, he's the one. He's the one. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too amped for this shit. But anyway, you got it where, you know, Maru goes in for the headbutt. I thought this was Rika, but Maru goes in for a headbutt. But then Rika grabs him, and then she brings the headbutt to him like, this what you was going to do? Let me show you how you really do it. And she headbutts him straight in the eye and then punches him away like, yo, and sends him flying across the, you know, they're fighting in Tokyo, if I'm not mistaken, flying across the city. Then you got it where he's like, yo, damn, that didn't work. He's ignoring my technique altogether. He's aiming to crush me with nothing but brute force and the power of that ring. That mean Rika, she ain't just like, yo, I ain't got no tricks. I ain't got to use no curse energy, none of that shit. Just these hands is all it takes for catch a fade. And you got it where she like pops up right in front of Maru. And then you have the voice of Tsurugi coming up saying like, yo, I'm sorry, Maru. I can't hold back. Not if I wish to win. And I feel like that probably would freak me out the most. The fact that I'm hearing both voices. The voice of Rika, which sounds crazy as hell. And then the voice of the one I called a friend, a neighbor, so to speak. But you got it where Maru looks at him and says, don't apologize. Now, I'm not going to lie. If I'm fighting someone and I'm apologizing, like I'm saying like, yo, I don't want to do this. And then they say, don't apologize. That shit might make me feel a little skeptical. Like, yo, what the hell are they about to do? What are they about to do? But anyway, you got it where he has plant lives and trees and stuff starting to grow. I don't know if it's growing around him or if he's bringing it from where it actually was to him. But it just looked crazy because he pretty much gets shadowed out by the trees surrounding him, and all you see is the eye in the middle of his forehead as he stand there. And then it shows his face, and he has a very, stern look where he says, after all, we're in the same position. They both want to win. And then I'm just like, yo, I got to see what happens. I got to see what happens next. And then it jumps to Maharaga and your boy Deborah. Now, I can't complain because this is something I want to see as well, but I do kind of wish they would stop jumping back and forth and just choose a fight to focus on and then go to the next one afterwards. I really wish they would do that. They know what they're doing, and they pissing me off. But anyway, you have it where they got this amazing panel of Maharaga standing on a pillar. That shit just looked dope. Looking down at Deborah as Deborah looks up to him. And Deborah says his entire aura has shifted. Like, yo, and Maharaga got that smile on his face. Then he kind of like puts his arms down. And I ain't gonna lie, when he puts his arm down, he kind of looked like Majin Buu. Like, it gave me the vibes of Buu, where he's just a mindless monster that just loves to fight and destroy. But anyway, you got it where Deborah starts shooting his lights at Maharaga. He gets hit by the lights, but next thing you know, he flexes and breaks all the light beams that hit him. The man flexes and shatter all the light that's surrounding him. You got it where Deborah looks shocked, like, what the hell is going on? Next thing you know, Maharaga is right in front of him, and he goes to attack with the blade that's tied around his arm. Remember, Sukuna said that blade is a very rare cursed tool. But you got it where Deborah manages to dodge that slash. He grabs Deborah by the face, and he starts shooting like these starlight light beams through Maharaga's face. And then you have it where Maharaga is getting hit by these beams, but he begins to smile. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. When I would have saw this smile, the speed I would have had to get away from this, like, yo, I'm shooting this dude in the head and he's smiling. I'm not trying to do this, man. I got a family. I'm going home. But you got it where Deborah realized, like, yo, it didn't work. Next thing you know, Maharaga slashes him with that blade that's on his arm. Of course, you have it where Deborah managed to dodge a fatal strike, but he still gets scratched across his face. And he's like, yo, he's completely ignoring my technique. Deborah jumps back, and Maharaga just continues to attack. You got it where Deborah says, so this was your power, to endure the attack, then adapt to it. He says, if this keeps up, am I out of options? Don't tell me I'm going to lose. You have it where Deborah is starting to experience all these things for the very first time. Defeat. And you got it where he has a flashback of his boy, which happened to be the man who raised Cross and Maru. And you have it where he's talking to Deborah in this flashback saying, like, yo, don't you think it'll be better if you go along with the rest of their clan? Walking behind, he says, like, nah, do you not want me around? Then you have it where Dola says, I didn't mean it like that. I'm grateful to have you with me. While it does pain me to say it, I can't really tolerate anyone else. Meaning Dola, he doesn't get along with anyone besides Deborah. But you got it where they're walking. And you got it where it jumps back to present day. You got Deborah laying in the debris saying, you're amazing, Dola. I think I'm going to lose. And then he has this look on his face. He says, it hurts and I'm scared. This is the first time he's ever experienced all this. This is all new emotions. It's not that, he's a coward or he's weak. He just doesn't know how to handle this. This is something new for him. And then it jumps back to present day with Maharaga kicking Deborah, sending him flying in the opposite direction. And then Maharaga chasing after him. And then Deborah is thinking to himself, I see it now. To fight because you wish to not fight because you don't want to. Neither of those were really a fight. Next thing you know, they show all the people that traveled with Deborah to the planet Earth. Next thing you know, Maharaga goes to stab Deborah with the blade that's on his arm. Deborah shatters it and grabs the fist of Maharaga. And he said, now that's what a real fight is. And those who are worthy of it are real warriors. As he stands in front of as he stands in front of Maharaga. Then Maharaga jumps back as Deborah stands there with confidence, with resolve. And then you got Deborah saying, hey, forgive me. From now on, I'll fight as I should have. He says the Boar technique, of course, it has a word that we can't see or pronounce, and it says in light, or blink in light. However, the Boar body could not withstand the acceleration of light itself. He had never achieved light speed before. You You got Deborah saying, if he completely disregard my technique, then there's one thing left for me to do. I'll pummel him to death until these hands of mine crumble and wither away. Damn, he's going to fight him till his hands turn to dust. He says, I will shatter the limits of my body and bring it to its absolute potential. Damn. He says, Dola, warriorhood awaits me. And that's how the chapter ends. I don't know what I want to see more. I don't know if it's the Rika stuff or if it's the Deborah stuff. Both of these fights are insane, but like, yo, I feel like Deborah right now is about to show what he's truly capable of. He's been holding back. Man, we about to, man, I can't wait to see this next chapter. But yeah, let me know your thoughts on this one down below. If you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe and hit the bell. I will catch y'all in the next. Man, my boy Deborah over here doing salsa with Maharaga. You know what I'm saying? We got Yuji return. Like, yo, this is a crazy chapter. We gotta talk.
You can see it, Maharaga! You can see my cast technique!
What's up, y'all? We back at it with some more JJK, man. We got the early translations for chapter 19, which probably is the biggest chapter out the whole series. You already know, man. Ain't no need for me to wait to get to the end of the video to talk about it. Your boy Yuji returned. And yo, and damn if he did not disappoint with his return, because this motherfucker catching fades with everybody. Now, one thing I hope happens in one of the future chapters of the series before it ends is I hope there's a moment where someone mentions Sukuna or Gojo. Maybe even have Yuji say it, where he might be in front of Deborah or, you know what I'm saying, Maharaga, you know, trying to intervene with the fight, and says a line similar, like something like, let's just say, oh man, you guys are strong. You guys remind me of my sensei Gojo or Sukuna, you know what I'm saying, my greatest foe. But that was a long time ago. I've grown beyond that weak version of myself that struggled to defeat them. I want him to say something like that to display how powerful he has become over the past 68 years. Hopefully we get something like that. Hopefully we get it. I really hope so. And just for everyone to just be like, damn, you know, us as the readers, when we see that panel, just like, yo, he's the one. He is the one. I hope that goes down. Also, man, I want to know what happened with Megami. It seems like, as far as like the original gang, we don't know what happened to Megami, as well as, damn, what's the guy named Toto? Those are two characters I want to know what happened to them. You know, we got in the bar a couple chapters ago, but I want to know what happens with Megami and Toto. Let's see what they've been up to. But anyway, you have it. Let's get into this chapter. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, all notifications. Greatly appreciate it. Hype me up. Also, I just put a shirt out for the thumbnail. If you want to go cop that, show your boy some love, go ahead and get that. But let's get into it. So you got it where it starts off with Maharaga versus Deborah. The battle is taking place at, you know what I'm saying, they're approaching sub light speed. And I ain't gonna lie, this panel that they're showing of Deborah where, you know, his middle eye is glowing and everything's moving past him really fast. It just looks amazing. Then you got this panel where it's showing him like zooming past Maharaga. And it kind of makes me think of, remember the battle that Toto had when he was facing off against, it was Toto and Yuji versus, damn, I can't even think of old boy name right now, but Patchface. I'm gonna call him Patchface because that's what they call him. Watch, once I finish the video, his name pops in my head. But anyway, I don't know if y'all remember in the anime when, you know, Toto was like, yo, I'm not gonna be the only one who doesn't land a black flash. And then the way they show him and he's like moving and shit, I probably look dumb as hell doing this, but that's what, you know what I'm saying? That's what this panel remind me of. Feel like Maharaga and Deborah are both doing that, but you got it where they're moving so fast that the buildings and stuff in the background are beginning to crumble. Yes, they are crumbling for the sheer speed. And then you got it where Deborah is saying like, yo, more, keep pushing, catch up to the speed of light. So right now he's not even at the speed of light, but he's approaching it, and he's just moving that damn fast. Everything in Tokyo is beginning to crumble, and yo, the shit look intense. Then you got it where he goes to throw a kick at Maharaga. I don't know if he's going to throw a kick or if he's just moving that fast and they're showing his leg. But he says that it's hot and so heavy. And I imagine because he's moving so fast, his skin is burning. And then, you know what I'm saying, going against the force of the wind that he's running against. That's why he feels heavy. Kind of make you think of the Flash, you know, in some iterations of the Flash, his suit keeps him from overheating, from burning him. So the suit that he wears, they did it in the, you know what I'm saying, the Flash movie that came out. Well, it was the Justice League movie. They explained it in that movie, as well as, you know, there's other versions of the Flash where they say it in the comics where, you know, his suit is designed to handle all the friction of his speed. But anyway, you got it where Deborah is saying like, yo, it's hot, it's so heavy, but he still manages to throw an attack on your boy, you know what I'm saying, Maharaga. You see where Maharaga is still standing there as Deborah appears in front of him, and Deborah goes to say, approaching light speed, air behaves less as a fluid and instead exhibits solid-like properties. And then you got it where Deborah is thinking like, so what of it? He doesn't care about the pain that he's going through. He's like, yo, so what about it? Then you got it where he's thinking of his friend, Adora. He's thinking about him, and Dora saying like, yo, catch up. And I think that's amazing that they show his friend, the one person he considered to be his best friend, telling him to catch up, which in return is making him push his body beyond its limits. And you got it where he was like, yo, I gotta do it. I gotta catch up so that I could stand among the warriors. Up until this point, he didn't consider himself to be a warrior because he never faced a threat. He never had a challenge. And now he stands before Maharaga and he's experiencing this challenge for the very first time. But you got it where he's going at light speed and he hits Maharaga. Next thing you know, they show like a scene of the city or Tokyo from a distance. The next thing you know, you just hear a big ass explosion. I imagine that's when he reached the speed of light. You see all this destruction. You got it where Deborah is catching his balance. He's been pushed back after his attack. You got him looking at the devastation. Everything within the area is wiped out, and all you see is just the ring of Maharaga. He's about to begin to regenerate. We already know how he is. And you've got it where, you know what I'm saying, Deborah says it likely adapts faster to simple brute force than to a complex technique. So the technique he just did was more complex than him trying to go with his original plan and beat him down with his bare fist. And then you got it where Deborah says, what a pain this is. And then he says, but at the same time, there's a part of me that finds fighting fun for the first time. He's never had a challenge before. These are all new emotions. And you know what I'm saying? In the previous chapter, we had it where he was kind of like, oh no, I'm about to die. He was kind of like scared. And then you got it where he got his resolve towards the end of the last chapter. And now we have this chapter where he's having the joy. He's enjoying the joy of fighting. It kind of makes you think about JJK where old boy was fighting Toto and Yuji at the same time. The plant guy, was it Hanami? He was fighting the plant people. I don't know what the hell is up with me and the names today. But you got it where he was fighting, you know, Hanami was fighting against Yuji and, you know what I'm saying, Toto. And towards the middle of that fight, he was like, yo, Mahito. That's the name I was thinking of earlier. He's like, I understand. I feel it. I see it. I'm experiencing it. The joy of fighting. And you have it where Deborah is going through the same experience, man. So I really like the callback to that battle. Some people may overlook it and not even realize that's what they was doing, but I like it. The next thing you know, you see where Deborah is in pain. He looks down and you see that his leg couldn't handle the power or the pressure of moving at light speed. And the first thing he says is, it'll get in the way. Might as well cut it off. That's some right there alone should show you how goated this dude is. The fact that he's like, yo, dang, my leg is damn near gone. It's causing me a little bit of pain. I might as well just get rid of it. Yo, that should make me think of the old man from Hunter x Hunter, you know what I'm saying, where he his leg got taken off and he makes the wound close like it's not. It made me think of that, and it also made me think of the Raikage when he was facing against Sasuke and his arm was on fire. He just cut the shit off. He was like, fuck it, I don't need it. Like those are two scenes that made me think of. But he says he might as well cut it off. But then he starts to think about his conversation that he had with the, you know what I'm saying, with the humans. And he says like, yo, Earth sorcery is capable of healing people. They were offering treatment for, Cross as well as Maru. That kind of thing doesn't exist in his, within his race, within his people. He says, but how do you heal someone using negative force like cursed energy? He says, I can recall feeling something distinctly different from the cursed energy from that spiritual being's blade, referring to Maharaga. And remember, when Sukuna faced off against Maharaga for the very first time, he said it. He was like, yo, that blade is using positive cursed energy. If I was a cursed spirit and that would have hit me, it would have took me out. But he was in Yuji body at that point in time. But you have it where not Maharaga, but Dabura was able to realize that. And then you got it where Dabura says, well, maybe there's a method to convert energy into a positive state. And we know that Gojo said, when he faced off against Toji, the only reason he was able to survive is because he put negative curse energy against more negative curse energy to make positive curse energy to heal himself. And you got it where Dabura is able to discover that in the mid battle, which shows you how much of a warrior and how powerful he is. And so he does that to heal himself. And you remember in the original JJK series, they say using reverse healing technique is extremely hard, very rare. Only a few people can do it. And there's damn near no one who can use it to apply on healing other people. But we've seen that one girl do it in this, in this sequel, as well as Yuta did it in the original series. So we have seen some people do it, but it's a very rare thing. And then next thing you know, you got it where Dabura does it. He restores his leg and he says earth sorcery is quite advanced. And you got him like smiling because he's about to enjoy the rest of this battle. But next thing you know, you got it where it jumps to the organization where all the people are in there, all the people, all the higher ups, so to speak. And they're saying like, yo, we're going to expand the radius of, of the evacuation zone, another 10 kilometers. They want to make sure that they wipe out any cursed spirits that may arrive or may come out of hiding due to the battle that Maharaga and Dabura is having. And any cursed spirits that come out, they want to wipe them out as soon as possible, and they want to do it as quickly as possible. And they don't really intend on interfering with the battle, but that's what the humans are coming up with. And then you got it where the aliens say like, yo, we must not allow the humans to intervene with the battle between Dabura and Maharaga. Well, they're not saying Maharaga name because they don't know who that is, but they're referring to the battle, the duel. And they say they don't think the humans can actually stop Dabura, but they may have a scheme because the fact that they were willing to take this duel, to accept this duel, kind of feels a little fishy because they know how powerful Dabura is. And it makes sense for the aliens to think like that. So you got it where they both pretty much are going to clash into one another. You got the aliens pretty much invading the building of the higher ups, and they're saying like, yo, if you run into any humans, apprehend them so we can't let them go to the area where Dabura is. And if you want to kill them, go ahead, kill them. They made the first move by attacking Cross. But anyway, you got it where that's going on. And then next thing you know, you got it with the humans and the aliens bump into one another. You have it where they're about to clash. They're both drawing their weapons. Both groups are drawing their weapons. And then that's when it goes to the panel of outside of the building. And you got it where they show your boy Yuji. Yuji is standing there with the hooded jacket on with a little drop of blood, just a little bit of drop of blood in front of him. And he says, good grief, I knew this would happen. Not that I said anything, meaning he knew it would come to this, but he chose not to interfere and, remain hidden, for the time being until this point right here, at this point in time. And you got it where he's holding the little drop of blood in his hand. Now, remember, in the original JJK, they said about Chozo, and Chozo would be so proud. They said, a person who can use that technique can create as much blood as they want as long as they have cursed energy. So, without them pretty much dying from blood loss. And we see that your boy Yuji has mastered it and took it to the extreme. But anyway, as he stands there, he puts his hands together. You got it where Mino is actually outside and he's running towards Yuji saying like, hey, you just can't do this. It's like, what are you doing? He doesn't know that this is Yuji at the moment. But then he stops and he instantly realized, like, I guess he felt that fear of death about to hit him. He was like, hold on. You are. And then the next thing you know, you got Yuji saying, piercing blood. And then as he says piercing blood, you see multiple piercing blood lines coming out. Now, remember, whenever we really seen Chozo use piercing blood, it was in a straight line. It was in a straight line when Chozo did it. But this time you see the blood is actually curving, so it's not as, you know what I'm saying, it's not a straight stream as it is when, you know what I'm saying, Chozo did it. And remember, the only thing that was really frightening about piercing blood when Chozo did it was the initial startup of the attack because it was so fast. But with the way Yuji blood is moving, he took it to a whole nother level. But you got it where the blood is just wiggling all around throughout the building, going at high speeds, and it's hitting the Earthlings as well as the aliens. And you got it where both groups are saying like, yo, what the hell is this? Next thing you know, you see blood coming out the windows from every story, from the bottom of the building to the very top of the building. Meaning like, yo, he probably even hit people that was in the office that weren't even about to fight, just the regular people sitting down talking. Granted, it's the higher ups, and I imagine he made Gojo proud with this one, because remember, Gojo was like, hey, yo, man, I'm gonna wipe out all the higher ups. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he did. You know what I'm saying? But then you got it where Yuji starts clapping his hand, you know, brushing his hands off like it was nothing. And then he says like, yo, was that too much? Did I do a bit too much? Then you have it where it jumps back to Mina, and he's like, yo, Yuji Ichidori. That's how the chapter is. I'm sorry, that shit was go to you. Hands down, best chapter. And it only took a couple panels. But I also kind of glossed over the one panel they had of Deborah as he's looking at Maharaga, and he's like feeling himself. He's just like, yo, this battle is amazing. And he starts thinking about them dancing together and all of that stuff. I did kind of gloss over that page. It was a crazy page. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to y'all. It was a wild page. Nothing was wrong with the page. It just, yeah. I mean, it was just one of those, it's one of those pages where you're like, it is what it is. You guys can tell me how y'all feel about that page. But, yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comment section. You like the video, thumb it up. Please subscribe, hit the bell. I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. All I gotta say is, I need the next chapter, man. Damn, I can't wait a whole week for the next chapter. I need it.
I just felt Sukuna's presence. What the hell is happening in Shibuya?
What's up, y'all? We back at it with more JJK. We got the early fan translations. For chapter 20, and we're about to talk about it, but I got to remind you guys, make sure you take the time out to read the official when it does drop, to show your love and respect for the series. Spoilers are fun and all, but hey, yo, we got to support the source. With that being said, it's my birthday weekend, turn up. But you know what I'm saying, we got to talk about this chapter because your boy Yuji, man, I know earlier when this sequel started off, there were moments when we got glimpses of Yuji, and myself and others online were saying like, yo, he didn't look like his happy-go-lucky self. He felt a lot darker. And now with this chapter, seeing him, like we get to see closer looks of his face, it seems as if he's like Gojo in a sense. And it's crazy because Gojo was his teacher, his master. He seems lonely.
Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one.
Like, he seems like he became so powerful that he's lonely right now. And that's one of the things Gojo, you know what I'm saying, kind of dealt with. You know, he was so powerful that no one could stand up to him and wanted to die at the hands of someone stronger. So when he did lost to Sukuna, he didn't really have any regret. He didn't want to be someone who died old and alone because all those around him eventually, you know what I'm saying, died. And you have it where Yuji is in this predicament where he can't really die. And he just looks sad and lonely. Now, maybe I'm just reading too much in it. Maybe I got information mixed up, you know what I'm saying, because it has been quite some time since I read through the original JJK series. But that's just what I get when I look at Yuji's character. I mean, you guys can let me know down below if y'all feel the same way. But, you know, just based off these fan translations, that's just what I gathered. Make sure you check out the official chapter when it drops, because some of this stuff may be slightly different in the official release. We're about to talk about this fan translations, this chapter. So make sure you subscribe. Also, turn up this weekend. It's my birthday on the 1st. So, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to try to be responsible. That's all I'm going to say. But, yo, make sure y'all have a good time for me as well, you know. But let's get into this. We get this amazing color page, which I couldn't even notice the details of this color page when I saw the spoilers earlier, you know what I'm saying, yesterday or late yesterday. But it seems like you have Tsurugi up here as well as, you know, Yuka. They're both up there, you know, they're sibling grandchildren of Maki and, you know, Yuta. But you have it where if you look in the middle, you can see the ring of Rika slash Yuta, and as well as you can see the bell ring of Maharaga. And I think it's really dope that they got that in the middle and you got both of them there. Of course, they got Tsurugi, you know, being covered with Rika over his face, over his body. But all in all, I just think this was an amazing color page. In fact, I would say that this is the best color page we've gotten for the sequel series so far. I mean, that's just my opinion. Let me know your thoughts. But we have it where the chapter starts off. It seems as if Yuji himself wasn't trying to be discovered. He wasn't trying to be spotted. He didn't want to be found. And then you have it where, you know, Mino shows up. He calls out, you know, Yuji's name. And then you got it where Yuji says, damn, my cover's blown. And right at that moment, you have it where your boy Asuki jumps out the window. That's one of the aliens. The one, you know what I'm saying, that's been an asshole for the most part. I don't really like him out of all of them. This is the one I like the least. But you got it where he jumps out the window. He's holding a battle axe and he's going to swing it at Yuji. It's crazy because the way Yuji catches it, I'm not going to lie to you guys. If a dude catch a battle axe, like if I jump out a building with a battle axe, which is crazy in itself, and I'm coming down to slash at a person, which means I got the momentum and speed on my side and weight, and this dude catches it like it's nothing, just, man, I'm dropping the axe quick and I'm hauling ass. I'm going the opposite way. I'm not sticking around to see what's going to happen. But you got it where he swings it at Yuji. Yuji catches it and he says like, yo, he didn't even touch me. And it seems as if he's feeling some damage from the swing that he did on Yuji. Even though Yuji didn't touch him, he only managed to touch the axe. He got hurt from it, which is insane. Like how he get hurt and he ain't even get touched. And he says like, yo, who the hell is this guy? He's an earthling, right? Like you got this man questioning whether or not if the person in front of him is human or not. That shows you how powerful Yuji is. Then you got it where, you know, Osuki says like, yo, his aura totally turned into that of a Cayenne. You know what I'm saying? Meaning he's resembling the power of a cursed spirit. And he was like, yo, what the hell is going on? You could see the fear in this man's light and his eyes. You could see that he realized he fucked up. And the next thing you know, you got Yuji saying this line, which is another sign that would have had my ass running. Yuji looks at him and says, okay, you look pretty durable. I don't know why, but I don't think I've ever heard someone say that to somebody before they went to go punch them or whoop their ass. So me hearing that line in itself would have just had me like, oh shit. What he about to do? That's how I would have been in this scenario. But you got it like within an instant, you know, curse energy start flowing around the fist of Yuji and he's going to swing it at, you know what I'm saying, at Osuki, and you got it with Mino's looking like, yo, what precision. I couldn't even feel any delay in his curse energy going to his fist.
Have you ever been punched in your motherfucking face?
And then you got it where Yuji tells the guys he's about to punch him like, yo, you'll probably be fine. Not that you'll be fine, you'll probably be fine, which means there's a chance that this shit could hurt. But next thing you know, you got where Yuji uses a black flash and hits this guy and sends him flying. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, he did this black flash on demand. Like he could have just did a regular curse punch. He's like, nah, you know what? He an alien. I think he could take it. Let me hit him with a black flash. Like, this is insane. And he says, like, yo, you won't die from that, right? Like, he's not telling him he won't die. He's kind of asking him, like, yo, you won't die from that, right? Like, you good, right? And you see, you know what I'm saying, Osuki, like, pretty much ping-ponging throughout the building, bouncing between buildings from just that one punch. Then you see him, like, hit the ground, hit some rubble, and he's, like, pretty much unconscious. The crazy thing is, this man top eye, his middle eye and his forehead, that shit closed too. Like I could see the regular eyes being closed, but you telling me he got hit so hard, all three eyes closed? Man, the man looking like TN after the Cell Saga. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, this is crazy. But anyway, you got it where Yuji, again, you know, he kind of like crushes some blood in his hands and he uses that to like strike Mino, like a little scratch. But you see, just that little scratch was potent enough to make Mino, you know what I'm saying, kind of cave over and start coughing up blood and stuff, meaning his blood does have poison in it, similar to how Chozo blood was. Remember when Chozo, as well as his brothers, if their blood got on you, it was poisonous to you. Like, it may have not killed you right away unless you got bathed bathed by a whole big amount of it, but it's enough to make your movements, like, you know what I'm saying, sluggish. It's enough to kill you over time if left unchecked. But you gotta where your boy Yuji does that on Mino.
My blood was mixed in with piercing blood. It's poison.
But then you got it where Yuji says, I don't care. Haven't we had enough of Yuji Itchidori? Meaning the world should have to stop relying on him. That's what he feels like. He should be able to live his life out in peace. Or at least that's how I'm taking it. Like, he feels like he shouldn't have to keep coming to clean up the messes of everyone else. Like, yo, hasn't the world had enough of Yuji? No, that's how I'm taking it. You guys can let me know how you guys are taking it. And then you got it where Mino says, like, what are you saying? Like, yo, what do you mean by this? And then Yuji goes to say, they say the old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Don't worry. I'll take care of the cursed spirits that escaped Tokyo. Like, this man saying, I could take care of all of them. I'm good. I got you. I'm going to look out for you. I just poison you, but I'm going to look out for you. If Yuta's granddaughter loses, I'll clean after her mess as well. And I hate to say this, but I really do hope the board finish off Maharaga. You know what I'm saying? One, it might delay the, you know what I'm saying, the death of, you know, Yuka, because we know she has that disease anyway. So it'll delay that a little bit. Not only that, I want to see a battle between the strongest alien and the strongest earthling. I want to see that. I want to see the board versus Yuji versus the board. However you want to say it. I want to see that go down. So I really do hope that the board does manage to finish off Maharaga. Just the fact that Yuji made the statement kind of makes it sound like the board is a lot stronger than we've been giving him credit for. The fact that he made the statement like, yo, if Yuta granddaughter loses, I'll clean up after her mess, meaning it's a possibility. It's a good chance she could lose. Then you got it where Yuji goes to say, what I can do right now is prevent anyone from interrupting those two. It's meaning, like, if anyone tried to interrupt this duel, this bout between Maharaga and the board, Yuji himself is going to step in. And that explains why in last chapter he attacked the humans as well as the aliens. He didn't want anyone to interfere. He wanted this duel to be fair and square. Even though he doesn't seem to know much about the aliens, he still was willing to help out. Not unless Nabara got information when she showed up earlier in the series, and maybe she went to take that information to Yuji and lied about not seeing him in such a long time, or maybe just even seeing him after the events that took place in the chapter she was in. That could be a case. That could be a factor as well. But then you got it where Yuji also goes to say, like, I suppose those four, you know what I'm saying, referring to, he does know about the battle going on between Maru and Tsurugi as well. So he doesn't want anyone to interrupt in any of the battles that's going on. And I wonder if this more so like, your boy Yuji wanted them to settle this on their own and fight to save the world on some shit like where, I don't know if you guys remember Dragon Ball Z, the Buu saga when Goku went Super Saiyan 3 against Fat Buu to give time for Trunks to find the radar and stuff like that. And you have it where when Goku time runs up, they ask him, they're like, yo, man, didn't you have enough time? Couldn't you have finished off, you know what I'm saying, Majin Buu? And he said, yeah, but this isn't my time anymore. I'm dead and gone. We need the new generation to step up and fight for their home. And, you know, I believe they can do just that. And Goku left faith in Goten and Trunks to, you know, learn the fusion and be able to beat Buu on their own. And I feel like this is a similar scenario where your boy Yuji want them to handle things on their own and fight for this is their time. This is their period to be the heroes, the saviors of, you know what I'm saying, Japan or the world, so to speak. And he got it where he will only interfere if he feel like it's necessary. But for the most part, he wants to see what they're capable of doing, to see if they're capable of protecting, you know what I'm saying, this area, you know what I'm saying, if he was to step back and disappear. That's just the vibe I got from it. But anyway, you got it when Mino goes to tell Yuji, like, yo, well, I won't forget about you, nor will I forgive you. And then you have Yuji walking off laughing, saying, ha ha, I'll get lonely, you know. And I wonder what he mean like that. I wonder what he mean by that, you know. If he was to forget about him, he would get lonely. I'm very curious what that means. That might be something that's actually different once we actually get, you know, the official translations for the series. I'm definitely going to read it. If it's a big difference, I'll probably make another video on it. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. But anyway, you got it where Yuji is walking and he's observing and he was like, yo, this is how it should be, right, Sensei? And I don't know if he's referring to Gojo or if he's referring to someone else. I want to say he's referring to Gojo, because Gojo asked them not to interfere in his battle against Sukuna. So maybe it is Gojo that he's referring to when he says sensei. Now that I think about it, I mean, it could be between Gojo and Nanami, but I want to say it's Gojo he's referring to. But anyway, you got it where he's looking at the battle between Maharaga and Dabura as it goes on, and then it cuts from Yuji, and then it goes to that actual battle, and you have it where you have it where Dabura is facing off against Maharaga, and it looks like he's enjoying himself. He's enjoying this battle, and he's saying to himself like, yo, by manipulating the normal negative curse energy with another, it converts into a positive form of energy, that can increase its healing capabilities. Now, what would happen if instead of curse energy, I channeled this energy into a curse technique? And you got it where he's adding this into his light ability, or at least that's what it looks like to me. He's adding it to his light ability. And then he says, hey, what is this technique called on Earth? And then you got it where the narrator goes to speak, such as myself. And it says like, yo, a new option enters the fray. Curse technique reversal. Dabura reclaims his path of victory against Maharaga, meaning that, yo, he's sure to win. He's a shoe-in to win. I'm not gonna lie. This panel right here with him making this new attack, the smile on his face, like, yo, you've been a great opponent, but it's time I end things. It kind of reminds me of Sukuna when he fought Gojo, where he's like, yo, stand proud. You are strong. That's what it made me think of.
Stand proud. You are strong.
But anyway, you got it where Dabura says, this time I must finish him off with a single attack before he adapts. So then, what's my next move? Meaning he's trying to figure out how to use this attack. But then as that's going on, that's when it jumps to Tsurugi versus Maru. And I wonder what's going on with Cross. They haven't mentioned him. I wonder if he's still alive. But anyway, you got it where they're actually engaged in battle. It looks like they're doing hand-to-hand combat. And it looks as if Rika has the upper hand in this attack. It looks as if Maru is trying to manipulate the earth around him to try to sneak in and attack, Rika. But Rika is shattering the woods and stuff as it comes in her direction. Next thing you know, you have it where they're battling, and you have Tsurugi speak out to Rika, and Rika says like, yo, sure, why not? I like people who are a little mean. And I'm guessing it's the way, Tsurugi is talking to her. She kind of likes the way he's speaking to her. Maybe it's making her think of Yuta, who knows? But anyway, you got it where he's pulling out the sword from the shadows, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Maki's sword, the sword she got when Mai actually passed away, the sword that she created that caused her death in the end. Granted, she was wounded, but creating that sword is what really took her life. It took the rest of her life force, the rest of her energy. But you got it where Maru's looking at it saying like, yo, he's pulling something from the shadows. What is that sword? Then you got Rika telling Tsurugi like, yo, just swing it with everything you got and I'll put power into it. And then you got it where, Maru was saying like, yo, what is he aiming for? Next thing you know, you have it where, Maru senses something. He turns behind him and he sees all these cursed spirits fleeing from Tokyo. Now, remember, they didn't get to do that cleanse. The humans didn't get to do that cleanse that they tend to do every year to keep the cursed spirits down within the Tokyo area. And they didn't get to do it because of the aliens and how they felt about the cursed spirits and how they consider them to be the gods and stuff like that. But you got it where these cursed spirits are all heading in the direction of, Cross and Tsurugi. And you got it where Maru and Tsurugi, but you got it where Maru says like, yo, they started migrating out of fear because of Dabura's attack. Meaning they sense what Dabura's about to do, and they're like, yo, Tokyo ain't safe for cursed spirits no more. We need to get the hell out of here. But anyway, you got it where Maru's yelling like, yo, don't come over here, because they're heading in the direction of Tsurugi and Maru because they're trying to get away from Dabura. Next thing you know, it jumps back to Yuji as Yuji's walking up. He says they aren't being redirected at all. And then you got it where he says they probably underestimated how many cursed spirits would spawn without a great purge because they didn't do it this year, like I was just telling you. Then you got it where Yuji goes to say, guess it can't be helped since this is the first time that something like this actually happened. Then you have it where Tsurugi is actually about to swing blade. And then you also have it where Yuji does dismantle, and the fact that he says it is just so epic. So you see Tsurugi actually killing some of the cursed spirits. At the same time, you got it where Yuji uses his dismantle, which causes a big explosion. So if you look at this panel, you see two explosions. One explosion, I imagine, is coming from Yuji using his dismantle, and the other explosion is coming from Rika, who put the curse energy in the sword that Tsurugi just swing. That's how I'm taking it. I could be completely wrong, but then you have it where Maru's in pain, because remember, when they see their cursed spirits be killed in front of them, their eyes begin to cry. Now, if it's one of the horses from their planet, I call them a horse, but if it's one of the Cayennes from their planet, they actually can die from that type of shock if they're, you know what I'm saying, if they were to witness this. But since it's not the, you know what I'm saying, since it's not the same, it's just the cursed spirits of Earth, you know what I'm saying, they feel pain from it, but it doesn't cause them to die when their third eye sheds a tear. But you got it where Maru says there were so many of them, the backlash is too big. You see that he's in pain from it. And then as that happens, Rika and Tsurugi managed to slash Maru as they cross paths with him, and they say that the attack was too shallow. Next thing you know, Maru calls his blade back to his hand, and he says, "Come at me. I'm in it right here and now, Tsurugi." The next thing you know, you have it where Tsurugi says, "Thank you, Rika." And then Rika says, "Good luck." And it's crazy to see her saying something nice to someone other than Yuta. Now, I'm curious to know what made her say that. Like, yo, did she grow fond of him? Did she actually see Yuta within him? Did it make her feel like she was next to Yuta? I'm very curious about that. But anyway, you have it where her mask falls off of Tsurugi's face, and then you got Maru looking like, yo, did he undo his transformation? His cursed energy is shrinking. What is going on? And then right in that moment, you have it where your boy Tsurugi is faster than ever now, and he pops up right beneath your boy Maru, and you got it where it says, "Even faster with binding that lets you let go of your power." So I'm assuming he did a binding vow right before, right after that swing. I'm assuming he did some type of binding vow right after that swing, that once he gives up his curse energy, it will make his body stronger. Very similar to, like, you know, Maki and your boy Toji. And because of that, his body got a new pack and it's even stronger and faster than ever. And you have it where he was able to blitz right next to, Maru. Next thing you know, you see blood pop up on the sign, and that's how the chapter ends. So we don't know exactly what happened. Maybe Maru was able to catch the blade. We're not exactly sure. We're going to have to wait and see. But all I can say is this series is getting better and better, and I'm loving it. But let me know y'all thoughts on this chapter down below. How do y'all feel about this? Do you want Deborah to face off against Yuji? Do you want Maharaga to get the dub? Let me know. I'm very curious to hear y'all thoughts on this one, man. But if you like this video, thumb it up. Subscribe if you want to. It's up to you, man. And I'll catch you guys in the next one, yo. Peace. Yo, this chapter right here, it had a lot going on. We got to talk about it. What's up, y'all? We back at it. We got the fan translations for JJK chapter 21. This chapter is crazy. We got to talk about it. A lot of crazy things go on. But before we get into the actual chapter, I got to say something to you guys, and just let me know how y'all feel about it. I don't know if y'all remember, like, it was a couple chapters ago in this series. There was a part where Tsurugi was facing off against the old man. He got injured. This old man that Yuji supposedly, almost killed in the past. And you have this moment where Tsurugi's recovering on a hospital bed. And when he wakes up, he wakes up due to a nightmare he had. And in that nightmare, it was Mahito like in front of him, and Yuji comes before Mahito. And we just assume as readers that that was something that took place when Tsurugi was a kid. Now, hear me out here. What if that was something that just happened in this chapter? What if Tsurugi was able to like pretty much see the future somehow? Because I feel like the events that took place in that dream he had a few chapters ago was actually about this moment right here. I feel like he somehow saw the future. I know he doesn't have any curse technique, no curse energy. He's just like his grandmother, Maki. But I just really feel like that wasn't, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't something from his past. It was something that was going to take place in the future, which is this chapter here. Now, I could be completely wrong. You guys can let me know down below, like, yo, hey, look, I'm not one of those YouTubers who get upset at, you know what I'm saying, people, you know what I'm saying, telling me my thoughts are wrong or not. Yo, I need to hear it. Let me know y'all thoughts, man, in the comment section. I greatly appreciate it. But that's just my thoughts on it. And man, also, the creature that Maru and his people see as a god. I don't know why whenever I see that creature, it makes me think of, I think the name was Fargo or Fergo or something like that. But it was the creature from Neverending Story where the guy was flying on his back. It looked like a dog horse hybrid. I'm not even sure, but that every time I see that creature, that's what I think of. I can't be the only one. Now, granted, that movie came out a long time ago. I don't even think I was born when it came out, but I do remember watching it as a kid. So if you've seen Neverending Story, I'm gonna put the image on the screens. Tell me if you think that, you know what I'm saying, their god-like creature looks like that. Let me know down below. But yo, let's get into this chapter, man. And the way this chapter starts off with at least the first 2 pages or the first couple pages, I feel like if this chapter would have dropped a couple weeks ago when the whole Maki massacre episode premiered in season 3 of JJK, I feel like this episode would have been like even bigger than what it is now. Don't get me wrong, it's a big chapter, but I feel like it would have been even bigger if this chapter would have dropped the same day that episode premiered on Crunchyroll. Because man, this right here just really makes you feel sad for Maki's character, man. Like to find out that she held on to that moment all these years is just insane. But let's get into the chapter, man. So it starts off where, you know, in the midst of the battle between, you know, Tsurugi and Maru, you have it where, you know, Tsurugi has a bit of a flashback. You have it where he's thinking of a conversation he had with his grandmother as he was sparring with her. I'm not sure if he was sparring with her or if he was just playing with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how kids play and, you know, people just do what the kids want them to do to have fun. But you have it where Maki goes to tell Tsurugi, like, yo, you're a lot like me. He replies back by saying, really? She says, yeah. And then she goes to say, you know, losing something can become your strength, but that kind of strength is a double-edged sword. So be careful. And that right there, as soon as I read that, I was like, yo, damn. Nah, Maki, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Then you got it where she says, it's a story about how leaving things behind matters too. When you seek power, don't throw away things you never needed to lose. And then he's listening. He's like, yeah. Then you got it where she goes to tell him, I had a younger sister. He says, I know. My right, grandmother? And she goes to say, thanks to I became stronger. But truly, did I really need to become strong? And I don't know how many of y'all remember, this was in season 2 of JJK anime, when Mai said one of the reasons she hated and had a gripe with her sister is because her sister abandoned her. She wanted her sister to just stay weak with her and remain with her, as opposed to being someone who seeked strength and went out on her own ventures to become strong. And it just made that part pop in my mind when this happened in this chapter. But then you got it where she was thinking to herself like, yo, what if I weren't here? You know what I'm saying? Even if Mai hadn't died, you know, someone might have fixed things. And then you got it where she says, now I can say it. Yes, it was a sweet, naive fantasy, you know, gaining strength. Even so, I keep wondering if we could have chosen a future where Mai is here. Not a day goes by that I don't think about it. Meaning, as time went on, after the events that took place in the original JJK series, there were moments where You know what I'm saying? Maki wondered, like, yo, could we still have gotten to this point without sacrificing my sister? It haunts her. It haunted her every day from the moment it happened until her last breathing breath. Oh, man, this was crazy. So you got it where Tsurugi is looking at her saying, Grandma, please don't cry. And then it jumps to present day and you see Maru with tears running from his third eye. And then they show this panel of Tsurugi getting slashed down his chest. I don't know if it was like slashed in half or if it's just a slash from the front of his body. But anyway, you got it where he has this sincere look on his face as he looks at Maru. And I imagine those words coming from his his grandmother is what kept him from going through with his attack. You know, her telling him like, yo, just because you want strength, be careful, because once you get it, who knows what you must lose in order to maintain it or to achieve it. And you got it where he falls on top of Maru's body. He drops the sword and Maru is sitting there saying, but why? If you had followed through with that swing, you would have won. Why did you let go of your sword? It's not even that Maru got the best of him. He dropped his sword. And then you have it where Tsurugi says, I don't know. But somehow I just felt like it was wrong after all, meaning he didn't want to sacrifice his friend for the power that he just acquired. Oh, man. Maki's probably smiling, but at the same time, she's probably sad because it is her grandson. It's crazy because he's 17 years old. You know, he's young and he got taken out. He's losing his life at such a young age. But you got it where he goes to tell Maru, I felt like a future where I won like this wouldn't be right. I wonder if Maki told him those words in preparation for this day, like knowing that he would have a situation where he would be forced to make a choice and she was just trying to keep him from making that wrong choice. Or was it more so her just venting about her loss or her regrets? I'm very curious about that. But anyway, you have it where Maru says, this isn't about right or wrong. Wasn't this all about Yuka? And then Tsurugi says, so yeah, I don't know either. Damn it, I'm only 17, meaning he doesn't know why he's doing the things he do. He's only 17, he's young. He still doesn't fully understand the world. And damn, you got it where he falls to the ground. Maru says, not Maru, but Tsurugi says, I don't understand anything anymore. What am I supposed to do? And then Maru says, no, that's not it. And then it says, on Earth, in Japan, the ones who have been living there since a long ago are Tsurugi and the others. There is a life there too. Cursed spirits are also part of that life and what we're asking for. But then those who have had their place taken from them, those who have never had a place to begin with, what are we supposed to do? You see Maru venting all of this. He says, if those who were there from the very beginning are the ones in the right, then the earth, the universe, who do they belong to? He says, I don't understand, Tsurugi, anything anymore. And it's pretty much the same words that Tsurugi just said to him. And then you have it where he's thinking, Cross, Yuka, someone, anyone, give him the answers. Then they show Rika, and she's in her, her human form, standing in front of Maru as half of her face begins to fade away. And I wonder if maybe Rika paid the ultimate price to use some type of reverse healing technique on Tsurugi, where it hasn't even took effect yet, but because she's doing it, it's causing her to go to the afterlife. It's causing her to fade away. I'm very curious about that. Now, I know this isn't supposed to be the real Rika, because she disappeared in the Jujutsu Kaisen 0 movie. Or then again, maybe she came back. Maybe she never truly left. Maybe she was watching over. Or it could just be, like I said, the remnants of the ring, that we've seen in the regular JJK series. I got so many questions when it comes to this panel right here of Rika. I don't know. If you got answers, let me know down below. I want to hear it. But next thing you know, you have it where the ship kind of beams up Maru to the ship. Beam me up, Scotty. If you know, you know. And then they actually show, the Cayenne, the horse-like dog, Falcor. That was the guy name from Never Ending Story. It just popped in my head as soon as I saw the eye. But I don't know. That's what that creature makes me think of. And then you got it where it jumps to Dabur, and Dabur says, Maru, indeed. Now, I'm really curious what he meant by that. And then as the ship is floating in the air, like I said, it jumped to Deborah, and Deborah says, so I should make it that kind of barrier. And you got it where he's still creating this new technique of his. And he says, does this technique exist on Earth too, as he stand before Maharaga? And he says, hey, he speaks out to Maharaga. And he says, what is it starting to adapt to? Because you see the ring above Maharaga head spinning. And I'm curious too, what is he adapting to? Because he isn't being attacked right now. Is he adapting to the environment itself? But you have it where Deborah says, could it be my cursed energy itself that he's adapting to? He says, is it my existence? He's like, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever wanted to exchange words with someone who's even more quiet than I am, because we really don't see Deborah talk too much. In fact, these last few panels of these last few chapters is the most we've gotten out of him conversation-wise. But anyway, you have it where Deborah says, domain expansion, another world of the unseen and the manifest reverse crossing. And then you have it where they're both about to clash. And then it jumps to Yuji, and Yuji's, pretty much, he's walking in front of this Cayenne. Hopefully I'm saying the name correctly. This mystical beast from Maru's planet. And you have it where, your boy Yuji says, oh, so they do exist. I heard the general outline from Toto. And then you got it where Maru's right there, and he's like, Toto. And then Yuji says, yeah, that funny guy who has a musical instrument instead of a hand. Now, I'm very curious, is Toto, did Toto make an appearance at some point in the chapter that I missed? Or how did Toto get this information? I'm really curious about that. Have it what Maru says, my people had him on the ship. Then Yuji goes to say, oh, it really does resemble a cursed spirit. It does. So it's not a cursed spirit, but it resembles a cursed spirit. And then you have it where Yuji says, so then why was I brought here? And then Maru says, my technique determined that you would be suitable. Of course, Yuji's like, suitable for what? And it's crazy because Yuji's just that powerful where he walks up to this creature and he doesn't even know really what it is. He starts patting it like, oh, yeah, nice doggy. And it's crazy because he has no fear. That's how powerful and how strong he is, that he has no fear of the unknown. But anyway, you got it where Maru said, cursed energy from Tsurugi and Yuka's grandfather, referring to the ring. And then he says, with his technique and the technique of another, he wants to begin a harmony between Earthlings and the aliens. And I'm like, who is he referring to? I thought he was referring to his brother. Got it what Maru says, however, I cannot proceed on my own authority. Yuji, I want you to pass judgment on this harmony and to serve as a witness, as the representative of Earth, as, both of them are standing there. Actually, that's a pretty dope panel. Yuji says, harmony, huh? What exactly does that mean? And then Maru says, I want to create a world where cursed spirits are no longer born. That is my big brother's and the unfulfilled wish of someone who once took care of him. Now, I'm very curious who he's referring to when he says that, because, it's a lot of people that considers Yuji to be their brother. There's Chozo, there's Toto, shit, who knows, maybe even Megami. So I'm very curious who he's referring to when he says that, man. I'm very curious. But you guys could let me know in the comment section below. That's one of those parts where I wish he would have said the name, and maybe he will say the name in the official chapter. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But you got it where Yuji says, okay, let's do it. Where Maru grabs the book and the book kind of disappears. And then he says, he's like you, a key to harmony chosen by my technique. And you got it where they're walking. He says, thanks. As they walk to the room, Maru says, it seems like this place is a crossroad for every soul on Earth. And he appeared to be one of its inhabitants. And you got it where Yuji walks into the room. They're going to the crossroads. He's following Maru. And then you have Yuji laugh and he says, what a familiar face. And that's when you see Mahito and he's looking, he's like, Yuji Ichidori. I don't know why this panel looks cold as hell. And then you got it when Mahito says, you're late. I've been waiting for you because unless you die first, I couldn't. And that's crazy. He's been waiting in limbo this whole time to meet Yuji. That's what makes me think the stuff that happened with Tsurugi a few chapters ago, that dream, was this moment, not necessarily something that took place in his past. Now, I could be wrong, but you got it where Mahito says, it took so long. And this also explains how Mahito was able to have a conversation with Sukuna at the end of the original JJK. But you have it where he says, how did you die? He's curious. He wants to know who managed to take out Yuji. He was like, 1 second, you're not dead, right? He starts to realize, he was like, yeah, I was just called here. And then you see where Mahito starts to get scared because he realized that Yuji is still alive and that Yuji can still probably hurt him. Maybe if he was dead, maybe he wouldn't be able to touch him. I'm not really sure. But the fact that he got scared because Yuji is alive and he wasn't scared when he thought Yuji was dead, I'm very curious about that. And you got it where Mahito says, hey, why the hell have I been waiting all this time? Mahito is standing there scared. And then you have Maru looking at Yuji saying, let's begin the goal of harmony of the world. Now, we don't know what's going to take place, and it seems like it might be an end to all curses if everything goes the way that Maru and Yuji planned. But like, yo, the fact that Mahito is here, he's still scared. The man is having PTSD after seeing Yuji still alive is insane. But you guys can let me know your thoughts on this chapter. Man, for me, this is one of the greatest chapters ever in the whole series. And it's crazy how this sequel is making the original series that much more better, especially when you think about the stuff that we got with Maki and her one regret that, you know, gaining this power at the loss of her sister wasn't even worth it. Could there have been another way? But you guys can let me know your thoughts on it down below, man. But hoping you guys have a great day or night wherever you are. Hope you enjoyed this video. I'll catch you in the next one, man. Peace. I've been waiting to see this rematch for so damn long, man. Oh, man, we got to talk about this chapter.
I'll just kill you. And if you're ever reborn again as a new curse, I'll kill you then too.
What's up, y'all? We back at it, and we just got the latest chapter of JJK, chapter 22. And we get to see a rematch of Yuji versus Mahito.
Sorry! This'll be the last time that you and I curse each other forever!
Now, when I think about this part of the chapter, I'm kind of like, I like what we got. I like the outcome, but I would have liked a little more. Look, I know I'm being greedy, but damn it, I deserve to be greedy. I've been waiting for this shit for a long time, and I just feel like it was too short. I feel like this battle should have been damn near half a chapter, if not a whole chapter. And I know some people may say, well, that would take away from the growth that Yuji has. It would come off as he's weak, he's not as strong if that was the case. And I get that. I didn't say Yuji had to be struggling. You could have just had it where Yuji toyed with him and just enjoyed the battle just because of the stuff that Mahito did when Yuji was younger. You know what I'm saying? He did a lot of bad shit. Like, yo, what was the guy named Junpei? That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? What he did to Nobara, that was crazy. Like, yo, the Nanami, like, yo, it's a lot of stuff that this dude did that he needs to pay for.
And I'm sure that I'm just one giant cog.
And Yuji didn't pass judgment on him. Yuji was about to, but then that's when, you know what I'm saying, old boy showed up, Kenjaku showed up, and he kind of like passed judgment on him. I mean, I feel like Yuji deserved that run back to be special, to be long, where he just kind of toyed with him and just broke the spirit of Mahito. If you ask me, I just feel like that should have went down that way, and I would have been, it would have been, especially what he did to Nanami. Like, he deserved to pay. I know I sound just as bad as the villains, but he deserved it. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I just would have loved to have seen that. But don't get me wrong, the stuff we got was great. I just feel like it was short-lived, if you ask me. But we about to dive into this, you know what I'm saying, to this chapter. We have the fan translations. Again, make sure you take the time out to read the officials because some things may be different and explain in better ways than fans' translations are giving us. But yo, let's get right into it, man. Let's talk about it. For one, the chapter starts off where you got Yuji. The way he's standing over Mahito with just the one eye showing, man, that shit just looks so damn clean. And he's like, yo, I got a rough idea of what you want to do and how you want to do it. You intend to reshape the form of Japanese people's souls so that cursed spirits won't be born from them. Where Yuji says that technique of the being that interferes with souls will be strengthened with the cursed energy of the spaceship as well as, Yuta's ring. And you got it where it says in the notes, very similar to what Kenjaku did in Shibuya. Now, it's just going to be on a grander scale. It's going to affect all the people of Japan. And you got it where Yuji says, can this really be done? And then Maru looks at him and says, if you permit it. Now, I like the fact that we get Maru and Yuji conversing, but I still want to know what happened with Tsurugi. Like, how is I just get really pissed off when they leave shit open up for us to interpret, and they might tell us later on, but like, damn, that's suspense, man. Like, why the fuck we gotta play these games? Man, tell me what happened. But anyway, you got it where Yuji says this guy isn't exactly the kind that will just obey. And then Maru says, naturally, a supplication ritual is necessary. And then he looks at Yuji and Yuji replies, like, a supplication ritual? He says, shall I do it? Yuji's like, nah, I'll do it. My only worry is that I might accidentally kill it. He doesn't even refer to Mahito as a he, as a person. He just says it. I feel like that's so disrespectful. And then he says, like, yo, the fact that he says that's his only worry, like maybe a flick of the finger could take this guy. You got it when Maru says, if this thing disappears, we won't be able to make use of it. This place is a crossroad for souls. Aside from us, no one here has a body. He says, the end of the fight here is not death, but defeat and supplication. Go at it as much as you want. Saying like, yo, you guys could duke it out as long as you want. Just don't kill this guy. Just don't end his life. And that right there, I'm like, yo, we could have got a whole chapter of just Yuji torturing this guy. Putting him through the runner, making him run and see bunnies again. Like, yo, we could have had all of that. And then you got it where Yuji bends down and he looks at Mahito and says, like, yo, that's what he said. You ready to go? You ready to go? And within an instance, you have it where Mahito goes to swing on Yuji. Of course, Yuji is dodging it like it's so easy. He's jumping back. You got it where the curtains and stuff is falling in this area that they seem to be in. And he says, all that yapping, don't you dare look down on me. He's pissed at Yuji. He says, like, yo, the way you talking to me as if you that guy and I'm nothing but a peasant. I don't want to accept that reality. Like, yo, who do you think you are? And I like the fact that Mahito, despite, sensing the strength and presence of Yuji, he's like, nah, man, I can't let this dude get away with this disrespect. We're going to have to run them ones. And then, of course, you got it where, Mahito starts using techniques that he used in Shibuya. Yuji even goes to say it, and then Mahito says, if you got a body, then I can just kill you, right? This is where I can do as much as I want. And you got it where he's making like these creatures. He's creating these creatures. It almost looks like some type of piranha mouth worm. All seem to be going at Yuji. It looks to be about 6 of them to be exact. They actually just collide with Yuji, and then pretty much looks as if it's a whole spear, and he's planning on using his ability on Yuji because he says idle transfiguration, and he begins to use it. You got it where he goes to say this place is constructed from a composition as close as possible to the essence of souls.
Finally grasped it. The true essence of my soul.
Everything here is a target for my technique. And you got it where he's just going crazy. Even your attempts to look young will be smashed into pieces. And I don't believe this is something Yuji is doing because he want to do it. It's just how things turned out, if you ask me. And you got it where he's about to use his domain expansion.
Domain expansion. Self-embodiment of perfection!
And the crazy thing is they put the words on the screen. It says domain expansion, but then they just put a splat in the middle of it. And I just thought that was hilarious as hell to do. And you got it where the body parts of Mahito is falling down to the ground. All his fingers, the tongue, like, yo, this shit looks brutal as hell. And it looks like Yuji just cut him a little bit. So he did just toy with him. It looks like he only cut him a little bit. And you got it where Mahito is looking like, huh? What the hell is this? And as he looks up at Yuji, you got it where
Then Yuji says, all right, man, I ain't gonna keep torturing the guy. This ain't what I'm supposed to do. Even though he should have did it. He's like, that's not what I'm gonna do. Next thing you know, you got it where he pretty much dismantled everything around him. Actually, in fact, I think this was cleave. He cleaved everything around him, and you got it where Mahito is cut into 1,000 pieces. Well, I don't know if it's 1,000, but it looks like a lot of damn pieces, as well as everything he created has been sliced up. Now, if you count that, then it probably is about 1,000 pieces. And then you got it where he's looking at Yuji like, what the hell is this? And as Yuji walks up to him, he says, listen, man, listen, like, we got to talk. Something wrong. Like, something ain't right. He said, were you always this weak? Oh my God. Talk about throwing, you know what I'm saying, salt on a wound. Like, damn, that shit hurt me to hear it.
And if you're ever reborn again as a new curse, I'll kill you then too.
Damn, that shit was crazy. But anyway, you got it. Like he says, were you always this weak? Next thing you know, you got it where he plucks the top part of Mahito's head. He plucks it towards Maru, and then Maru says, I'm sorry, but I'll be using this. So I wonder if with this technique they're about to use with Mahito, will he cease to exist after it is used, or will he, go to the afterlife? I'm very curious in how that's going to work out. Is it like something where his life must be forfeited in order to use it? You got it where Mahito, within the hands of Maru, begins to turn into like these little orbs. And I guess it is him just ceasing to exist. I'm not exactly sure. And then you got it where, Maru looks at Yuji and says like, what's wrong? Because Yuji has this like, this look on his face, this mysterious look of disgust. And he says, I was just wondering if that guy had been messing with my dead comrades, meaning everyone who died up until this point when they passed through this crossroad, just like we seen Sukuna, in the final chapters of, JJK Part 1. We seen them cross paths. The same thing happened with Yuji comrades, and if that's the case, that he'd try to do something to him. And I imagine he probably did, but certain people, he probably did try to mess with him. But you got it where Maru says, don't worry, normally souls here can't overly interfere with one another. And then Yuji says, but that's exactly why he's needed, because he can do just that. And then Maru goes, and I feel like Maru is just more so trying to convince Yuji or keep Yuji from worrying about his friends or deter him from changing his mind. Because then you got what Maru says, he doesn't have that much curse energy left anymore. The him you saw earlier was only a temporary restored by the effect of my technique. You got it what Yuji says, so you understand everything, huh? And then Maru replies by saying, only because we are here. Next thing you know, you got it where you see Mahito body is like kind of like a doll, and then you got the ring of Yuta as well as the book from Yuji's friend. Still don't know who book that is. Hopefully we'll find out. Matter of fact, my bad. This book is actually the book of Yuki. Yeah, this is Yuki's book. But anyway, because they mention it later on in this chapter. It's Yuki's book. So that's the friend he was referring to. But Maru says, you've given us the information we needed to move onward with this technique. But Maru says, there's one last thing I want to confirm about the cursed spirits on Earth. Yuji says cursed spirit is what forms when cursed energy leaked from humans settles and piles up like a sediment. Then he also goes to say, and this phenomenon is seen almost only in Japan. So to create a world where cursed spirits aren't born, we have two options: remove cursed energy from Japanese people or make Japanese people into cursed sorcerers. Those are the only two options. You got it where Maru says, as for option 2, since sorcerers' cursed energy circulates well within their body, and because using techniques consume cursed energy and thus the leakage is extremely small, the logic behind it. You got it where Yuji says it was in Yuki's secret notes. And then you got it where Yuji says, but I think option 2 is not valuable. The harm from spirits would just turn into balance from curse users. Wouldn't that cause a lot more physical gifted people like Tsurugi to be born? That does make sense. You could possibly have a lot of Tojis running around. But Maru says, and those people could just as easily turn out to be evil. The other way Yuji says, those don't appear unless someone originally possesses an extremely potential to technique or amount of cursed energy. And then you got it when Maru replies by saying, which means we should proceed with option 1. Yuji says, cursed spirits probably won't be born from aliens. And then you got it when Maru says, if we take cursed energy only from the earthlings, it'll create friction later. And then Yuji replies by saying, yeah, that's true. Then you got it where Yuji asks Maru, what do you think about what we're about to do? And then Maru replies, it's atonement. We've caused so much trouble to Earth. Then at least let it be so that everyone can think the world got better because they met us. And then Yuji says, And he says, sorry, I don't deny this point of view is particularly correct, but what we're about to do is a great sin. It will trade safety for the removal of all possibilities from the future. For example, with aliens arriving, research on cursed energy as a new energy source would likely have progressed rapidly. He goes on to say, hundreds of years from now, resources might be exhausted and cursed energy might be the only thing left to rely on. That possibility would be taken away. Above all, meddling with other people's body without consent is not something to be praised. And then Maru says, so what? What should I do? Then Yuji says, but we'll do it. And then he says, is that okay? Yuji says, it's not okay. Even so, we'll do it. Then Maru replies, why? Yuji says, because I think it should be done. Besides, I'm going to live for like 300 years anyway. I can get the things that need doing taken care of. And if necessary, I can accept the punishment for it. Damn. Meaning like, yo, if people are looking for a person to blame, he'll take that blame and he'll take the punishment that goes along with that blame. And then you have it where Yuji begins to think. He says, listen, I wonder, even if I lose my cursed energy, will I not age? We won't. And then Maru replies, we won't interfere with the souls of the current sorcerers or aliens. We'll limit this strictly to the non-sorcerers or people born from now on. Otherwise, there will be people whose lives will be turned upside down by this. But they might be mad because that means their heirs, their kids, won't have any cursed energy. So they might be mad regardless. I mean, when you think about it, I know I would be. I'm like, yo, you took this from my kid? My kid? Like, come on, man. But anyway, you got it where Yuji says, even if we remove cursed energy from Japanese people, cursed spirits will probably still be born. Then you have it where Maru says, And I'm very curious myself, like, what does Yuji means by that? What does he mean? I'm very curious to know. But all in all, that was the end of the chapter. So we're going to have to wait. I hear the next 3 chapters after this will be color pages, but we're going to have to wait to actually find out what Yuji means by this. Like I said, my only gripe is that the battle with Mahito didn't last longer. And then the fact that, you know, it was a weaker version of himself. So it wasn't like he was fighting at full strength. But I feel like a lot of people are probably going to still downplay Mahito when it comes to this chapter. But we'll just have to wait and see. Let me know how y'all think about it, what y'all think about it in the comment section below. And I'll catch y'all in the next one, man. Peace. Man, well, this chapter is kind of all over the place in time. Like, I don't know what's going on. We're going to have to talk about it. Yo, and some people ain't happy with it. Let's get it. What's up, y'all? We back at it with some more JJK, man. We got the fan translations for chapter 23. We about to dive into it, but make sure you take the time out to read the official chapter when it actually comes out. Now, I know a lot of people are upset with this chapter. I'm seeing people put posters online saying this is some Mickey Mouse type of ending. I mean, there's some funny stuff out there. But for me, I mean, it's not complete yet. We still got a few more chapters, and who knows how it will turn out. Not only that, after all that Yuji has been through, when you think about the first part of JJK, all the people he lost, you know what I'm saying, all the people that he feels responsible for that got taken out. I mean, it's only right that he would try to seek out a world where, you know, people don't get hurt, a world of peace, a world of harmony, so to speak. So I can't really get mad at this ending or the way it's going, because I feel like anyone in Yuji's shoes will be pushing for that same thing. Now, there is a couple things I would have done differently, and who's to say we won't get that in the upcoming chapters. But I mean, I want to know what happened, what exactly happened with the battle of Maharaga and Deborah. I want to know everything that took place, you know, and we might actually get that. As well as, you know, more about Yuji and if he interfered with the battle as well. You know, I know Maru did, but I want to know if Yuji stepped in as well. And a little bit far as, you know, when it comes to Miguel, you know, and his homeland and stuff that went down. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to talk about this chapter. Hopefully you guys rock with this video. And if you do, you know what to do. But let's get right into it. So you got this amazing color page, man. This shit is so damn cool. We got Mahito as well as Yuji on it. And honestly, this could have been the cover for the last chapter, considering Mahito
really won't end this chapter. He was more so in the last chapter. So I feel like we should have got this color page last week. But I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit is dope, man. Now, Yuji looks cold as hell. But the way they got Mahito drawn up here, like, yo, this shit just looked dope as hell. And then it has also in the corner the next volume cover for the series, volume 2, that's supposed to be dropping soon. And I ain't gonna lie, that volume cover looks amazing too, where you just got Deborah sitting there. Like he kind of has the Sukuna sit, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a dope ass volume cover. When they come here, I'm definitely gonna get both of them. But anyway, let's get into the chapter. Let me know how y'all feel about that volume cover as well as this color page. But you have it where Yuji and Maru, they're sitting here standing and, you know, they're trying to aim for peace. But you got it where Yuji goes to tell him, like, yo, even if cursed energy is removed from Japan people, cursed spirits will likely still be born. You have it where Maru is looking. He's like, huh? What do you mean by this? And it kind of feels like, why even do this if they still will be born? But Yuji goes to explain it quite well. He says, first we shall talk about the people overseas who are said to have no cursed energy. As I said before, cursed energy on Earth is unique to Japanese people and those with Japanese roots, with the exception of a very few. You got it where he goes to say people overseas also emit cursed energy, although it's quite weak compared to Japanese. That's why cursed spirits are also born overseas. And then you have it where Yuji says they are in few number, but occasionally a strong one pops up. And you got it where Maru replies back to him by saying, oh, they're weak yet strong, meaning, yeah, some of them are weak, most of them are weak, but every now and then you get that one that's a cut above the rest. But anyway, Yuji goes to say, because the cursed energy is weak, it doesn't dissipate and can take shape. The leakage of cursed energy is limited. Weak cursed spirits like the ones in Japan don't grow enough to take shape overseas. And it's been about 70 years since the existence of cursed spirits was made public. The cursed energy of people overseas has also begun to flow into Tokyo. Then he goes to say, in other words, even if we eliminate cursed energy from Japanese people, cursed spirits originating from overseas will continue to be born, both abroad and in Tokyo, just as before. He continues to say, but if this place is the path of every soul on earth, and the souls of living things should be no exception, then it comes down to completely eliminating cursed energy from all of humanity, including people overseas. But that's impossible, right? And then Maru says, please continue, acts of my innate technique. And then he goes to say, in the first place, when I say would eliminate, I meant as much as possible. Isn't your eliminate the same as mine's? Is what Yuji replies back. You got it where Yuji goes to say, even if you shape the soul and eliminate cursed energy from Japanese and aliens, a faint amount of cursed energy still be released, just like with people overseas. Then by the same mechanism as those originating overseas, cursed spirits will continue to be born from Japanese people too, though the numbers will decrease significantly. And then you got it where Maru goes to say, that is likely so. Currently, my technique is being used for harmony between, aliens and Japanese people because it cannot do anything that would harm someone's physical body. And Yuji replies by saying that without the metabolism of cursed energy, there's a high likelihood it would be harmful to the physical body, except for people like Maki Senpai who have heavenly restrictions. They sacrifice something from birth to enhance themselves. And you get this amazing page of Maki as well as, Toji. Oh, Toji, man, I need more of them. You know what? They could do a part 3 of JJK where they show the earlier days of Toji. I bet that shit pretty cool. But anyway, you got it where he says, cursed energy cannot be completely eliminated. It is simply part of human karma. And then you have it where Maru goes to say, in the future world without sorcerer, isn't it the risk too high? If even a small number of high potential cursed spirits are born? Then Yuji replies saying, leave that to me. Given the time I've been granted, I can have countermeasures in place by the next generation. Hey, yo, your boy Yuji say, yo, don't worry about them. I got that shit. Then he goes to say, it will be much better than the current power balance between cursed spirits and sorcerers. The number of cursed spirits born in a year will be countable on one hand, meaning anywhere from 1 to 5. That does sound a lot better. Then he says the reconstruction of Tokyo will likely progress. Of course, Maru replies by saying, but even so, we and the people of Earth will once again find ourselves at odds over cursed spirits. And then Yuji replies, the cursed spirits just need to be in harmony as well. Let's remove the cause that makes that tribe confuse cursed spirits with, that Cayenne, the horse-like creature. And then you have it where Yuji is holding one of the puppets, and he says, only those necessary for harmony are called here, right? As he's holding one of the puppets. And then you got it where he says, what's the difference between a cursed spirit and a Cayenne? Why do the tribe feel the same? Isn't this the one that would tell us that cursed spirits are evil things since they are born from cursed energy? There is nothing that can be done about that. And then you got where Yuji continues to say, but just because something looks like a cursed spirit doesn't necessarily mean it's evil. Then he goes to talk about Tengen, saying there once was an immortal sorcerer, a person named Tengen. That person was over 500 years old and had become something close to a cursed spirit in existence, but they were by no means a bad person. Then he also goes to talk about Choso, and I like the fact that he starts by saying, my older brother is a hybrid between a curse and a human. There was many things at first, but we were able to understand each other. I like that. I mean, Choso's probably smiling in heavens hearing him say, my brother, my older brother. You got it where Yuji says the reason why Cayennes attack aliens other than the tribe is something that comes from cursed spirit, like evil. And then they show a part of a soul floating in the air. Then Maru goes to explain, it is impossible to reprint the color of the soul, but there is a way to do it. He says it's impossible, but he said it is a way. That's encouraging, is what Yuji replies. And he also goes to say, but what is the logic behind being able to affect the souls that are yet to be born? Of course, Maru replies by saying it's not directly for the souls that will be born from now on. This place where all souls on earth pass through. He says by remodeling it into a soul branching and modeling device, the colors of the soul will be scattered and the shapes will be adjusted and the cursed energy will be erased here as much as possible. Then Yuji replies by saying, so there is no other way. With that method, the Cayennes who are currently on the mothership will, and then it kind of dots doesn't really give us an explanation. Maybe they'll disappear, maybe they'll die. I'm not exactly sure. But then they actually show the land where Miguel is from, and I believe Miguel is from Africa, if I'm not mistaken. You got it where they show that, and they show it kind of looks like deserted a little bit, but maybe that's me just reading too much into it, because I do see smoke coming from some of the huts. And then you got it where it jumps back to Maru, and he's speaking, saying the color of the souls is the same. As among many color souls, only the Cayenne cursed spirits and the tribe share the same color. Cursed spirits are vessels made from leaked cursed energy. The problem is that a soul can be housed within that vessel. A soul the same color as the Cayennes in the tribe. That is why we perceive cursed spirits and Cayennes as being the same of nature, and why Cayennes do not attack the tribe. And you got it where he goes, so it wasn't a reason to attack, but a reason not to attack. The contradiction of cursed spirits functioning as a vessel for a soul despite having no physical substance has created a shared feature with divine beings across the stars. And then Yuji replies by saying, does it look like we can do something about it? It jumps to Maru, and it seems as if he's having a whole different conversation. I don't know where Yuji is at this point in time, but you got it where he says, I defied the pride of a warrior by interfering in a duel in that time as well. And you got it because he's probably referring between Deborah battle against the person he's seen as a father. And, you know, remember, Maru did jump in. It was Cross who stopped him. And then Maru continues to say, I didn't understand anything. Even so, I humbly ask of you. And then next thing you know, Deborah speaks, saying, I suppose I'm the only one who should return to our planet. Isn't that the only way for that girl to be saved? He says, if it's just the two of us, you can get us there, right, Maru? And Deborah also goes to say, I came to Earth to keep my promise to Dora. And Maru, you're okay now, right? And then, of course, Maru replies by saying, yeah. And then Deborah says, then that's it. It's fine. My duty is over. And then Maru replies by saying, something has changed about you a little bit, Deborah. And they jump to, you know what I'm saying, I'm assuming a shaman from the land that Miguel is from. And you got it where she's saying to Deborah, it's fine, go ahead and take it. I imagine she's probably talking to Maru. And then you have it where the black rope is actually placed in the hands of Deborah. And Maru says, forgive me, Deborah, which is crazy. And then Deborah replies by saying, not really. It's just that I'm finally caught up to you warriors. Then you have it where a woman walks up to Deborah and says, big brother, let's go home. And then it says, with the power of the black rope, the curse of the chief has been broken. There is nothing to bind Deborah anymore. And then you got it where the girl goes to say thank you to Maru. Maru bows his head. He looks at him and says, I'm sure we'll meet again. I finally understand my technique is, and then it says ... It shows him using his technique and his techniques over his friends and those he hold dear, like Cross. Yuka as well as Tsurugi, and then, you know, also Tsurugi and Yuka's teacher. You see him using his ability on them, and then it jumps back to him kind of talking to Yuji. Like I said, this chapter seems like it's kind of all over the place, but you got it where, you know, Maru says, "Thank you, Yuji Ichidori. I am truly sorry. This is good." And then Yuji replies by saying, "Are you sure you're done? You still have one big job left to do, don't you?" And then you have it where Maru says, "Yeah, but I think there's something I should be doing myself." And then Yuji says, "I see. Well, then both of us, I'll leave the rest to you." And Yuji walks off. Next thing you know, you see Maru's technique affecting like cursed spirits and people alike all within Japan. And he's standing above the city. He's standing above Japan, looking down. And I ain't gonna lie, this panel look pretty clean. He says, "Cursed spirits of earth." He begins to think of the words of Yuji. "It is a great sin." But then he thinks to himself, "That's right for me. My resolve was not enough. Bearing the burden of sin and resolve, I'm sorry. At the very least, rest peacefully." Next thing you know, you see someone grab his hand. It turns out to be his brother Cross, and he says, "Let's do this, just us." Next thing you know, you see other people's hands reach out to him, and it turns out to be everyone, and you have it where they say, "Everyone is here." You see Tsurugi there, Cross there, as well as Yuka, and then you got it where your boy Maru begins to cry, saying thank you. He sniffs a little bit, and then they begin the ritual, and he says, "All you souls with a prayer for peace." You got it where he says, "The ritual of harmony I shall conduct to completion," and they all working together to do this tribe. So we do get a chapter next week, but I wonder if there's a situation where Maru might actually be taken out for whatever he's doing, this technique that he's doing. Will it finish him off? Will he not survive? Very curious. And also, I wonder if we're going to find out how was he able to interfere between the battle with, you know what I'm saying, Maharaga and Dabura. I hope we get answers to that. Maybe Yuji jumped in. Maybe Yuji did something. I hope that's the case. But we'll have to wait till the next chapter to see. But let me know your thoughts on this one down below. And I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Don't know how to use your power. Let me show you.
What's up, y'all? We back at it. Seems like we got the fan translations for JJK chapter 24. I would wait till tomorrow to make a video since we're just now getting the translation so late in the day. But I got to work tomorrow, so it kind of works out for me to base this video on the fan translations. But you guys should definitely check out the official chapter when it drops. Or if you want, just go ahead and pause this video, wait till the official drops, and come back. You know what I'm saying? There may be some differences between this, the fan translations, and the officials. But let's get into it. So I see some people aren't a fan of how the series is wrapping up, and you see there's some people up there who actually are cool with it. I'm kind of in the middle. I got to see how this final chapter is before I make my decision. But for the most part, Yuji is one of those characters who lost a lot throughout the original JJK run. And so to see him get somewhat of a happy ending, for me, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, this dude lost a lot of people he cared for, and who knows how many people he's lost over the past 68 years. I mean, the man is to the point now where he says he will no longer be attending any of his friends, you know what I'm saying, funerals, because he can't bear to lose any more of them, meaning they're all passing away, and he's lonely. He's suffering so much. So to see him have a world where, you know, somewhat peaceful, somewhat joyful, somewhat different from what he's been experiencing, I'm kind of okay with that, because he deserves a good ending, a happy ending, because of what he's been through throughout his life. I mean, just think about the Shibuya arc when his body being controlled by Suguna wiped out thousands of people. You know what I'm saying? Wiped out everyone in the area. So he deserves it. I mean, just like Denji from Chainsaw Man, he's another character where I feel like, man, he deserves a happy ending because he's been through so much. So for me, that's why I'm kind of okay with this ending for JJK. I mean, I will say there are a couple things I'm a little bit upset about, but I don't got that final chapter to know about it. Now, the whole thing with us not being able to see how the battle wrapped up with Maharaga and Dabura, I'm a little upset with that. You know what I'm saying? That's something I would have liked to have seen. Also, Yuji maybe jumping in and like one shot in Maharaga, that would have been okay. And maybe we might see that in the next chapter. We don't know. But those are like some of the things I could nitpick about. But other than that, overall, I'm kind of rocking with this ending. But again, we still need that next chapter before I can make my final decision. But you guys, let me know how y'all feel about it down below, man. But we get it where the chapter starts off with this amazing color cover page where you got Maru, and it looks like he's in front of a bunch of souls as the world is being changed. And the color palette for this, color page is, I don't know, it's different, man. It's really different. I can't say it's the best one we've gotten, but I can't say it's bad either. It's one of those type of color cover pages. But anyway, you have it where the chapter just starts off where you see the ritual of harmony, spreading throughout the whole world, touching everybody. You got Maru standing there where his hair looks like it's grown. I don't know if it actually grown or if it's just the fact that he doesn't have it up in the little, with the ponytail he's been rocking. And you see him standing there with the tear running down his eyes. You got it where they're showing aliens and humans alike, just pretty much witnessing the harmony of what he has done. You even have this one girl from the higher ups actually reach out her hand, and she got her hand up touching the souls and saying like, this isn't just some unusual removal. It feels kind. You can't even call this a purge. This is more like laying something to rest. Then you got it where they show Yuji. He's walking with no care in the world, saying he really did it. What a guy. And I don't know. It's crazy because just seeing Yuji say something like that, it kind of makes you feel happy for him, because maybe it's just me who feels like that, but I don't know. I just really like seeing him just have a nice stroll at night. It might even be daytime, you can't really tell because of the ritual that's going on. But I don't know. I thought that was pretty good, man. I enjoy seeing Yuji somewhat seem happy. And then the next thing you know, it jumps to Yuka. You got it where she's waking up on a bunch of rubble. You see the ring from Maharaga falling and hitting the ground, and then it's actually like disappearing into the shadows. Again, like I said, this is one thing I would really like to see, how that battle really concluded. I mean, don't just tell me it was interrupted by Maru. I want to see how it was interrupted. What led to it? Like, what happened after he did his domain expansion? Like, did he actually beat Maharaga? Like, there's so many things, so many questions I need answers to when it comes to that battle, because there's a chance that maybe Deborah won, and and Maharaga wasn't going to be able to come back, but Maru still intervened and teleported him to the ship. We just don't know how it went down, and that's one of those things that's probably going to upset me if we don't find out by the end of the series. But you got it where she's laying there, and it seems as if she has no wounds, no injuries. And I'm not gonna lie, I was one of those characters that was kind of rooting for her well-being, just because she was so young and to be sacrificing her life for her, for the world. It just felt like a big burden for someone her age. But anyway, you got it where she's laying there. She says she feels fine. She's not feeling any effects from the disease she's suffering from. And I'm imagining that's due to Maru. He was probably able to heal her in a way, where she doesn't suffer from that disease anymore. But you got it where she gets on the phone, she begins to call someone, and it turns out the person she's calling is her brother Tsurugi. He answers, they start talking to one another, and then Maru's there as well, helping Tsurugi get up. You see that he no longer has the wound that he sustained when Maru slashed him a couple chapters ago, and he kind of allowed himself to be slashed because he didn't want to be the person to win in that manner. And you got it where he's like, Maru's like, let's head back. And then next thing you know, they jump to Debor. Debor's already on his homeland. Like, this dude was able to get home very quickly. How the hell did he get home so fast? Like, that's crazy. Maybe they mentioned it in the previous chapter and I missed it. I don't know. Let me know down below. But he's already home, and he goes to the person who placed the curse on his sister. You see, it's this old man. I ain't gonna lie, his design looks sick as hell as well. He's laying there with some other women. He got some groupies around him. It looked like he was about to get busy. Debor interrupted him. Shame on Debor. And you have it where this guy's call out for his guards. He's like, why are you here? Guards. He's like, that's right. You had a sister. Try me and see what happens, to your sister, you ape. He calls him an ape. This is crazy. But next thing you know, you see his sister walks up. You see Debor's sister walks up. And I love her design. You know who she kind of looks like, her design kind of reminds me of the dude from Boruto. And I'm not trying to throw shade anywhere. I know how certain fans get mad at other fans. I like both series. But she reminds me, her design makes me think of, Momoshiki. I don't know, the way her design look, it just makes me think of that. But you got it where she says, all right, then try. And you have it where he looks at, Deborah's sister and says, the curse has been lifted. Next thing you know, you just see the tower get destroyed where they are, where this old guy is, this, I guess, president or king, or whatever you want to call him, of this land. You just see the building he's in, the palace he's in, get destroyed. You got the people looking up at it saying like, yo, what was that? It's crumbling. You got it where one person looks up and says like, it's Captain Deborah. And as that kid, it's a young kid at that, as that kid is looking up at the destruction of the palace, you have it where Deborah appears behind him so fast that everyone, not just the little boy, but everyone in the area is still looking up at the explosion, and Deborah already evaded the explosion and is standing right next to him, right behind him. Yo, that is that right there was straight aura farming. And not only that, that shit just looks so damn cold. But then you have it where everyone realized that Deborah is behind them, and as they turn around, Deborah throws the head of the king. And man, that was some ruthless shit right there. You got it where the woman that was up there with the king, they're thanking the sister of Deborah for, freeing them, so to speak. And you got it where Deborah tells the people like, yo, he's the king right now, for now on. You got it? No one dares oppose them. They all just bow down instantly like, yo, you are the one. They all bow down. Nobody wanted to smoke with Deborah. But anyway, you got it where he says, first off, we'll build a tomb for Dula, and he'll be recognized as a hero for all eternity. And then you got it where he says, and then after that, well, you know what? He'll step down. You could deal with the rest however you like. And then you got it where the people like, the what and how? And he says like, yeah, I don't really know too much about politics. And you got it where the people are looking at him confused, but then they begin to cheer because they are free. It jumps back to Earth where you have, Maru and Cross standing before their people as their people are discussing what's going on and how the cursed spirits of the Kaiyans have the same color as souls. And what we are hearing are the voices of the spirit in that color. They say they have diverged that color thanks to their technique, and now they won't mistake cursed spirits for Kaiyans any longer. You have it where, but there is a problem. While they managed to diverge the colors, they could not differentiate between cursed spirits and Kaiyans and the aliens. Aliens born after this day will have a different soul color from the Kaiyans, so the Kaiyans won't see the future generations of aliens as one of them. They will most likely attempt to hunt them as food. Damn, that's crazy. And it looks like a horse. It doesn't even look like the type of creature that would eat another bean. It looks like it'll eat grass. When Maru and Cross says they're certain that there haven't been any Kaiyan births in the last century, we'd like to hear your input as to what to do with the 52 Kaiyans residing on the ship. Now, my thoughts are take them back home or release them elsewhere where they can't do harm. But of course, you got it where the people are saying like, what the hell did you do? Cross, Maru, forget about the Kaiyans. You must be punished for your actions first. Where other people are saying, well, we're living on Earth from now on. We must see it as a necessary act of adaptation. And of course, you got it where some people are disagreeing. And then you have it where Asuki says, I have a lot I want to say, but I just can't get a chance because of all of you. First, the Kaiyans. And then you got it where, Maru begins to speak, saying, I'll be frank, even I was hesitant at that moment. I didn't know if I should kill the Kaiyans along with the cursed spirits. And then you got it where he says, if the Kaiyans prey on our children, we cannot continue our relationship. If they see our kin as nothing but food, perhaps we should remove them as well while we're at it. Then he says, but I couldn't go along with it. Shall we view Kaiyans as wild animals that see us as food from now on or not? I'd like for all of y'all inputs. And you have it where Maru pretty much ends the chapter saying that statement. And then you got it where it jumps to your boy. It jumps to your boy Yuji, and he's walking within this cursed warehouse. You have it where he walks up to Panda, and Panda says, it's been a while, Yuji Ichidori. And that's how the chapter ends. And it's crazy that Panda's been in this storehouse this whole time. Somewhat of a prisoner, if you ask me. I kind of feel sorry for him. I feel like he has the worst fate out of everybody, from the original JJK. At least everybody else was able to run free, or they were already dead. He was in this, kept in this storehouse. Then again, there were moments where they showed him with Tsurugi as well as Yuka growing up. So maybe it wasn't too bad. Maybe he was just placed in there once they got old enough not to need a teddy bear anymore. I don't know. I just feel like this is kind of crazy that he's left in the storehouse. But let me know y'all thoughts on Panda. How do y'all feel about it? Let me know down below. And if you like this video, thumb it up, please subscribe. And I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? We back at it with another chapter of JJK, the final chapter of JJK. So the series has come to an end. We got the fans' translations, but make sure you read the official when it drops because it might be some difference in the translations. But overall, when it comes to this series, I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? There's some stuff I got questions to, but overall, I thought it was a good chapter. It was mostly highs, only a few lows. I do still got a few questions, but that may be answered in the next part. They haven't confirmed anything yet, but it does feel like it's going to be another part to JJK just based off how this final chapter ends. So we're about to dive right into it, man. Let's do it. So we get the color page. You got Yuji. He walking up to the bar. He's saying, yo, you got it when the bar, and this is a color page at that. You got it when the bar says, you disappear so suddenly and you think you can come back and say, yo, you think that's enough? You got it where she's kind of pissed. And he was like, yo, I'm sorry. But then right after that panel, it jumps to Cross and Maru as they're actually having their, a talk among the people and aliens alike as they're being pretty much on trial for what they did. And I feel like this chapter, or at least this moment, kind of goes hand in hand with what took place in, the latest episode of the anime with Yuji actually being on trial. But you got it where Cross and Maru says like, yo, they plan to live in harmony with, the creatures that they consider to be gods. And, at some point, those creatures may turn and try to attack, the next generation of his race, but they won't allow that to happen. And they're not going to punish these creatures either. They're not going to hurt them. So it's pretty much they're planning on living in harmony, but at the same time, protecting the next generation, which I'm curious to see how that's actually going to happen. But they don't really give us insight on it. But they do go to say that these creatures are like family. And because of that, they will treat them as such. And then next thing you know, it jumps to Maru and Cross, having a conversation, pretty much telling, Tsurugi as well as Yuka what took place in that, in that hearing. And you got it where, they pretty much say they don't know how the world is going to be, how things are going to turn out, but this is just what they did, what they felt they had to do. And the people weren't that mad at them, They actually gave them a pretty, kind of pretty much let them off the hook, so to speak. And then you got it where, Yuka as well as, Tsurugi, they're actually thinking about what they just finished doing, and it's with them having a conversation with their mother, and the mother is saying like, yo, you hit your intent every second of what you were doing, what you were planning, you going out to fight an alien, these private matches, these private duels, these brawls with aliens, you hid all of this from me. And it's not as simple, and I thought it was, Tsurugi saying this, but it turns out it was their mother. It says it's not as simple, all well, end well, reflect on your actions. And you got it where she's walking off from them. And then she says like, yo, you really worked hard, didn't you? She says, I will be proud of you for the rest of my life. And I feel like those are some powerful words. She says, I will be proud of you for the rest of my life that I gave birth to you all. And I kind of feel like that's the opposite of what Maki got from her mom and the words she would have loved to see from her mom. So I like that we see that times have changed. They give us this right here. And then you got it where as she's walking off, she says, your father-in-law and your mother-in-law too, and probably that person as well, saying that they're all proud. Now, I imagine the person as well is Yuji that they're speaking of. I could be wrong, but I imagine that's who they, well, you know what? They're probably talking about the father, and then the father parents, because it says mother-in-law and father-in-law. So I imagine she says that all of them would be proud of him. And then you got it where she walks off and says, but don't worry about them anymore. So I'm very curious what happened to the mother-in-law, father-in-law, and the father. I'm very curious about that. And then you got it where, Tsurugi goes to say, they are precious to you, aren't they? And then, the mom doesn't really say anything. And then you have Yuka kind of hit him saying like, yo, you're so honest. Shut up and don't touch me. It's what Tsurugi says back to her. Yuji is saying he was scared. His friends was dying too. And he took on the death paintings and got lost in the gap between being a curse like Chozo and being a human. He says even thinking about what everyone has taught him, he still was scared. And then you got it where Nabara, she's just listening and she's like, and where Yuji says, I've always thought I shouldn't interfere with the present anymore, but because I am someone who should have been decrypted or dead by now. And then you got it where he says, if I do not look at the present, I lose sight of the future and past too. Then you actually get the reveal of how Yuji looks in this day and age. And a lot of people saying he looks like a young Gojo. I mean, he does a little bit. He does have that, like, I don't know, I guess pretty boy look right now in these panels. And it's crazy that they made us wait the whole series before they revealed to us Yuji's face. And you got it where Nabara says, maybe so. They're all connected after all. And then Yuji replies back by saying, I spent all my time looking for reasons to change the way I live and neglected the things I actually should be doing. What the aliens did this time is something I had given up on over the last several decades. He was deep in thought. He says, originally it was something I should have accomplished through my own strength. And then you got it where he's thinking about himself laying in the bed saying help people. Either that's him laying in the bed or it's his grandfather. When his grandfather, Pat, before he passed away, I remember him laying in the bed too saying help people. But it's kind of hard to tell who this is. And then you got it where Yuji says, I won't lose sight of that again. Once more, I can see what is needed to be done. He says, I want you to work with me, Nabara. You got it where she's looking at him with a smile saying like, sounds good. Although she's got to be in her 80s right now that I think about it, because this take place 69 years later, and she was around the age of 17, 16 when the original JJK, so she's up there in age. But anyway, you got it where Panda actually speaks and says, being alone would have been awkward, but the moment I was called out, my reason for even being here vanished in a second. And then you got it where Nabara says, wait, Panda, you can still talk? He says, it's rare, but I'm in good shape today, meaning every now and then he can talk. Like I said, I'm very curious if he's able to, be aware of what's going on when he's unable to talk. You got it where Yuji says, since no more sorcerers will be born from now on, me, Nabara, and Toto will be working on the countermeasures for that. And you got it when Nabara says, I thought you suddenly gone all spiritual and senile on us. But if it involved that guy Sukuna curse technique, I guess it makes sense. And then Yuji says, so that we can exercise cursed spirits immediately after they are born before they gain great power, we'll hammer the barrier operations and exercise know-how for that into the current sorcerers. The barriers are the ones based on Tengen, right? In that case, it might be sustainable even if no more sorcerers are born, is what Nabara says back. Then Yuji says, and we'll search and identify a lineage of any physical gifted people with heavenly restrictions that are born in the future. We'll track them down and map out their family trees. After that, it's about securing mass productions of cursed tools. With cooperation with the former big three families, that should be easy. The last part is the most difficult. And you got it what Yuji says, I think I'll probably become a cursed object when I die. Nabara looks and says, huh? He says, even if Tokyo is reconstructed from the next 200 to 300 years, I believe that as long as I'm doing well, we can keep the damage from the cursed spirits down to zero. Even after that, with everything we're leaving behind, we might be able to create a lineage of safety. And then you got it where Yuji says, but aliens actually showed up, so you never know what might happen from here on out. Hundreds of years later, maybe if a cursed energy ever becomes necessary again, they can just consume a cursed object. And you got it where it's pretty much a box with like Sukuna finger in it. I'm assuming his finger's in that box. And I'm assuming Yuji is going to use that finger to make himself a cursed object at some point in time. And then you got it where Nabara says, I hope there are people in the future with a sense of hygiene as non-existent as yours who are willing to swallow corpses. Besides, who even knows how to become a cursed object? And then Yuji says, that's what I'm saying. We need to look for a way together, meaning that Nabara may actually become a cursed object as well. Who knows where this story may go. And that's why I feel like it might be a continuation where these guys become cursed objects. Nabara, Yuji, maybe even Toto, all of that's possible. And then you have it where Nobara says, if only, Megami were here at a time like this, indicating that Megami has actually passed away. And I wish we would have found out what led to him actually dying. And if that was actually the start of Yuji going on the path that he had chose at the beginning of this series. I'm very curious about that. But then it jumps to the humans and the aliens. They out there playing baseball, using it as a way to communicate and talk. Kind of gave me vibes of Attack on Titan when it came to Zeke and Eren, playing ball. As they're standing there playing baseball, it jumps back to Tsurugi, Maru, and Yuka as they're watching TV on the battle that took place between Dabura and Maharaga. And you got it where the footage keeps being uploaded and taken down over and over again. You got it where this dude pretty much on social media is saying like, yo, this guy showed up in 2018, now he's back in 2086. This monster came back to destroy us, the monster that fought against Gojo. But then you see him facing off against this three-eyed sorcerer alien from another planet who came here to strike justice against this evil fiend. And you got it where they're pretty much adoring, Dabura saying like, we hope we get to see him at some point again. We hope he returns. It shows the three young kids of Mai actually just sitting there watching it on TV with smiles on their face. And then you got it where they pretty much says like, the people love Dabura. Of course, it jumps back to them just having fun playing baseball and just enjoying each other's company. And the series pretty much ends with them just saying, they're going to face the future together and see what happens. Then they have a moment where Yuka's actually talking to the cook lady, and you have it where Yuka is actually apologizing to her that the Dabura is gone. And she was like, nah, your life is saved. That's all that matters. And then you have it where she looks back and it seems as if maybe Dabura returned back to Earth. I'm not sure, but that's just what it looked like. It was left up in the air. And if that is the case, maybe her and Dabura may find some type of relationship. But all in all, I really did enjoy this sequel, to JJK. And I'm not completely upset with the ending. I think the ending was actually pretty good. I'll give this a solid 8.5, 9 out of 10. Like, my only gripe is not knowing what actually happened to Megami and some of the other characters. And then I would say not seeing how Maharaga battle was truly interrupted. Like, I would have liked to have seen it. It could have been something simple, but I would have liked to have seen it. And not only that, maybe, see Yuji fight Maharaga. I think that would have been amazing to see as well. But other than that, I have no real gripes over the series. But let me know y'all thoughts on it down below. And if you like the video, thumb it up, please subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.